Hello and welcome. I know many of you use these videos to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also comment where you're from and at what time you're watching. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story: The Keeper of Lost Souls. A woman named Emily had lived most of her life in the bustling city. The noise, the crowds, the constant movement, it had been both a comfort and a curse. She had always dreamed of escaping, of finding a quiet place far away from it all. So when she received an unexpected letter from a distant relative offering her an inheritance, she jumped at the chance. The letter was short, but it carried an eerie weight. It read, "Dear Emily, I, your great Aunt Clara, leave you my humble home. It is a small house, tucked away in the woods, and I trust it will bring you peace. I have left behind a caretaker, an old man named Thomas. He is a man of few words, but he will look after you. He has been keeping watch for many years. I ask that you trust him. You will understand why when the time comes. Yours truly, Clara." The house was located in a secluded part of the countryside, far from the nearest town. Emily didn't know much about her great Aunt Clara, other than that she had been a reclusive woman, often spoken of in hushed tones by the locals. But Emily didn't care. She was eager for the peace and quiet she hoped the house would bring. When Emily arrived, the house appeared exactly as described, small, quaint, nestled in the shadows of towering trees. The air smelled of damp earth, and the quiet was deafening. There was no sign of Thomas, the caretaker, but Emily wasn't concerned. She had expected the house to be empty, just waiting for her to arrive. It wasn't until dusk that Thomas finally appeared. He was an old man, his face lined with deep wrinkles, his eyes sunken and dark. His movements were slow, deliberate, as though every step took effort. When he spoke, his voice was raspy, but there was something oddly soothing about it. "You must be Emily," he said, his gaze lingering on her with an intensity that made her uneasy. "I've been waiting for you." Emily nodded, feeling a chill creep up her spine. "I'm Thomas," he continued. "I'll be taking care of you, as your great aunt requested. You'll find the house comfortable enough. But there are certain things you should know." Emily was about to ask what he meant, but Thomas raised a hand, silencing her. "There is something in the woods," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Something ancient. It feeds on souls. My job is to keep it at bay. And now, it's your turn to protect yourself." Emily frowned. "What do you mean? What is it?" Thomas didn't answer. Instead, he simply turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkening woods. That night, as Emily lay in bed, she tried to make sense of his words. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but she told herself it was just nerves. After all, she was in a new place, alone for the first time in years. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to her. But as the hours passed, she began to hear strange noises coming from the woods. A rustling, a soft scraping sound, like something moving through the underbrush. At first, she thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, and again. The next morning, she asked Thomas about the noises, but he simply shook his head, his expression unreadable. "The entity is restless," he said cryptically. "It is always watching. But do not worry. You are safe for now." Emily wasn't convinced. She couldn't understand why Thomas wouldn't tell her more. What was this creature he was so afraid of? What did he mean by "for now"? As days turned into weeks, Emily began to notice strange things happening around the house. Small objects would go missing, only to turn up in odd places. The mirrors would fog up even though there was no humidity in the air. And sometimes, she would catch glimpses of a shadow moving at the edge of her vision, but whenever she turned to look, nothing was there. One evening, as Emily sat in the living room reading a book, she heard a knock at the door. She jumped, startled, and quickly set the book aside. Who could be visiting? The nearest neighbor was miles away, and she had told no one of her arrival. When she opened the door, there was no one there, only the faintest whisper of wind in the air. She looked around, but saw nothing unusual. That's when she noticed the footprints in the dirt leading up to her doorstep. The prints were large, as though made by something heavy, but they didn't look human. She slammed the door shut, her heart racing. It was then that she heard Thomas's voice, coming from just outside the window. "You must stay inside tonight," he said. "Do not go outside after dark." Emily felt a shiver run down her spine. "Why?" she asked, her voice shaking. "The entity comes at night. It is always looking for something, someone to take. I've kept it at bay for years, but I cannot protect you forever." Emily's mind was spinning. What was Thomas hiding? And why was he so secretive? She needed to know more. She had to find out what was really going on at this house. That night, she couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, her mind racing with questions. What did Thomas mean when he said he couldn't protect her forever? What was this thing he was so terrified of? And why was it so important that she stay inside? Unable to lie still any longer, Emily decided to investigate. She quietly slipped out of bed and tiptoed down the stairs. The house was eerily quiet, the only sound the soft creaking of the old floorboards beneath her feet. She made her way to the kitchen, where she had seen Thomas often spending his time. There she found a dusty, old book lying open on the table. It looked ancient, its pages yellowed with age. The book was filled with strange symbols, drawings of creatures that seemed to move when she wasn't looking directly at them. Emily's hand trembled as she reached for the book. As she flipped through the pages, she came across a chapter titled "The Keeper of Lost Souls." Her eyes widened as she began to read. The entity was ancient, a being that had existed long before humanity itself. It lived in the woods surrounding her great-aunt's house, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead was thin. The creature preyed on souls that wandered too close, drawing them into the dark forests where they would be lost forever. Those souls were never seen again. The keeper, Thomas, was not there to protect her from the entity. He was the one who fed people to it. He was the one who brought the lost souls to the creature. And now, Emily was to be his next offering. Her heart pounded in her chest as she slammed the book shut. She didn't know what to do, but one thing was clear. Thomas was not the protector he claimed to be. He was the monster's servant, and she was next. Emily's mind raced, her breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. She was trapped. Thomas, the man who she had thought was looking after her, was nothing more than a twisted servant of the very entity he had warned her about. Her thoughts swirled as she tried to make sense of the book's contents, but the fear choking her made it hard to think clearly. She had to escape. She had to get out of the house before it was too late. She glanced at the window, the moonlight casting long, ghostly shadows across the room. The wind outside was picking up, howling through the trees. The woods seemed alive, as if they were whispering her name, calling her to come closer. Emily recoiled, but the thought of staying in the house, trapped by the man she thought she could trust, was even more terrifying. With shaking hands, Emily grabbed the book and hurriedly shoved it into her bag. She didn't know where she could go, but she had to leave. She had to get as far away from Thomas as possible. She crept through the house, her steps muffled by the thick carpet. The air felt dense, like it was pressing in on her from all sides. The walls seemed to close in, and the silence grew heavier, more suffocating with each passing second. The house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a prison, and Thomas, the man she had trusted, was its warden. As she reached the front door, a soft creak echoed through the house. Emily froze, her heart hammering in her chest. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The faint smell of pine and damp earth reached her nose, and she felt the familiar, unsettling presence of Thomas looming behind her. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said, his voice low and cold. "It's not safe out there." Emily didn't turn around. She kept her hand on the doorknob, her fingers icy against the metal. I don't need your protection anymore, she said, her voice trembling but defiant. I know what you are. You're feeding me to it, aren't you? You've been using me to bring it more souls. Thomas didn't answer at first. Emily could hear his slow, deliberate footsteps as he moved closer, the sound of his cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. His presence seemed to fill the room, like a dark cloud that was slowly suffocating her. You don't understand, he said at last. I've been doing this for so long. It's all I know. The creature, it doesn't stop. It can't be stopped. The keeper must feed it, or it will consume everything. It's a cycle that has been going on for centuries. Your great aunt understood that. She knew what had to be done. Emily's stomach churned. She didn't want to hear any more. The idea that her great aunt had been involved in this sickening ritual, that she had known about the entity, made her feel betrayed. How could she have trusted Thomas? How could she have trusted anyone in this house? I'm not part of your cycle, Emily said, turning to face him. Her voice was stronger now, the fear replaced by fury. You can't make me part of it. Thomas's face was unreadable, his eyes dark and distant. There was no trace of remorse, no trace of humanity left in him. Just an ancient emptiness that seemed to stretch on forever. I don't have a choice, he said, his voice softening, almost pleading. None of us do. The creature is patient. It waits for the weak, the lost. And it will never let you go. Not until you feed it what it wants. He stepped closer, his gnarled hands reaching out as though to touch her, but Emily stepped back, her breath quickening. I won't give in to this, she said, her voice cracking. I won't let it take me. Thomas's eyes darkened. You don't have a choice. You think you can escape. You think you can run. The creature is already watching you, Emily. It always watches. And when it decides it's time, there's nowhere you can hide. Suddenly, there was a strange shift in the air. A low, guttural growl seemed to echo from deep within the woods, growing louder, more insistent. The ground beneath Emily's feet trembled slightly, and the room felt colder, the shadows lengthening, as though the very walls were closing in. What is that? Emily whispered, her eyes wide with terror. The creature, Thomas said, his voice hollow. It has sensed you. It knows you're trying to escape. Emily's breath hitched. She could feel it now, the unmistakable weight of something watching her, lurking just beyond the edges of the house, waiting for the moment to strike. The oppressive silence was shattered by the sound of something scraping against the walls outside, followed by a thud, as though something large and heavy was moving toward them. Thomas turned toward the door, his eyes narrowed in concentration. It's here. Emily took a step back, her body trembling. She had no plan, no way to fight this thing. All she had was the terror coursing through her veins. I need to leave, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. You won't escape, Thomas repeated, his tone growing more urgent. I've kept it at bay for so long, but now it's too late for you. Emily's mind raced. She had to think. She had to act fast. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, she yanked open the front door and bolted into the night. The cool night air hit her face, and she stumbled into the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. The woods loomed ahead of her, their twisted trees like dark sentinels, watching her every move. She ran, her feet pounding against the soft earth, but the growling, the scraping noises grew louder. It was following her. The creature was closing in. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed herself harder, her mind fixed on one goal, escape. She had to get away, had to outrun whatever was chasing her. But the woods were vast, the trees dense, and the night felt like it was closing in around her. And then suddenly, there was a flash of movement to her left. Emily's heart stopped. The creature, whatever it was right there, its glowing eyes locked onto hers. It was a blur of shadow and darkness, a mass of twisting limbs and glowing eyes, moving faster than she could react. Its growl echoed through the trees, sending a wave of terror crashing over her. She screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the dense forest, the sound of her fear lost in the wind. The entity was coming. Emily's legs felt like lead as she pushed herself to run faster, her breaths ragged, her heart slamming against her ribs. She could hear the creature now, its growl deep and resonant, vibrating through the very earth beneath her feet. It was getting closer. She glanced over her shoulder, but there was nothing there. The forest, however, seemed to shift around her, the shadows swirling, as though the trees themselves were alive, reaching for her. The moon was barely visible through the dense canopy of leaves, casting eerie, fractured light across the forest floor. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the bushes, made her jump, but when she turned, there was nothing to see. The entity was clever, moving with unnatural stealth. It wasn't just hunting her, it was toying with her. Her mind raced. Where could she go? How could she escape? The path was unclear. She was surrounded by endless trees, the night stretching out like a dark, suffocating sea. And then there was a new sound, a voice, faint but clear, calling out to her through the wind. Emily! She froze. It wasn't Thomas's voice. It was something else. A whisper, soft and honeyed, but dripping with malice. Her body tensed, her instincts screaming for her to run, but the voice was oddly familiar. It called again, this time louder, more insistent. Emily, come back. I can protect you. It was Thomas, but it didn't sound like him. It sounded wrong, distorted, like his voice had been twisted, stretched by something dark. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. It was a trap. The creature was trying to confuse her, make her second-guess herself. It knew how to break her resolve, how to make her doubt. No, she whispered, shaking her head. No, I won't go back. Her legs were beginning to ache, and the exhaustion was starting to cloud her thoughts. She needed to find a way out of the woods. She needed to find safety. And then, just as she thought she couldn't run any longer, she saw it. A faint light flickering through the trees ahead, like the glow of a lantern. It wasn't much, but it was enough to reignite a spark of hope in her chest. She pushed forward, her pace quickening, praying that she was heading towards something, anything, that could save her. But as she drew closer to the light, something shifted in the air. The temperature dropped, and a bone-deep chill gripped her. The light flickered again, and then, as she stepped into a clearing, Emily stopped dead in her tracks. The light wasn't from a lantern. It was from something far more unsettling. In the center of the clearing was a stone pedestal, ancient and weathered by time. On top of it sat a glowing, pulsating orb, radiating an unnatural, sickly light. The light shimmered like the surface of a pool of water disturbed by an invisible force, rippling with something dark and malignant beneath the surface. And standing around it were figures, humanoid but distorted. Their faces were contorted in twisted, agonized expressions, their eyes hollow, empty sockets where life once resided. They were lost souls, trapped between worlds, drawn to the orb as though it was the source of their torment. Emily stumbled backward, her pulse hammering in her throat. The air around her thickened, charged with a dark, suffocating energy. She could feel the pull of the orb, its terrible gravity trying to drag her toward it. She turned, her eyes wild, searching for a way out. But the moment she looked over her shoulder, she saw it. The creature. It stood at the edge of the clearing, its monstrous form shrouded in darkness, eyes glowing with an unholy hunger. It was the embodiment of nightmares, its twisted limbs long and spindly, its face a grotesque mask of suffering, half human and half something else. A swirling mass of shadows and smoke clung to its form, and its presence seemed to bend reality around it, warping the world itself. The creature's lips parted, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth as it let out a low, gurgling growl. Its gaze locked onto Emily, the eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. It had found her. No! Emily gasped, stumbling back, her mind reeling. No, no, no! The ground beneath her feet trembled, and she heard the sound of heavy footsteps, the unmistakable sound of Thomas approaching from behind. He was there, standing at the edge of the clearing, his cane tapping rhythmically against the earth. His face was a mask of sorrow, but there was no pity in his eyes, only resignation. "Emily," he said softly, his voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the air like a blade. "You cannot escape. It is too late." The creature growled again, its eyes narrowing. Its form seemed to grow larger, more imposing, its hunger palpable. "You're feeding me to it," Emily whispered, the realization crushing her chest. "You've been feeding its souls all this time. You've been feeding it me." Thomas didn't deny it. He didn't need to. "I've kept the balance for so long," he said, his voice trembling with regret. "But I am old, Emily. I can't do it forever. The creature needs what it needs, and it will take what is offered. It has always been this way." Emily's hands clenched into fists, her body shaking with anger and fear. She refused to accept this. She couldn't let it end like this. She wouldn't let this thing take her. With a final burst of energy, she turned and ran, not toward the orb, but toward the trees. She couldn't stop to think. She just had to keep moving. Her footfalls were a blur as she pushed through the dense underbrush, her heart racing, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature was close, she could feel it. Its presence was suffocating, like a weight pressing down on her chest. She could hear its growls, closer now, its monstrous form closing the gap between them. Just when she thought she couldn't run any further, she spotted something in the distance. A faint light, barely visible through the trees, but it was enough to keep her going. She pushed herself forward, stumbling and tripping over roots and branches, her body screaming in protest. The growls of the creature grew louder, its claws scraping against the earth. But Emily was almost there, almost out of the woods. Just a little further. And then, in a sudden rush of terror, she felt something cold and clammy brush against her leg. A clawed hand, rough and sharp, gripping her ankle. She screamed, but it was too late. The creature had caught her. It dragged her backward, its claws tearing into her flesh, pulling her toward the clearing, toward the orb. Emily kicked and fought, but the creature's grip was too strong, its power too overwhelming. The last thing she saw before everything went black was Thomas, standing motionless, his face twisted in sorrow and regret. He had betrayed her, and then the darkness swallowed her whole. Emily's mind was drowning in darkness, her consciousness slipping away like a distant memory. Her body felt numb, as though the world had faded into nothingness. There were no sounds, no light, only a crushing emptiness that swallowed her whole. But beneath it all, she could still feel the pull of the orb, the sickening glow that seemed to reverberate through her very soul. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. But somehow, her mind clung to one desperate thought: don't give up. Her eyes fluttered open, and she was back in the clearing. But everything was different now. The trees were twisted, their branches gnarled like fingers reaching from the darkness. The orb at the center of the clearing pulsed with an intense, otherworldly light, casting strange shadows that seemed to writhe and shift. The lost souls around it were no longer humanoid. They had transformed, their bodies stretching and warping into grotesque forms, their faces frozen in expressions of unimaginable agony. She was lying on the ground, her limbs weak and heavy, as if the weight of the very air was suffocating her. Her skin burned with pain, and she could taste the iron tang of blood on her tongue. But the creature, the thing that had hunted her, was gone. For now, at least. "Emily," a voice, distant and hollow, echoed through her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Thomas's voice again, but this time it wasn't filled with malice. It was filled with something else. Regret. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't respond. It was as though she was trapped in a shell, helpless and powerless. The voice came again, clearer this time, drawing closer. "Emily, you must listen." It was coming from the orb, she realized with growing dread. The glow of the orb pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat, steady, unnatural, hungry. "Get up," the voice urged. "You still have a chance." The words seemed to cut through the fog in her mind, a faint spark of clarity breaking through the haze. She didn't know how, But somehow, she gathered enough strength to push herself to her knees. Her body screamed in protest, the pain unbearable, but she fought through it, driven by a single, desperate desire: survival. She looked around, her vision blurred, and there, just beyond the pedestal, was a shadow. It was Thomas, standing motionless, his face a mask of sorrow and guilt. His figure was barely more than a silhouette, framed by the dim, flickering light of the orb. "You have to leave," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's not what you think. The creature, it's not just a monster. It's a guardian, a keeper like me. It has to feed on souls, or else everything will be consumed. But there's a way for you to escape." Emily's heart was pounding. She could barely process his words, her mind clouded by the overwhelming terror she felt. "What do you mean?" She gasped, her voice raw and shaky. "What do you want me to do?" Thomas's eyes, those dark, sorrowful eyes, locked onto hers, and she saw something flicker within them. Regret. Fear. "There's a pact," he said softly, his voice almost drowned out by the eerie hum of the orb. "The Keeper has always had to make a choice. We offer one soul to feed the entity, and in return, it spares the others. It's a cycle. The pact must be fulfilled, or the world. It will be devoured." Emily's head spun. "I don't understand. You've been feeding souls to it. You've been feeding me to it. You're part of this, Thomas." He nodded, his expression bleak. "I am. I made a promise to your great aunt." She understood the balance. The entity is not evil, it's necessary. Without it, the world would fall into chaos. It is the keeper of the balance between life and death, between worlds. Emily recoiled, shaking her head. She didn't want to hear this. She didn't care about balance, about promises or ancient pacts. All she cared about was getting out of here, surviving. "No!" She screamed, pushing herself to her feet, ignoring the dizziness that threatened to pull her back down. "You can't make me part of this. I won't be your sacrifice." Thomas didn't speak. Instead, he stepped back, his eyes never leaving hers. For a long moment, nothing happened, only the sound of her labored breathing, the crackling of the orb, and the growing hum of the dark, oppressive air around them. Then slowly, the entity emerged from the shadows. It moved with a disturbing, unnatural grace, its form shifting like liquid darkness. Its glowing eyes fixed on Emily, cold and predatory, the hunger within them unmistakable. Emily's heart skipped a beat. She was too weak to run, too trapped. But the creature didn't approach. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, its form rippling and warping like smoke. The air was thick with its presence, like a heavy fog pressing in from all sides. "You see?" Thomas's voice was almost a whisper, barely audible over the buzzing hum of the orb. "It will not harm you, not yet. But it cannot let you leave either. The pact, it must be fulfilled." Emily's chest tightened. The realization hit her all at once. The entity wasn't just after her soul. It was waiting for her to make a choice that would determine the fate of everything. Her eyes flicked between Thomas and the creature. She didn't know how much longer she could stand. Her legs were shaking, her breath shallow, but she couldn't let it end like this. She couldn't let them win. The creature's eyes narrowed, its growl vibrating through the air. The orb pulsed faster, its sickly glow flashing brighter with each heartbeat. The weight of it all was crushing, like the very air was closing in on her. And then Thomas spoke again, his voice thick with regret. "Emily, you must understand. There is no escape. The only way to stop it, to stop the cycle, is to become the keeper. The next keeper. You must offer yourself to it." His words hit her like a blow, the gravity of his meaning sinking in. She was being asked to take his place, to become the one who would feed the entity, who would serve it for eternity, keeping the balance. But Emily refused. "I won't do it," she spat, her voice trembling with fury. "You think I'll become like you? No. I'd rather die than be your monster." For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The creature, the orb, the very air around them, it all grew still. And then, with a sound that was almost like a sigh, the creature began to move. Its form stretched and twisted, the darkness pooling around it like liquid. The entity's glowing eyes flared brighter as it took a step forward, its claws scraping against the earth. This was it, the final moment. Emily had no idea what would happen next, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't going to let this thing take her without a fight. The air around Emily crackled with tension, thick with an unnatural energy that seemed to twist the very fabric of reality. Her heart thundered in her chest, each beat echoing louder than the last. She was trapped, but a primal, desperate strength surged within her. She refused to let the creature consume her soul. She refused to let herself become another part of its endless hunger. The creature took another slow, deliberate step toward her, its eyes gleaming with unholy hunger. Its claws, elongated and sharp, scraped against the ground, sending up sparks that danced and flickered in the eerie glow of the orb. Emily's body felt frozen in place, but her mind was racing, grasping at anything that might give her a chance to escape. "I won't give in to you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the creature's growl. She felt the weight of its gaze on her, a heavy, suffocating force that threatened to crush her will. The orb pulsed, its light now flashing in erratic bursts, as though it were breathing with the rhythm of some ancient, terrible heart. Thomas, still standing in the shadows at the edge of the clearing, watched her silently. His face was a mask of torment, his eyes filled with sorrow, as if he were witnessing the inevitable unfolding before him. He had been part of this twisted cycle for so long, his soul bound to it in ways that Emily couldn't comprehend. But now it was her turn. The creature would take her, or she would become its servant. The choice, as Thomas had said, was hers. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, suffocating. She couldn't escape, not without facing the entity. But she had one advantage, one thing the creature hadn't accounted for. She wasn't alone. In the back of her mind, she heard the faintest whisper, a voice from somewhere deep within her soul, distant but familiar. Her great aunt's voice. "Remember the truth, Emily," the voice said, soft and gentle, like the wind through the trees. "The creature is bound to the keeper. But the keeper is not bound to it." Emily's heart skipped a beat. Her aunt, the very woman who had left her this house, who had warned her of the dangers lurking in the shadows, had known something the creature didn't want her to know. The keeper had power over the creature. It was the only thing that could break the cycle, the only way to stop the endless feeding. The orb flickered once more, its light growing blindingly bright. The creature growled louder, its body shifting and writhing, as if it were preparing to strike. Emily could feel its presence growing stronger, feel the darkness closing in, but the whisper from her aunt was louder now, clearer. "The keeper is the key," her aunt's voice urged. "You're the keeper now. You have the power to end this." Emily's mind reeled, but her heart began to race with a newfound understanding. She wasn't just a victim. She wasn't meant to be the creature's next meal. She was meant to be something more, something that could control the creature. She could break the cycle. She could end the hunger. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. She wasn't trapped by fate. She could rewrite it. Her gaze locked with Thomas's. His expression remained unreadable, but she saw the flicker of something. Fear? Hope. His eyes seemed to plead with her, as though he were begging her to make the right choice. But there was no turning back now. Emily had made her decision. With a surge of will, Emily stepped forward, her legs shaky but determined. The creature recoiled, a deep, guttural snarl rising in its throat, but it didn't move closer. It seemed to be waiting, studying her, sensing the shift in the air. The orb's glow pulsed faster, brighter, but Emily could feel it, the change. The creature could sense it too. She was no longer just a victim. She was the keeper. "I refuse to be your prey," Emily said, her voice stronger than she had ever thought possible. The words felt like they had power, as if they were drawing on some ancient force deep within her. The orb's light flickered, and the creature's growl faltered. The air around them seemed to pulse with energy, a charge building, the tension between them unbearable. With a sudden, almost imperceptible motion, Emily raised her hand toward the orb. The light grew blinding, but instead of recoiling, she felt a strange pull, a connection, like a thread linking her soul to the entity's power. She could feel the ancient magic coursing through her veins, the knowledge of the keeper rushing into her mind. She knew what she had to do. The creature howled in rage as the power of the keeper enveloped Emily. She felt the shift, the weight of control settling into her bones. The orb's light flared once more, its pulse steady and unyielding, as though it was feeding off her newfound strength. And the creature, it seemed to waver, its form flickering, as though it were struggling to maintain its shape in the face of Emily's power. "You are mine now," Emily whispered, her voice a strange mix of command and sorrow. The words hung in the air, charged with a power she didn't fully understand, but felt deep in her core. "I control you. No more feeding. No more death." The creature faltered, its growl quieting to a low, confused whimper. Its eyes glowed with uncertainty, and for the first time, it seemed to shrink away from her. The air around Emily thickened, swirling with power, the magic of the keeper growing stronger. She was no longer afraid. She was in control. And yet, even as the creature recoiled, there was a flicker of something in its eyes, something familiar. A shadow of recognition. It knew what she had become. It knew that the cycle was ending, that its reign of terror was coming to an end. But before she could make another move, a voice, not her aunt's, spoke, cutting through the air with the sharpness of a blade. "You cannot control it forever." Emily turned to find Thomas standing at the edge of the clearing, his face grim. "It is the keeper's duty to protect, yes," he said quietly. "But that power comes at a cost. The keeper is bound to the creature. And so are you." She felt a chill crawl up her spine. The weight of his words hung in the air like a death sentence. She had taken control of the creature, yes, but at what cost? The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the orb pulsed violently, its glow becoming erratic. The creature, though momentarily subdued, was far from finished. It was bound to her now, just as she was bound to it. The cost of her newfound power was the price of her soul. And in that moment, Emily understood. The cycle had not ended. It had only just begun. The realization crashed down on Emily like a wave, the weight of it suffocating, crushing her. She had been so certain, so convinced that she could stop the creature, but now, with Thomas's words echoing in her mind, she felt the terrible truth settling over her. She was now bound to it. The keeper and the creature were intertwined, and that bond was not easily broken. Her chest tightened, and her vision blurred as the orb's pulsating light grew more erratic. The creature, its form still wavering, seemed to feel the shift too. Its eyes glowed with an intensity that made Emily's skin crawl, but there was something different in them now, an understanding. It was no longer just a mindless force of hunger. It was aware of the bond between them. It knew what she had become. "Emily," Thomas's voice trembled with warning. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide with a mix of fear and resignation. "You can't outrun it. You can't escape the curse. The keeper is bound by the entity's will. And so are you." She wanted to scream, to tear herself away from this twisted fate, but the words caught in her throat. She felt the pull, the need to keep the balance, to be the keeper, to maintain the cycle. The power was intoxicating, but the cost of that power was becoming clearer with every breath. The creature's hunger was hers to control, but it would never be fully sated. Her mind raced, searching for a way out, for some loophole, some forgotten truth that could free her from this nightmare. But everything she had believed, everything she had hoped for, was slipping through her fingers like sand. And then she felt it, the tendrils of the entity's presence, its cold, oppressive force, wrapped around her like chains. The sensation was at once familiar and foreign, as if the very essence of her soul was being stretched thin, pulled in two directions. One part of her wanted to fight, to break free. The other part, the part that had inherited the keeper's duty, urged her to accept her role, to take control and feed the hunger once more. The orb's glow surged, bathing the clearing in an eerie light. The creature's form twisted, its body distorting as it began to creep forward again. Emily's breath came in ragged gasps as she realized the truth. The creature was testing her. It was waiting for her to either give in to the power or to try and resist. Her hands trembled as she reached for the orb, instinctively feeling for the thread that connected her to it. The power thrummed under her skin, a pulse that felt almost like her own heartbeat. She could feel the entity's presence in every fiber of her being, a dark force that whispered in her mind, promising power, control, but at what cost? Emily, Thomas's voice was a whisper now, barely audible over the thudding of her own heart. If you give in, if you accept this fate, you will never be free. The keeper is a slave to the entity. It is a role that destroys everything. She glanced at Thomas, and for a moment, she saw something in his eyes that she hadn't noticed before, a plea. He had made his peace with the curse, had accepted his role as the keeper for so long, but now, seeing what had happened to her, he was desperate for her to make a different choice. A choice he hadn't been able to make. "Then what do I do?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. "How do I stop this? How do I end it?" The orb flickered again, and the creature's growl grew louder, more insistent. It was close now, so close she could feel the heat radiating from its form, the weight of its hunger pressing down on her. "You can't end it," Thomas said softly, almost apologetically. "The cycle has always been the same. There's no escaping it. You must feed it, Emily. You must keep the balance." "No!" Emily's voice cracked, her eyes wide with desperation. "I won't feed it. I won't be its slave." Thomas's expression softened, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. "Then you will become part of it. The creature won't allow you to break the bond. It will consume you, just as it has consumed every keeper before you." The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Emily's hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms, her knuckles white. The creature was right in front of her now, its form solidifying, its claws gleaming like sharpened steel. The darkness around it seemed to pulse, as though the very air was alive with hunger. She felt the overwhelming pressure of the orb, the power of the keeper surging within her. It was too much to resist, too much to fight against. But she refused to give in. She wouldn't let it control her. In that moment, something inside her snapped. She reached out with every ounce of what she had left and grabbed the orb with both hands. The power surged through her, coursing into her like a tide. The creature roared, a deafening sound that rattled her bones, but Emily didn't let go. She focused, pushing back against the creature's pull, against the curse that bound her to it. "I am not your servant." Her voice was a whisper at first, but it grew stronger with each word. "I am the keeper." The orb pulsed violently in her hands, and for the first time, the creature recoiled, its growls faltering. The air around them crackled with energy, the force of the two powers clashing in a storm of dark light. The orb's glow dimmed, flickered, and then the clearing went silent. The creature was still. Emily stood there, trembling, her hands still gripping the orb, her heart pounding in her chest. The power was still there, but it felt different now, familiar, almost comforting, instead of suffocating. She could still feel the entity's presence, but it no longer held the same control over her. The creature's glowing eyes flickered, its form wavering like smoke. It seemed to be searching for something it couldn't find. And then, with a final low growl, it faded into the shadows, disappearing back into the dark corners of the clearing. Emily let out a shuddering breath, her body shaking from the intensity of the moment. She dropped to her knees, the orb slipping from her grasp and rolling a few inches away. The power, the terrible weight of it, was gone. For the first time in what felt like forever, Emily was alone. But even as the clearing grew quiet, as the oppressive weight of the curse lifted, Emily knew this was only a temporary victory. The creature hadn't been destroyed. It had simply been forced back. The cycle would return. The hunger would return. But now, Emily was the keeper. And this time, she would control it. She would break the cycle. Or die trying. Emily's breath was ragged, her chest heaving as she slowly gathered her strength. The orb lay just a few inches from her hand, still faintly glowing, but its light no longer felt like a burden. She felt its power, its call, but now, for the first time, it seemed manageable, even familiar. The creature, the entity, had retreated, but it wasn't gone. It was only waiting for her to slip, waiting for her to falter. She couldn't let it in again. Not now. But as the eerie silence stretched on, Emily felt a deep unease creeping through her veins. The clearing around her, though no longer oppressive, still held a foreboding presence. The wind whispered through the trees, but it wasn't a sound she could trust. It felt wrong, like the world was waiting for something, holding its breath. "You did well," Thomas said from behind her, his voice soft, almost a whisper. "But don't fool yourself into thinking it's over." Emily turned to face him. His expression was heavy, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "I've only delayed it," he continued, stepping forward. "The Keeper's power is only as strong as the entity allows it to be. The cycle will come again, and next time, you may not have the strength to push it back. Then what do I do?" Emily's voice was sharp, the desperation creeping back into her tone. "How do I stop this? How do I break the cycle?" Thomas shook his head slowly, as if the answer was one he had long ago accepted. "You can't," he said quietly. "You are bound to the Keeper now. You cannot escape. There is no breaking the cycle. You are the Keeper, Emily. You hold the balance. But it will break you eventually. It always does." The weight of his words sank deep into her chest. She had hoped, prayed, that she could find a way to end this nightmare. But there was no ending. There was only the endless cycle of Keeper and entity, of life and death, feeding and consuming, until one day the Keeper was no longer strong enough to fight. "Is that it then?" Emily asked bitterly, her voice trembling. "I'm just stuck in this hell forever?" Thomas looked at her, his eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't quite place. "Sympathy? Pity? You will be," he said quietly, "unless you can find a way to truly break free. But it's a path none before you have survived." She stared at him, a storm of conflicting emotions swirling inside her. She wanted to scream, to run away from all of this, to escape. But the orb was there, just within reach, and she could feel it calling to her, a whisper in the dark. The power that came with it, the sense of purpose, the sense of control. The creature might have been driven back, but Emily knew it was only a matter of time before it returned. And when it did, it would come with a vengeance. Her eyes flicked back to the orb, its faint glow now pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. It was a lifeline, a power she could wield. But at what cost? "Why didn't you warn me about this?" Emily demanded, her voice rising. "Why didn't you tell me what I was really getting into?" Thomas flinched at the question, his eyes flickering with something that might have been regret. "I tried," he said quietly, "but the truth, the real truth, is too much for anyone to bear. I never wanted you to inherit this curse, but when your aunt passed, there was no one else left. The house, this house, calls for the Keeper, and there are always those who come to claim it." Emily's mind reeled. So this had all been planned. From the moment her aunt had died, from the moment Emily had walked into this house, she had been marked. She had been chosen to take the role of Keeper, and she had never had a choice. She had been destined to become part of this endless cycle of death and darkness, just as Thomas had been before her. "Then why didn't you leave?" Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you knew what it would do to me, why didn't you leave this place? Why stay and become part of the curse?" Thomas's face darkened, the weight of the years he had spent in the house reflected in his eyes. "Where would I go?" he asked bitterly. "Once you are the Keeper, you can't just leave." The creature won't let you. The power, it binds you here to the land, to the house, to the curse. You belong to it now. Emily felt a surge of anger, a hot, burning fury that surged through her veins. She clenched her fists, her nails biting into her skin. I don't belong to it. I'm not a puppet. I won't let it control me. For a moment, there was silence between them. Thomas's gaze softened, but there was a sadness in his eyes now, a resignation that Emily couldn't ignore. You will see. The creature will return. And when it does, it will test you. It will push you to the edge. It always does. Emily stood up, her legs weak but determined. She wasn't going to accept this. She wasn't going to let herself fall into the same trap Thomas had. She refused to let the creature win. She had power now. She had control over it. I'll find a way to break the curse, she said, her voice firm, though doubt lingered in the back of her mind. I'll do whatever it takes. Thomas looked at her, his expression unreadable. For a moment, he seemed to be considering something. Then, with a sigh, he shook his head. I hope you do, but the price of trying is high. The keeper has a choice to make, Emily. Whether you feed the creature, or whether it consumes you. If you choose to fight, you will be broken. If you choose to feed, you may survive. Emily's heart clenched. She was at a crossroads. There was no easy answer, no escape. She could fight, risking everything, or she could succumb to the creature's hunger, giving it what it wanted, and continue the endless cycle. But she couldn't. She wouldn't. I'll find another way, she whispered to herself, more than to Thomas. I'll break this. As she turned to walk away, she felt the weight of the orb in her pocket, the subtle hum of power still vibrating against her skin. She didn't know how she would do it, but she had to. There had to be a way out, a way to end the curse, to rid herself of the creature forever. And she would find it, or die trying. The days that followed were a blur of unease and quiet desperation. Emily couldn't shake the weight of her newfound reality. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind through the trees outside, made her heart race, as if the very air around her was charged with unseen forces. The orb, tucked away in her pocket or hidden in the back of a drawer, seemed to hum with a quiet pulse, as if it were waiting for her to embrace it fully. But Emily resisted. She wasn't ready to give herself entirely to it, not yet. Thomas, though silent much of the time, was still there. He was always just a few steps behind her, a constant shadow that never quite left her side. His presence was suffocating at times, but Emily couldn't bring herself to push him away. There was something in his eyes, something that spoke of experience, years of suffering, of knowing the truth, but also a part of her that wanted to learn. He had been the keeper before her. He knew the rules of this cursed life. If there was anyone who could help her, it was him. But even Thomas, for all his warnings, seemed hesitant to offer any real guidance. His eyes always seemed distant when she asked about breaking the cycle, and he never spoke about the entity, never explained the full extent of its power. It was as if he feared the creature would hear them, that merely speaking its name would bring it back to life. One evening, as Emily sat by the fire, her fingers idly tracing the rim of her teacup, she noticed something odd. The air around her seemed to thicken, just a little, the way it does before a storm. She could feel a chill in the air, a strange heaviness, like the world itself was holding its breath. Emily's skin prickled. She wasn't alone. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the dim room, and there, standing in the doorway, was Thomas. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. His lips parted as if to speak, but no words came. It was as if he were struggling to say something important, something urgent, but the words were caught in his throat. And then, his gaze flicked to the small table in the corner of the room, the one where the orb had been resting ever since she had first touched it. For a moment, Emily's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't touched it since the night she had forced the creature back, but now it felt like it was calling her, its pulse almost in time with her own heartbeat. Thomas, she whispered, her voice trembling with unease. What's going on? What's happening? Thomas stepped forward slowly, his hands trembling. It's here, he said quietly, his voice thick with dread. The creature, it knows you've taken control. It knows what you've become. And it's testing you. It's waiting for you to slip, Emily. Waiting for you to give in. Emily's stomach turned, the air in the room growing heavier with each passing second. She felt it, the presence, like a dark cloud settling over her, pressing against her chest. The walls seemed to close in around her, and the firelight flickered, casting grotesque shadows across the room. No, Emily whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for the orb. The power of the keeper thrummed beneath her fingertips, but it felt different now. It felt as if the orb were resisting her, as if it were alive in a way it hadn't been before. The weight of the creature's hunger pressed down on her, thick and suffocating. Thomas, what do I do? She asked, her voice trembling. How do I stop it? How do I break this cycle? Thomas closed his eyes for a long moment, as if the question burned him. When he opened them again, there was a sorrow there, deep and endless. There's no way to break it, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The creature is ancient. It is bound to the keeper. And as long as you hold the power, it will never truly leave you. You cannot destroy it. You can only delay it, control it for a while. But it will always come back. Always. Emily's chest tightened with frustration and despair. She had known this truth deep down, but hearing it from Thomas made it feel all the more real, all the more inescapable. She was trapped in this role, bound by forces she couldn't begin to comprehend, forced to hold the balance between life and death, between the creature's hunger and the fragile peace she fought so desperately to maintain. A low growl, soft but unmistakable, rippled through the room, vibrating in her bones. Emily froze, her heart thudding in her chest. She turned toward the window, half expecting to see the creature's eyes staring back at her through the glass. But it wasn't there. The growl wasn't from outside. It was inside her. Her pulse quickened, her breath shallow and panicked as she pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the frantic thrum of her heart. The orb, her connection to the keeper, to the creature, began to glow with a faint, ominous light, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. And in that moment, Emily realized the horrible truth. The creature wasn't just an external force. It had become part of her. She could feel it now, as if it were breathing inside her, feeding off her very soul. Its hunger wasn't something distant anymore. It was hers to bear. No, Emily gasped, clutching at her chest, her fingers trembling. No, no, no. Thomas stepped forward quickly, his hand gripping her arm, but Emily barely felt his touch. Her vision was blurring as the orb's light grew brighter, the air around her thickening with a presence that made the walls seem to close in. Emily, Thomas said urgently, his voice breaking through the haze of panic. Listen to me. You have to control it. You have to control the hunger. Don't let it take you. If you let it take you, there's no going back. Do you understand? She could barely hear him over the roar in her mind, the relentless hunger gnawing at her insides. Her stomach churned, her teeth gritted in agony as the creature, the keeper, pressed against her soul, demanding release. She felt the power surging within her, filling every fiber of her being. It was so strong, so overwhelming, and she knew deep down that Thomas was right. If she let go now, if she surrendered, she would become nothing more than the creature's vessel, a puppet for its endless hunger. But if she didn't, if she resisted, she felt the orb pulse again, sharper now, more insistent. The hunger clawed at her insides, demanding its feast. The room seemed to swirl around her, the walls bending and warping, shadows stretching toward her like tendrils of darkness, reaching, pulling her in. She was no longer sure where she ended and the creature began. You are the keeper. The voice echoed in her mind, deep and ancient, a dark lullaby that spoke directly to her soul. You cannot escape me. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Emily fought against the pull. She couldn't let the hunger take her. Not yet. Not now. But as she stood there, trembling, heart racing, a terrifying realization crept into her mind. There was no escaping the keeper. She had already been marked. And the creature had already won. The darkness within her swelled, pressing against her ribs like a suffocating weight. Emily could feel the very fabric of her being unraveling, her thoughts slipping away like smoke in the wind. The creature inside her, the keeper, was no longer a distant presence. It was her, and she was it. The hunger, the power, the endless pull toward the abyss, it was all part of her now. She stumbled back, nearly falling into the cold stone fireplace. Her vision blurred as she fought to retain control, to remember who she was before all of this began. The quiet girl who had simply inherited a house, the one who never asked for this burden, the one who was just trying to survive. But survival meant nothing now, not in the face of something so ancient, so insatiable. "Emily, please." Thomas's voice broke through the storm in her mind. His hand was on her arm now, but his touch felt distant, as though the distance between them was growing wider with every passing second. "You're still here. Fight it. Fight the hunger." His words barely reached her. The voice of the creature, no longer just a whisper but a chorus of dark, guttural tones, roared in her mind. "You belong to me now. There is no fighting it. You have already given yourself to the hunger. It is too late." Emily's knees buckled, and she fell to the floor, her fingers clawing at the wood as if trying to anchor herself to something, anything, that could pull her back from the edge. The orb was in her pocket, its warmth burning through the fabric of her jeans. It called to her, sang its song of dark power and submission, but for the first time, Emily refused to listen. I won't let you take me," she whispered, her voice hoarse, barely a sound at all. She squeezed her eyes shut, blocking out everything but her breath and the frantic pounding of her heart. But the creature's influence surged again, and this time, she couldn't hold it back. It filled her chest like a fire, twisting and writhing inside her, seeking to consume. It wanted control. It wanted her to surrender. "Emily!" Thomas shouted, his voice filled with panic. He dropped to his knees beside her, his hand desperately gripping her wrist. "You have to fight it. You can still choose." But what choice did she have left? The cycle had already begun. She could feel it, the inevitability of it. The keeper could not be escaped. She had already become part of it, and it was only a matter of time before the creature took all of her, body, soul, and will. In her mind, the darkness coiled tighter, suffocating her thoughts. "You are mine, always and forever." A single tear slipped down Emily's cheek as she fought to maintain her grasp on herself, on her identity. She wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. The edges of her consciousness were fraying, slipping away like sand through her fingers. The orb was still pulsing with power, but it felt alien to her now, as though it were no longer a tool, but a trap. "You are the keeper." The voice was inside her head now, a low melodic chant. "You will feed. You will serve. There is no escape." Her breath came in short, ragged gasps as her body trembled under the weight of the power trying to rip her apart. The hunger was overwhelming, like an empty pit in her stomach, an endless void that threatened to swallow her whole. She could feel the pull of the entity, drawing closer and closer, and she knew she was running out of time. "Thomas," Emily managed, her voice barely a whisper. Her eyes locked onto his, but there was nothing left of the woman she once was. The keeper was taking her, piece by piece. "I don't know if I can fight anymore." His eyes were wide with fear and sadness, but there was something else there, too, a deep, aching sorrow that she couldn't quite place. "Emily, you can still fight. You can still choose." But there was no choice left. The creature was a part of her now, and as the keeper, she had to serve it. She was bound to it, whether she liked it or not. No amount of resistance would change that. With a final guttural scream, Emily's body went rigid, the power surging through her like lightning. She could feel the orb burning against her chest, the energy pouring into her, filling her up. Her skin was alive with the power of the keeper, and she could feel the entity feeding off her very essence, growing stronger with each passing second. "No," she screamed, but the voice wasn't her own anymore. It was the creature's, its hunger pouring from her lips. "I am the keeper." Thomas recoiled as if struck, his face pale and horrified. "Emily, no," he cried, but his voice was swallowed by the dark, powerful energy that now engulfed her. Emily's vision swam with blackness as the hunger consumed her completely. She could feel the entity wrapping around her like chains, locking her in place. There was no escape. There was only the dark, endless cycle of the keeper and the endless, insatiable hunger that drove her forward. And then, with one final, desperate cry, Emily let go. The world fell away, leaving only the cold, dark embrace of the creature. The house, the orb, the memories of the woman she had once been. They all faded into nothingness, consumed by the very force she had tried so hard to resist. Thomas's voice was a distant echo, a faint cry of despair that barely reached her as she was swallowed whole. But Emily knew deep down that there was no escaping the keeper. She had been marked from the moment she stepped into this house. The hunger had claimed her, just as it had claimed all those before her. She was no longer Emily. She was the keeper, and she would feed. Forever. The world around Emily faded into darkness, and yet it wasn't quite silence. The world didn't vanish completely, it shifted. The hunger inside her, inside the keeper, still roared, but it was muted now, distant. She was aware of everything, yet nothing at all. Her body moved, her eyes blinked, but it felt as though she were watching herself from a distance, trapped in a body that was no longer fully hers. For what felt like an eternity, she floated in this endless limbo, a cold emptiness surrounding her. Yet she couldn't fully escape the pull of the hunger. Her thoughts seemed distant, as if they were floating on the surface of a vast ocean, trying to stay above the tide, trying not to be swept under. The orb, once so bright and insistent, no longer pulsed with that maddening rhythm. It was still there, buried deep within her, but now it felt like a memory, a long-lost echo. The keeper had taken her, consumed her, yet the creature's hunger remained. Emily could feel it now, gnawing at the edges of her soul. And yet, for the first time, she understood. The keeper was not just an ancient entity. It wasn't a single creature. It was a cycle, a force that fed on the souls of those who became its keeper, twisted them into something else, something darker, and then moved on, always seeking a new host. The keeper was not meant to be defeated. It was meant to be passed on, like a dark inheritance, and it would continue forever, consuming all who came into contact with it. For the first time, Emily understood her role. It wasn't just about controlling the creature. It was about surviving long enough to pass it on, long enough to find someone new who could take the burden from her. The creature didn't care who held the power as long as it could feed. The keeper had no end. It was eternal. And Emily was its latest prisoner. A scream, distant and muffled, reached her ears. It was Thomas. His voice, full of anguish, reached across the darkness like a thread of light, but it faded quickly, lost in the shifting void. She wanted to reach out to him, to tell him she was sorry, but she couldn't. She couldn't find the strength to do anything except succumb to the gnawing emptiness inside her. Time became meaningless. Hours, days, weeks, or maybe just minutes, she couldn't tell. The darkness was all-encompassing, but now she felt it in her bones, in the marrow of her soul. She was the keeper. She had always been the keeper. She had been born for this, marked by the house, the orb, the curse. Then, through the black fog of her mind, she heard a voice. A whisper so soft, so gentle, it almost didn't feel like a voice at all. Emily. It wasn't Thomas. It wasn't the creature. It was her aunt. Emily's breath hitched in her chest as she felt her heart tremble, the image of her aunt appearing, clear as day, in the darkness before her. Her face was serene, her eyes kind, but there was an undeniable sadness in her expression. "Aunt Clara," Emily whispered, her voice trembling with confusion and grief. "Is it really you?" Her aunt's face softened, her lips forming a gentle smile. "Yes, my dear," she said, her voice warm, but laced with a sorrow that made Emily's chest ache. "It is me. I've been waiting for you." "Why?" Emily's heart ached with questions, with pain, with anger. "Why did you let this happen? Why did you leave me with this curse?" The sadness deepened in Clara's eyes, and she stepped forward. "It was never a choice, Emily," she said gently, her voice like a caress. "The house, the keeper, it doesn't give you a choice. It calls for a soul. It always finds a way. I couldn't protect you from it. I couldn't break free, and neither could you. But you can still find peace." Emily shook her head, the hunger inside her raging against the peaceful, comforting words her aunt spoke. "No, I'm trapped. The keeper is inside me. I can't escape." Her aunt stepped closer, her figure now glowing faintly in the shadows. "You are not alone, Emily," she said softly. "The keeper may have marked you, but you can still fight. The key to breaking the cycle lies within you, but you have to understand the truth first." "The truth?" Emily's voice cracked. "What truth? What can I possibly do now?" Clara's eyes held an infinite sorrow, but there was a flicker of hope within them. "You have the power to break the cycle, Emily. You were always meant to. The keeper cannot live without a vessel, but the vessel does not have to remain bound. The hunger is not just about feeding, it's about control. You can break its grip." The world around Emily seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her response. The hunger within her whispered, low and persistent, but Clara's words anchored her, like a lifeline in a stormy sea. "How?" Emily whispered, her voice barely a sound, fragile and desperate. "How do I break free?" "You must choose," Clara said, her gaze intense now. "You must choose to give up the power. You must let go of the keeper. Let go of the orb. It feeds on your fear, your pain, your isolation. But if you can face it, if you can accept the truth, that you are more than the keeper, then you can be free." Emily felt a tremor of fear run through her. She understood now, the full weight of Clara's words. The keeper was inside her because it had found the perfect vessel. It fed on fear, on weakness, on the powerlessness of those it consumed. But Emily had been more than just a victim. She had been a part of the cycle, a piece of it, by the very nature of her inheritance. If she wanted to break the cycle, she had to confront that truth head-on. She had to stop running, stop hiding, and face the entity for what it truly was. A force of control, of darkness, but ultimately, a creation of her own fear. Her aunt's voice was soft but filled with conviction. "You have the strength, Emily. You always have." And in that moment, Emily felt something stir deep within her. A flicker of defiance. A spark of the woman she had been before all of this, before the hunger, before the keeper. She was more than this. She was not the keeper. The creature's voice, dark and relentless, seemed to scream inside her, drowning out all other sound. But Emily felt a cold wave of clarity wash over her. She understood now. She wasn't powerless. She had always had the power to break free. She only had to choose. And for the first time, Emily made her choice. With all the strength she could muster, Emily reached for the orb buried deep within her, her fingers trembling as she gripped it. The energy surged through her, wild and uncontrollable, but she didn't flinch. She faced it head-on. She would not be consumed. And as the darkness swirled around her, as the hunger screamed in fury, Emily whispered a single word, one that held all her will, all her defiance, all her desire to be free. "Enough!" Name of the next story, The Deadly Gift. It was an ordinary day when the package arrived. Thomas had been sitting at his kitchen table, a cup of lukewarm coffee in his hand, his eyes glued to the window. The morning mist still clung to the streets outside, and the world was quiet, as it often was in their small, quiet town. No one knew much about him. Thomas had always been something of a loner, a man who kept to himself. But that didn't matter much to him. He liked it that way. The knock at the door came suddenly, startling him. He set his cup down, rubbed his eyes, and made his way to the door. It was early. Who could be visiting him at this hour? When he opened the door, he was met by an unexpected sight. A tall, thin man stood on his porch, wearing a long, dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat that obscured most of his face. In his hand, he held a small, square package wrapped in brown paper, tied with a thin, red string. "Can I help you?" Thomas asked, his voice low. The man didn't respond at first. Instead, he simply held out the package, as if it were meant to be accepted, no questions asked. Thomas hesitated. The man's presence was unsettling, as if there were something wrong in the air, something that didn't belong. But after a moment, he took the package, feeling a strange weight to it in his hands. "This is for you," the man said, his voice a soft whisper, as though he had been waiting for Thomas to ask. "Who is it from?" Thomas asked, glancing at the unmarked package. The man's lips curled into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "You'll find out soon enough." Without another word, he turned and walked away, his footsteps muffled by the damp ground. Thomas watched him disappear down the street, his unease growing. He closed the door, the package still heavy in his hands. Inside, he set the package down on the kitchen table and unwrapped it carefully. As the paper fell away, he found a small, antique pocket watch, its face gold and tarnished with age. The watch was beautiful, its intricate design shining despite the layers of dust and wear. The hands of the watch were frozen, stuck in time. Thomas felt a strange chill as he picked it up, turning it over in his hands. There was something about it that made his skin crawl, but at the same time, he couldn't bring himself to put it down. It felt important. Later that night, Thomas sat alone in his living room, the watch beside him on the coffee table. The clock on the wall ticked away the hours, the steady rhythm almost soothing. But the longer he stared at the pocket watch, the more it seemed to call to him, like a whisper just out of reach. He picked it up again, running his fingers over the cold metal. Without thinking, he pressed the small button on the side to wind it. Immediately, something strange happened. The sound of the ticking stopped. Everything stopped. The room, the air, even the distant hum of traffic, everything stood still. It was as though time itself had frozen, and for a moment, Thomas thought he had simply imagined it. But when he looked around, he realized it wasn't his mind playing tricks. It was real. He could see his own breath hanging in the air, suspended, and the dust motes in the beam of moonlight hung motionless like little frozen stars. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't obey. Panic surged in his chest, but before he could even react, the ticking of the watch resumed, and everything rushed back to normal, as if nothing had happened. His heart raced in his chest, and he stared at the watch in disbelief. What had just happened? He stood up shakily, his legs weak, and reached for the door. The watch in his hand felt heavier now, as if it held a power that was beyond his understanding. When he opened the door, everything seemed fine again. The wind picked up, the rustling of the trees in the yard returned to his ears, and the world moved as it always had. But his mind couldn't shake the memory of what had just occurred. The watch, it had stopped time. The next few days were uneventful, but the watch never left his side. He kept it in his coat pocket, always aware of its weight, the cold metal pressing against him. And then, one evening, when Thomas was walking home from the corner store, the threat came. A car, its headlights blinding, swerved around the corner, coming at him fast. His heart stopped in his chest as he realized there was no time to move. The car would hit him. The next moment, everything went still. The watch. Without thinking, he grabbed it from his pocket and pressed the button. Time stopped. He watched, frozen in place, as the car's front bumper came ever closer. He could hear nothing, only the stillness of the world around him. It was as though he were in a bubble, cut off from everything. He could see the car suspended in midair, its tires inches from the ground. And then, as quickly as it had stopped, time resumed. The car, now safely past him, continued on its way, unaware that Thomas had come so close to death. His heart thudded in his chest, and he felt an odd relief, mixed with a growing sense of unease. The watch had saved him, but how? And at what cost? As the days passed, Thomas found himself using the watch more often. Each time it stopped time, it saved him from some disaster, an accidental fall, a slipping knife, a car rushing by. Each time, he grew more dependent on it, more obsessed. But something else was happening too. Each time the watch stopped time, he felt a little weaker, a little more detached from reality. His body seemed to ache more after each use, and his memory became foggy, as though the very act of halting time was costing him something. One night, he woke up in a cold sweat. The room was dark, but his mind was racing. He had been dreaming, but the details were slipping away. He couldn't remember what he had dreamed, and when he reached for the watch on his bedside table, his hand shook. It felt wrong. The weight was heavier than it had been, like something was pulling at him, dragging him deeper into a pit that he couldn't escape. As he tried to steady his breath, a sudden realization gripped him. His mind, his memories were slipping. The watch was taking them. He had forgotten things, important things. He couldn't remember the last time he had visited his mother, or the last time he had felt happy. The faces of people he had known were starting to blur, their names slipping through his fingers like water. He tried to resist the temptation to use the watch again, but the pull was too strong. The next time danger appeared, a shadow in the corner of his vision, a figure moving too quickly towards him, he couldn't help himself. He pressed the button again, feeling the world freeze. But this time, the stillness didn't feel comforting. It felt like a cage, trapping him inside, suffocating him. Time resumed, and with it, another piece of himself was gone. Days bled into each other, and Thomas could no longer tell where the hours went. The clock on the wall never seemed to tick the same way anymore. Time felt like a fragile illusion, something that slipped in and out of his grasp. His reflection in the mirror had begun to look unfamiliar, as though it belonged to someone else. His eyes were sunken, his face pale, and his hair was starting to thin. The watch had taken more than just his memories. It was taking his very essence. But still he couldn't stop. The more he used it, the more it whispered to him, drawing him back to it with an urgency he couldn't resist. Each time it saved him. Each time it froze the world around him. It felt like a brief escape from the sinking feeling in his chest. It was the only thing that made him feel alive, even if it was fleeting. Thomas sat at the kitchen table one evening, the watch lying in front of him. His fingers hovered over it, trembling. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, the pulse so loud it drowned out the rest of the world. He stared at the watch, watching the faint glow from its tarnished surface. It beckoned him like an old friend, a savior that promised to protect him from danger, from the inevitable. But the danger wasn't just in the world around him anymore. It was inside him. The more he used the watch, the more he felt like something was dying inside. His mind, his body, everything was unraveling piece by piece. He could still remember his name, but it was becoming harder to remember anything else. The faces of the people who had once mattered to him were becoming shadowy ghosts in his mind. His memories were slipping away like sand through his fingers. There was no escape. The watch was taking everything, and he was powerless to stop it. That night, a storm rolled in. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the rain beat against the roof in a steady rhythm. Thomas had always found comfort in storms, the way they seemed to wash everything clean, to erase the past. But tonight, the storm felt different. It felt like something else was coming, something darker. He sat by the window, the watch in his hand, watching the rain pour down in sheets. The world outside was dark, shrouded in mist and shadow, and for the first time in a long while, Thomas felt truly alone. His mind kept spiraling, flickering between memories and nightmares, struggling to hold on to something real. He could still feel the weight of the watch in his palm, like a curse. And then the doorbell rang. Thomas froze, his heart leaping in his chest. He hadn't been expecting anyone. Who could be at his door in the middle of a storm? He stood slowly, his legs shaky, and walked to the door. His hand hovered over the knob, the cold metal pressing against his palm. For a moment, he wondered if it was just his imagination, a figment of his warped mind. But the bell rang again, more insistent this time. He opened the door cautiously, and there stood a figure, a man dressed in a dark coat, the collar turned up against the rain. His face was hidden in shadow, but Thomas could feel his gaze, sharp and knowing, cutting through the dim light. "Can I help you?" Thomas asked, his voice barely a whisper. The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his coat and pulled out a small, familiar object, the same pocket watch that Thomas had received so long ago. "You've been using it, haven't you?" the man said, his voice low and rasping, like something that had long since lost its humanity. Thomas's breath caught in his throat. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling now. The man stepped forward, his presence cold, like an echo of death. "I'm the one who gave it to you, the one who saw your desperation, your need. The watch, it was never meant to be a gift." Thomas felt his heart race. "What do you mean?" "It saved me. It protected me." The man's lips twisted into a cruel smile, but his eyes remained empty, devoid of emotion. "It takes from you, Thomas. Everything you have, your memories, your health, your soul. With every use, you give something up, but you've been too desperate to see it. And now, you're too far gone." Thomas felt the weight of the man's words settle like a stone in his stomach. He stumbled backward, dropping the watch in horror. The man's gaze never left him, his eyes hollow and dark. "What do you want from me?" Thomas gasped, his voice cracking. The man stepped closer, the sound of his footsteps eerily quiet in the storm's chaos. "I'm here to take it back. The watch. It doesn't belong to you anymore, Thomas. You've used it too much. Now it's time to return it." Thomas felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He wanted to scream, to run, but his legs felt like lead. The watch was now lying on the floor, just out of his reach. It had been his salvation, his only escape from the horrors of his own mind. But now it was a trap, a poison that had slowly consumed him. The man crouched down, picking up the watch with ease, and held it out toward Thomas. "Take it, Thomas, but be warned, it will cost you more than you can imagine. The watch is the keeper of your memories, your very life. It will take everything, and when it's done, you will be nothing." For a long moment, Thomas just stared at the watch, his body trembling. He could feel the pull of it, like a magnetic force, drawing him closer, making it impossible to resist. He reached out a shaking hand, the coldness of the metal seeping into his skin. And as his fingers brushed against the watch, a sharp, searing pain shot through him, a pain that seemed to radiate from the very core of his being. His vision blurred, and for a brief moment he saw flashes, fragments of memories that didn't belong to him. Faces, names, places, all tumbling together in a whirlpool of confusion. The pain intensified, and he gasped for breath, feeling as though he were being torn apart from the inside. His memories, his past, everything he had known, was being ripped away from him, one piece at a time. But it was too late. The watch had claimed him. With one final gut-wrenching cry, Thomas collapsed to the floor, his body limp and lifeless. The man stood over him, watching as the last remnants of Thomas's soul were consumed by the cursed timepiece. The storm outside raged on, but inside the house was still. The watch, now stained with the price of its power, ticked on. Name of the next story, The Cold Spot. The apartment had been a dream come true for Lisa and Mark. After months of searching, they had finally found a place that was spacious, affordable, and nestled in a quiet neighborhood just far enough from the city to feel like a sanctuary. The building was old, with high ceilings, ornate moldings, and hardwood floors that creaked underfoot. It had character, the kind of charm that made them feel like they were stepping into a little piece of history. But there was something else, too, something they didn't notice at first. The first night in the apartment was uneventful. They unpacked boxes until their backs ached and ordered takeout that they ate sitting on the floor, surrounded by piles of books, dishes, and clothes. The living room became their makeshift haven, its large bay windows letting in soft light from a street lamp outside. As they lay on a mattress pushed against the wall, listening to the faint hum of the city in the distance, Lisa felt a deep sense of peace. "This place is perfect," she whispered, resting her head on Mark's shoulder. "It really is," he replied, kissing her forehead. "I think we're going to be happy here." The first time they noticed the cold spot, it was subtle, barely a flicker of awareness. Lisa was unpacking a box of dishes in the kitchen when she felt it, a faint chill that seemed to drift in from nowhere, brushing against the back of her neck. She paused, frowning, and glanced toward the living room. Mark was on the couch, scrolling through his phone. "Did you leave a window open?" she called out. Mark looked up, confused. "No, why?" "It's freezing in here," she said, rubbing her arms. Mark shrugged. "Old building, I guess. Drafty windows." Lisa nodded, dismissing the thought. But as the days passed, the chill became harder to ignore. It wasn't just a draft, and it wasn't confined to the kitchen. It lingered in the corner of the living room, a small patch of space that seemed immune to the warmth of the radiator or the sunlight streaming through the windows. Lisa joked about it at first, calling it their ghostly AC. Mark laughed, but even he admitted it was strange. One evening, as they were watching TV, Lisa glanced toward the corner where the cold spot seemed to emanate. She shivered involuntarily. "I swear it's getting worse," she said, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Mark reached out to touch her hand, his fingers warm against her icy skin. "You're overthinking it," he said. "It's just an old apartment. Maybe there's something wrong with the insulation." Lisa nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The cold wasn't just physical. It felt heavy, oppressive, like a presence that pressed against her chest and made it harder to breathe. At night, when the lights were off and the apartment was silent, she could feel it watching her. One night, she woke up shivering. The room was pitch black, and the air felt colder than ever. She reached out for Mark, but his side of the bed was empty. Panic flared in her chest as she sat up, straining to hear any sound. A faint creak came from the living room. "Mark," she called out, her voice trembling. There was no response. She slid out of bed, her feet touching the freezing floor, and crept toward the door. The hallway stretched before her, bathed in shadow. The living room was just ahead, but the cold seemed to radiate from it like a pulse. She hesitated at the threshold, her breath visible in the icy air. "Mark," she called again, louder this time. A figure emerged from the corner, the shadowy outline of her husband. He was standing still, his back to her, facing the wall. "Mark, what are you doing?" Lisa asked, her voice rising in alarm. He didn't move. The cold seemed to intensify, seeping into her skin and making her teeth chatter. She stepped closer, reaching out to touch his shoulder. "Mark?" He turned suddenly, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes wide and glassy. "I can hear it," he whispered. Lisa froze. "Hear what?" "It's in the walls," he said, his voice barely audible. "It's always been here." Lisa grabbed his arm, pulling him toward her. "You're scaring me. Come back to bed." Mark blinked, as if waking from a trance, and allowed her to lead him back to the bedroom. He didn't say another word, but Lisa could feel the tension in his body, the way his hands trembled as they pulled the blanket over themselves. She lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint creaks and whispers that seemed to come from the living room. Over the next few days, Mark became increasingly withdrawn. He stopped eating, stopped sleeping, and spent most of his time sitting in the living room, staring at the cold corner. Lisa tried to talk to him, to snap him out of whatever spell had taken hold, but he barely responded. His skin grew paler, his eyes more sunken, and he spoke in fragmented sentences that made no sense. "It wants something," he said one afternoon, his voice monotone. "It's hungry." Lisa felt a surge of frustration and fear. "What are you talking about, Mark? You're scaring me. This isn't like you." Mark turned to her, his expression blank. "You'll see." That night, Lisa decided to sleep in the guest room. She couldn't bear the tension in the air, the way the cold seemed to cling to her skin. She curled up under the blankets, her heart pounding, and tried to block out the sound of Mark's muttering in the other room. But sleep didn't come. Around midnight, she heard a sound, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was faint, like the wind passing through a crack, but it carried words she couldn't quite make out. She sat up, her pulse racing, and strained to listen. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it filled the room. Lisa clapped her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The words were inside her head, cold and sharp, slicing through her thoughts. She stumbled out of bed, disoriented, and made her way to the living room. Mark was sitting in the corner, his back to her, rocking slightly. The cold was unbearable now, a frigid wall of air that made her feel like she was suffocating. "Mark," she said, her voice cracking, "please come back to bed." He didn't respond. She stepped closer, her feet numb against the frozen floor, and reached out to touch his shoulder. As soon as her fingers made contact, he turned to her, his face twisted into a mask of anguish. "It's too late," he whispered. "It's here." The whispering grew louder, a deafening roar that seemed to vibrate through the walls. The room went dark, the air thick and heavy, and Lisa felt herself being pulled toward the corner. She screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the void. Lisa clawed at the floor, trying to anchor herself, but the pull was relentless. It was as though an unseen force was dragging her into the cold, dark corner. The icy air tore at her skin, and her breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale visible in the freezing atmosphere. Her vision blurred, but she could still see Mark, sitting motionless, his eyes locked on the wall as if he were hypnotized. "Mark, help me!" she screamed, her voice cracking. Mark didn't move. His lips quivered as if he wanted to speak but couldn't form the words. Instead, his gaze shifted to her, and she saw tears streaming down his hollow cheeks. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It won't let me." The pull grew stronger, and Lisa felt her body sliding across the floor. Her fingers scraped against the hardwood, splinters digging into her skin as she fought to hold on. The whispering was deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the walls, the floor, and the very air around her. The words were incomprehensible, but they carried a weight that pressed down on her chest, making it impossible to breathe. Just as she thought she would be swallowed by the void, the pull suddenly ceased. The air grew still, and the whispering stopped. Lisa collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her limbs were numb, and her body ached from the strain. She looked up, expecting to see the cold corner looming over her, but it was gone. The living room was quiet, bathed in the faint glow of the street lamp outside. "Mark," she called out weakly. He was still sitting in the corner, his head bowed and his hands resting limply on his knees. She crawled toward him, her movements slow and deliberate, and placed a hand on his shoulder. His skin was ice cold. "Mark, it's over," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever that was, it's gone." Mark lifted his head, and Lisa recoiled in horror. His eyes were completely black, the irises and whites swallowed by an inky void. His face was gaunt, his cheeks hollow, and his skin stretched tightly over his bones. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, only a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down Lisa's spine. "Mark, no," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What happened to you?" He reached out and grabbed her wrist, his grip impossibly strong. His fingers were like icicles, biting into her skin and sending a shock of pain through her arm. She tried to pull away, but he held her firmly, his black eyes staring into hers. "It's not me," he said, his voice distorted and unnatural. "It's inside." Lisa screamed and wrenched herself free, stumbling backward and falling onto the floor. Mark rose slowly, his movements jerky and unnatural, as if he were a puppet on invisible strings. The cold radiated from him now, filling the room and making the air feel thick and heavy. "Leave me alone," Lisa cried, crawling backward until her back hit the wall. Mark tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "You can't escape it," he said. "It's part of you now." Lisa shook her head, her heart pounding in her chest. "No, you're lying. This isn't real." Mark took a step toward her, his body moving with an unsettling stiffness. "You felt it the moment we moved in. It's always been here waiting. And now it's found you." She scrambled to her feet and bolted for the door, her mind racing. She didn't know where she was going or what she would do, but she had to get out. The cold seemed to follow her, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. She reached the front door and yanked it open, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness. The hallway was gone, replaced by a void that stretched endlessly in every direction. "No, no, no," she muttered, backing away from the door. "This isn't happening." The door slammed shut behind her, and she spun around to see Mark standing in the center of the living room. The cold radiated from him in waves, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift and writhe like living things. "You can't leave," he said. "It won't let you." Lisa's mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She thought about the cold spot, the whispers, the way Mark had changed. It all felt like a nightmare, but the pain in her body and the fear in her heart were all too real. "What does it want?" she demanded, her voice shaking. Mark's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It wants everything. Your warmth, your memories, your soul. It feeds on despair." Lisa felt a surge of anger rise within her, cutting through her fear. "I won't let it take me," she said. "I won't give in." Mark laughed, a hollow, echoing sound that made her skin crawl. "You don't have a choice. It's already begun." The shadows in the room grew darker, creeping along the walls and floor like tendrils. The cold intensified, and Lisa felt her strength draining away. She stumbled backward, her vision blurring as the air grew heavier and heavier. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, drowning out her thoughts. Just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a sudden warmth enveloped her. It was faint, like the glow of a dying ember, but it was enough to push back the cold. She looked down and saw that she was holding something in her hand, a small, silver pendant that she had unpacked earlier that day. It had belonged to her grandmother, a gift she had always cherished. The warmth grew stronger, spreading through her body and driving away the cold. The whispers faded, and the shadows recoiled as if burned by an unseen force. Mark let out a guttural scream and fell to the floor, his body convulsing. Lisa clutched the pendant tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You're not taking us," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. The shadows seemed to hesitate, wavering in the air like smoke. The cold receded further, and the room grew brighter as the street lamp's light pierced the darkness. Mark stopped convulsing and lay still, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Lisa approached him cautiously, the pendant still clutched in her hand. "Mark," she whispered. His eyes fluttered open, and she let out a sob of relief when she saw that they were no longer black. He looked up at her, confusion and fear etched on his face. "Lisa? What happened?" She knelt beside him, pulling him into her arms. "It's over," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't know how, but it's over." Mark clung to her, his body trembling. The cold spot in the corner was gone, and the apartment felt warm for the first time since they had moved in. But as they sat there, holding each other, Lisa couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, something that wasn't entirely gone. Name of the next story, The Blood Moon Pact. The friends gathered in the small, dimly lit tavern at the edge of the village, their laughter cutting through the quiet hum of whispered conversations. It had been years since they had all been together. Life had pulled them in different directions, jobs, families, and distance. But now they were here, reunited, in the remote village of Red Hollow, where Liam had invited them to stay for a weekend retreat. Liam had always been the planner, the one who held them together. He'd found this village while researching rural getaways and discovered that their visit coincided with the rare occurrence of a blood moon. "It'll be unforgettable," he had said in the group chat, attaching photos of a rustic old house he'd rented for them to stay in. The house, he claimed, had character, but as the group stepped inside, it seemed more like it had secrets. The floorboards creaked under their weight, and the smell of damp wood and mildew clung to the air. The living room was dominated by a large stone fireplace, its mantel adorned with peculiar carvings that none of them recognized. Tall, thin windows let in the faint glow of the setting sun, and the shadows seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally as the light dimmed. "This place is, atmospheric," Natalie said, her voice trailing off as her eyes scanned the room. "You mean creepy," Danny added, tossing his backpack onto a worn armchair. "Why does every horror movie start like this?" "Relax," Liam replied, rolling his eyes. "It's old, sure, but it's cozy. Plus, I read that the locals here have all these cool traditions tied to the blood moon. It's part of their folklore." "Folklore?" Sarah asked, raising an eyebrow as she helped herself to a bottle of wine they'd brought along. "Yeah, like old superstitions. Something about the moon being a time when the veil between worlds is thinner." "I don't know. I thought it'd add to the vibe," Liam said with a grin. Natalie shivered, pulling her sweater tighter around her. "I don't know if I want to be anywhere near thin veils." The group laughed, but the unease in her voice lingered. Outside, the sky deepened into a dark crimson hue as the blood moon began its slow ascent. After dinner, they decided to explore the village. Red Hollow was quiet, almost unnervingly so. The cobblestone streets were empty, and the windows of the small houses lining the road were dark. Only the faint flicker of candlelight from the tavern hinted at any life. As they walked, they noticed strange symbols carved into the doorframes of every home. Circles with jagged edges, crescent shapes, and lines that intersected in ways that made their eyes hurt if they stared too long. "Looks like the locals take their folklore pretty seriously," Danny said, his voice low. "Maybe it's just decoration," Sarah suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. "Or maybe they're trying to keep something out," Natalie whispered, her words hanging in the cold air like a warning. They stopped at the edge of the village square, where an ancient stone well stood at its center. A plaque at the base of the well caught their attention, its inscription worn, but still legible under the light of Liam's phone. "The pact," Liam read aloud. "On the night of the crimson moon, a promise is kept, and a price is paid." "That's ominous." Before anyone could respond, an old man emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley. His face was gaunt, his skin pale and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes, dark and unblinking, seemed to pierce through them. "You shouldn't be here," the man said, his voice rasping like dry leaves. We're just visiting," Liam said, trying to sound casual. The man shook his head. "Leave. Before it's too late." "Too late for what?" Natalie asked, her voice trembling. "The moon is hungry," he said, his gaze fixed on the sky. "And it always gets what it's owed." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but before they could ask any more questions, the man turned and disappeared into the darkness. "Okay, that was creepy," Sarah said, her voice breaking the silence. "Probably just some local trying to mess with the tourists," Liam said, though his attempt to sound confident fell flat. They returned to the house, but the strange encounter lingered in their minds. As the hours passed, the atmosphere inside grew heavier, and an unnatural chill seeped into the air. Natalie was the first to notice it. "Is anyone else freezing?" she asked, rubbing her arms. "It's like the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Danny checked the thermostat. It says it's 70 in here, but it doesn't feel like it. The chill seemed to center around the fireplace. The carvings on the mantel, which had seemed merely odd before, now appeared sinister in the flickering light of the fire. One by one, they began to notice things out of place, shadows that didn't align with their source, whispers that faded the moment they tried to listen, and a faint hum that seemed to emanate from the stone walls. "I don't like this," Sarah said, clutching her wine glass. "Something about this place feels wrong. Let's just go to bed," Liam suggested. "We'll feel better in the morning." But morning didn't bring relief. Instead, they woke to find strange symbols etched into the windows, the same ones they'd seen on the houses in the village. The cold had worsened, and the fire refused to stay lit no matter how much wood they added. The blood moon still hung in the sky, though it was faint in the daylight, casting an eerie red glow over everything. "This doesn't make any sense," Liam said, pacing the room. "It's like the village is trapped in some kind of time loop." "I told you," Natalie said, her voice tight with fear. "Something is wrong here. We need to leave." They packed their bags and headed for the car, but the roads leading out of the village were blocked by thick fog that seemed almost alive. Every turn brought them back to the same place, the stone well in the village square. "It's like we're being herded," Danny said, his voice barely above a whisper. That night, as the blood moon reached its peak, the whispers grew louder, forming words they couldn't understand but instinctively feared. The chill became unbearable, and the symbols on the windows began to glow faintly. Then came the knocking, a slow, deliberate sound that echoed through the house. "No one opened that door," Natalie said, her voice shaking. The knocking grew louder, more insistent. Liam, unable to resist, approached the door. As he reached for the handle, the old man from the village appeared behind him, as if out of thin air. "You've made a mistake," the man said, "but there's still a chance to set it right." "What do you mean?" Liam asked, his hand trembling on the door. "The pact," the man said, "the village's promise to the moon. Every 100 years, it demands a soul, or more. If you're here, it means the moon has chosen you." "That's insane," Sarah said. "We didn't agree to anything." "It doesn't matter," the man replied. "The moon cares only for the pact, not who fulfills it." The whispers grew deafening, and the door began to splinter as if something was clawing at it from the other side. "What do we do?" Natalie screamed. The old man handed Liam a dagger, its blade etched with the same symbols that adorn the houses and windows. "You have to offer a sacrifice. Only blood can satisfy the moon." Liam stared at the dagger in his hand, the flickering firelight dancing along its strange symbols. His heart pounded as he turned to the old man, his voice cracking. "You're saying I have to kill someone? That's the only way to stop this." The old man's face was unyielding, his eyes hollow and unfeeling. "Not just someone," he rasped. "The moon's hunger is specific. It craves the blood of those it's bound to, those who are here under its gaze tonight." Natalie stepped back, her eyes wide with panic. "You're insane. There's no way we're doing this." Her voice shook as she pointed toward the door. "This is all some sick game." The old man didn't flinch. "You've already been chosen. If you don't act, the moon will take all of you. It does not bargain. It does not wait." The house groaned, the walls vibrating as the knocking turned into pounding. The air grew colder still, and their breath came out in visible puffs. Shadows darted across the walls, moving in unnatural ways, their shapes warping and twisting. "Liam, put that thing down," Danny said, his voice firm but his hands trembling. "We can figure this out. There has to be another way." "There isn't," the old man interrupted sharply. "You're all fools if you think you can outlast it. The moon always gets what it's owed." "Stop it!" Sarah screamed, clutching her head. "Just stop." The pounding on the door grew more violent, and the whispers swelled, no longer distant but close, as if someone, or something, was speaking directly into their ears. Words they couldn't understand filled their minds, and with each syllable, A deep dread settled in their chests. Liam, Natalie whispered, tears streaming down her face. Don't listen to him. Please. There's got to be another way. But Liam's hand tightened around the hilt of the dagger, his knuckles white. He looked at each of them in turn, Danny, Sarah, Natalie, the people he had called his closest friends, the people he had brought here. This is my fault, he said, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of whispers and pounding. I brought us here. I didn't know, but I still brought us here. No, Natalie shouted, stepping forward. Liam, don't do this. You're not a murderer. Liam shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. I'm trying to save you. Before anyone could stop him, he raised the dagger and plunged it into his own chest. The room seemed to freeze. The whispers stopped. The pounding ceased. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of Liam's ragged breathing as he collapsed to his knees, blood pooling beneath him. Liam! Sarah screamed, rushing to his side. She tried to press her hands against the wound, but the blood wouldn't stop. The old man watched, unblinking. That won't be enough, he said coldly. Danny spun on him, fury in his eyes. You said a sacrifice would end this. I said the moon demands blood, the old man replied. But one life won't quench its thirst when so many are offered. The realization hit them all at once. The pact wasn't for a single soul. It was for as many as the moon could claim. The room began to shake violently, and the shadows on the walls grew, stretching into grotesque, monstrous forms. The blood moon's light poured through the windows, bathing the room in a crimson glow. The symbols on the walls and windows burned brighter, their light almost blinding. Natalie backed into a corner, her hands over her ears as the whispers returned, louder than ever. They spoke her name now, over and over like a chant. No, she whimpered. No, no, no. Danny grabbed Sarah's arm, pulling her toward the door. We have to get out of here. Now. But when he reached for the door handle, it burned his hand. He yelped, stumbling back. The door was glowing red-hot, as if the moon itself was holding it shut. Liam's body lay motionless on the floor, his blood seeping into the cracks of the wooden boards. The old man knelt beside him, his hands hovering over the dagger. He murmured something under his breath, a string of words that sounded ancient and otherworldly. What are you doing? Sarah demanded, her voice shaking. Trying to appease it, the old man said, though his tone held little hope. But it may already be too late. The shadows began to coalesce, pulling away from the walls and taking shape in the center of the room. They formed a figure, tall and inhuman, its face obscured by swirling darkness. Two glowing red eyes emerged from the void, locking onto the group. Danny stepped in front of Natalie and Sarah, his fists clenched though he was trembling. Stay back, he shouted, though his voice cracked with fear. The figure didn't move, but its presence pressed down on them like a physical weight. The air felt thick, suffocating. It raised a hand, or something resembling a hand, and pointed toward them. The whispers stopped, replaced by a single, guttural word, choose. No! Natalie screamed, shaking her head violently. We're not playing your game. The figure didn't react. It simply pointed again, the weight of its gaze making it impossible to look away. Sarah sobbed, clutching Natalie's arm. What do we do? What do we do? Danny's jaw tightened. He looked at the old man. Is there any way out of this? The old man didn't answer. He simply lowered his head, his silence speaking volumes. The shadows began to close in, the cold so intense now that frost formed on the walls and floor. The figure loomed closer, its presence overwhelming, its glowing eyes unblinking. Danny turned to the group, his face pale. We have to do something, he said, his voice cracking. If we don't, it's going to take all of us. Natalie shook her head, tears streaming down her face. There has to be another way. There isn't. Danny shouted, his voice filled with desperation. This thing, it's not going to stop. The figure's hand stretched toward them, the air around it crackling with unnatural energy. The whispers began again, louder and more insistent, their words burrowing into their minds like claws. Danny took a step forward, his fists clenched. "Take me," he said, his voice trembling but steady. "Leave them alone." The figure paused, its head tilting slightly as if considering his offer. Then slowly it lowered its hand. For a moment, the room was silent. Then the shadows surged forward, enveloping Danny. His screams filled the room, echoing off the walls as the darkness consumed him. When the shadows receded, he was gone. Natalie and Sarah clung to each other, their sobs the only sound in the room. The old man stood, his face grim. "The pact is fulfilled," he said quietly. The blood moon's light began to fade, and the house grew still. But the weight of what had happened lingered, pressing down on them like a heavy shroud. The silence that followed Danny's disappearance was deafening. Natalie and Sarah were frozen in place, their bodies trembling as the red glow of the blood moon dimmed further. The oppressive chill seemed to lift ever so slightly, but the air remained heavy with dread. Natalie's voice finally broke the quiet, trembling and soft. "He's gone," she whispered, staring at the spot where Danny had been. "He's gone." Sarah clutched her friend tighter, her nails digging into Natalie's arm. "This can't be real." "It's not real," she murmured, rocking slightly. "It's a nightmare. We'll wake up." The old man's voice cut through the moment, cold and matter-of-fact. "The pact is never a dream. It's as old as the moon itself. And now it is over." Natalie's head snapped up, fury replacing her terror. "Over? You call this over? We've lost Liam, Danny. What kind of monster are you?" Her voice cracked, tears streaming down her face. The old man didn't flinch. "It is the cost of meddling with forces you don't understand. You shouldn't have come here. The moon only takes those who wander into its shadow willingly." Sarah's sobs grew louder, and she buried her face in her hands. "Why didn't you warn us? You knew this would happen." "I tried," the old man replied, his tone laced with weariness. "But once the blood moon rises, the choice is no longer yours. You stepped into its light, and it claimed you. The village is cursed. It always has been." Natalie stood abruptly, her knees shaking as she pointed a trembling finger at the old man. "You're lying. You could have done something. You wanted this to happen. You're part of this." The old man's expression hardened, but before he could reply, the house groaned violently. The shadows on the walls shivered, and a low rumble filled the air. The blood moon's light, faint as it had become, flared brighter for a brief moment before receding again, as though taunting them. "No," the old man muttered, his voice unusually sharp. His eyes darted to the window. "This isn't right." Natalie and Sarah exchanged a terrified glance. "What do you mean, this isn't right?" Natalie demanded, panic rising in her voice. "You said it was over." The old man stepped toward the window, his gnarled hands trembling as he pulled back the curtain. Outside, the moon loomed larger than ever, its crimson hue pulsating like a beating heart. The village square below was bathed in its unholy light, and the distant shapes of the houses looked warped, their edges twisting unnaturally. "It's still hungry," he said, his voice barely audible. "The blood moon, it hasn't been satisfied." Natalie's breath hitched. "What does that mean?" "We gave it what it wanted. Danny, Liam." The old man turned to them, his face pale and grave. "Something has changed. It's as if the moon's appetite has grown. It doesn't just want blood anymore. It wants everything." The house shook again, harder this time, and the walls seemed to ripple as though they were made of liquid. The cold returned, sharper and more biting than before, and the whispers resumed, louder and more chaotic, filling the room with a cacophony of unintelligible voices. Sarah screamed, falling to the floor and covering her ears. "Make it stop! Make it stop!" Natalie knelt beside her, shaking her head desperately. "I don't know what to do. I don't know." The old man staggered back, clutching his chest as though the very air had turned poisonous. "The pact is unraveling," he choked out. "This is no longer about the village. The moon, it's reaching for the world beyond. The shadows began to pool in the center of the room again, darker and more oppressive than before. This time, the figure that emerged was no longer vaguely humanoid. It was a writhing mass of darkness, its form constantly shifting and changing, its glowing red eyes multiplying until there were dozens, all fixated on the three of them. Natalie felt her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. The thing in front of her wasn't just a shadow or a monster. It was a force, ancient and incomprehensible. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her body refused to move. The creature didn't speak this time. Instead, the whispers coalesced into a single, resonant voice that echoed inside their heads. More. Natalie clutched her head, the word reverberating through her skull like a hammer. "I don't understand," she screamed. "What do you want from us?" The voice came again, deeper and more insistent. "Everything." The room began to dissolve around them, the walls melting away into darkness. The floor beneath their feet crumbled, and they found themselves suspended in an endless void, the blood moon hanging above them like a malevolent god. Sarah's screams turned into incoherent sobs as she clung to Natalie. "We're going to die," she whimpered. "It's going to take us." The old man stood motionless, his face a mask of resignation. "There's no escaping it now," he said quietly. "This is the end." But Natalie wasn't ready to give up. She turned to the old man, her eyes blazing with desperation. "There has to be a way to stop this. You know something, tell me." The old man hesitated, his gaze fixed on the dagger still clutched in Liam's lifeless hand. "The pact can only be undone by the one who first broke it," he said slowly. "The one who brought you here." Natalie froze, her mind racing. "You mean me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The old man nodded. "The moon marks the instigator. It sees you as the one responsible. If you give yourself willingly, it may spare the others." "No!" Sarah cried, grabbing Natalie's arm. "You can't do that. There has to be another way." Natalie looked at her friend, tears streaming down her face. "If I don't, it's going to take everyone. Not just us, everyone." Sarah shook her head violently, her grip tightening. "I won't let you. You're my best friend. I can't lose you too." The figure loomed closer, its countless eyes burning brighter. The whispers grew deafening, pressing down on them like a physical force. Natalie felt her knees buckle under the weight of it, but she forced herself to stand. She met Sarah's tear-filled gaze and gave her a weak, trembling smile. "You've always been stronger than me," she said softly. "You'll make it through this. Promise me you will." "Natalie, no!" Sarah screamed, but Natalie had already stepped forward, clutching the dagger tightly in her hand. The blood moon's light seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat as she raised the blade. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "For everything." And with that, she plunged the dagger into her own chest. The void exploded with light, the whispers turning into an agonized roar. The shadows writhed and twisted, the figure dissolving into nothingness as the blood moon's glow dimmed and dimmed until it was gone. The void was silent. For a long moment, everything stood still. No sound, no movement. Just a dark, empty expanse stretching infinitely in all directions. Natalie's body, bloodied from the dagger, lay motionless in the center of it all. Then, a faint pulse of light flickered from the distance. It wasn't the blood moon this time. It was something else, something faint, like the dying flicker of a candle. Sarah's breaths came in shallow, frantic gasps. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear the blurriness from her eyes, the world around her still nothing but shadow and the faint, distant glow. Her hands were trembling, but she reached out to touch the ground beneath her, the sensation of solidity returning. The cold still hung thick in the air, but there was something else now, something softer. "Is it over?" Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse, cracking. Her heart was still racing in her chest, her mind reeling from what had just transpired. The weight of everything that had happened pressed down on her. Natalie's sacrifice, the monstrous force that had consumed their friends. Was it truly over? Slowly, the edges of the world around her began to form again, like the peeling away of a veil. The shadows dissipated, the oppressive, overwhelming darkness lifting. She saw the old man standing near Natalie's body, his eyes closed, his expression unreadable. His gnarled hands were clasped in front of him, as though in mourning. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as she stumbled to her feet. She tried to speak, but found her voice lost. She tried again, her throat dry, cracking under the weight of the horror she'd just witnessed. "Is she?" Sarah whispered, staring at her best friend's lifeless form. The old man turned to Sarah, his face etched with sorrow. "She did what was necessary," he said softly, his voice carrying an air of finality. "The pact is broken, but at a great cost." Sarah felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over her, her legs growing weak beneath her. She staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. The blood moon was gone, but the feeling of dread still lingered. Her eyes darted around, but the village, the cursed place that had held them captive, was now shrouded in a strange stillness. It was over, but at what price? "Why?" Sarah asked, her voice cracking. "Why didn't you tell us the truth? Why didn't you warn us?" The old man's gaze softened. "The truth was always there. But the moon, it has a way of clouding judgment, of twisting the path of those who dare seek it. None of you were meant to be here. None of you were meant to witness this. Then why bring us here at all?" Sarah demanded, her anger rising despite the overwhelming grief. "Why play us like pawns in your sick game?" The old man sighed deeply, as if weighed down by centuries of regret. "You were not meant to be pawns. You were meant to fulfill the final part of the pact. Only the blood of the willing could break the curse that has held this village for so long." Sarah felt a pit open in her stomach. "The willing," she whispered, realizing the dark truth behind his words. "The moon demanded your souls," the old man continued. "It seeks a price for the power it bestows." Natalie knew that. She understood that if you all were to survive, someone had to pay the price, and it could not be the others. Sarah's head spun. Her heartache intensified. She wanted to scream, to rage, to tear into this man who had lured them all here, into this nightmare. But instead she stood frozen, her eyes locked on Natalie's body, her best friend's face now pale and still, a victim of forces too dark to comprehend. "She saved us," Sarah whispered through her tears, falling to her knees beside Natalie. "She saved all of us." The old man nodded. "And in doing so, she freed you. The pact is undone. The village is free." Sarah looked up at him, confusion and sorrow swirling within her. "What happens now? What about the others?" The old man turned his gaze to the horizon, his expression distant. "The moon will not return for another century, but the shadows of this night will haunt you forever. You will remember, and you will carry the weight of what you've seen. But you will also live. The rest," he trailed off, his voice becoming a low murmur, "the rest is not for me to say." Sarah's tears flowed freely as she held Natalie's body close, unable to shake the images of what had occurred. The unnatural horror of the night, the blood moon, the ancient pact, the terror and loss, felt too heavy to carry alone. And yet, she would have to. She would have to leave this place behind and walk back into the world, scarred by what she'd witnessed, scarred by what Natalie had done. The old man, still standing there, gave Sarah one last look, a quiet acknowledgement of the suffering that had unfolded. He then turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the distance. The strange, suffocating atmosphere that had filled the village lifted as he left, and with it, the eerie quiet. Sarah remained by Natalie's side, her friend's cold body in her arms. She could hear the faint hum of the wind, the rustling of leaves, the soft sounds of the world outside beginning to return. It was almost as though the nightmare hadn't truly happened. Yet, the weight of everything that had transpired was etched deeply into Sarah's soul. She stayed there for what felt like hours, the silence of the now peaceful village surrounding her. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, She stood and carefully laid Natalie's body to rest beneath the old oak tree, the only place that had felt safe during their brief stay in the village. With shaking hands, Sarah began the long walk back toward the village square, her heart heavy, her mind reeling. The sun was beginning to rise, casting soft, golden light on the landscape. It was a new day, but Sarah knew that the horrors of the night would follow her. The blood moon might be gone, but its curse had not been erased. As she walked, she whispered one last goodbye to Natalie, her voice trembling in the still air. "You saved us. You'll never be forgotten." The wind picked up again, rustling through the trees and carrying her words into the distance. And so, as Sarah left the village behind, the blood moon faded from the sky, but its shadows lingered long after the dawn. Name of the next story: The Faceless Stranger. The night was unnaturally still, as if the world had paused just long enough to hold its breath. Allison tightened her coat around her as she stepped out of the brightly lit coffee shop. The last bus had already left, and the only thing waiting for her was a long, lonely walk home. She hated these late shifts, but tonight felt different. The air carried a chill that seemed to seep beneath her skin, and the streets were quieter than usual, too quiet. Her boots echoed against the pavement, each step magnified in the silence. The rows of streetlights cast long, distorted shadows on the cracked sidewalks. She glanced at her phone. 10:47 p.m. Her apartment was only 20 minutes away, but every second felt like an eternity. As she passed the intersection near the old church, she saw him for the first time. A man stood on the opposite side of the road, partially obscured by the shadows of a flickering streetlight. He was tall, with a dark coat and a hat that cast a deep shadow over his face, or where his face should have been. Allison slowed her steps, her heart skipping. "Keep walking," she muttered to herself, trying to sound braver than she felt. She forced her gaze ahead and quickened her pace. The sound of footsteps echoed behind her. She froze for a split second, but the footsteps stopped too. Turning slightly, she glanced over her shoulder. The man was now closer, standing under the next streetlight. The flickering bulb above him illuminated his silhouette, but his face, or lack of one, remained in shadow. "Who's there?" she called, her voice trembling. No response. Allison turned back and walked faster, her pulse pounding in her ears. The sound of footsteps resumed behind her, this time louder, heavier, as though he was closing the distance with deliberate intent. She risked another glance. He was closer now, no more than 20 feet away. Her breath hitched. His face, or where his face should have been, was a smooth, featureless void like blank, pale clay. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just emptiness. "Stop following me," she shouted, her voice cracking. The man tilted his head slightly, as if curious, but said nothing. Allison's grip tightened on her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed 911. The line rang once, twice, and then static. A low, hissing sound filled her ears, and the call cut off. "No, no, no," she whispered, frantically redialing, but the screen flashed no service. She broke into a sprint. Her apartment wasn't far now, just a few more blocks. The footsteps behind her quickened, heavy and relentless, matching her panicked pace. "Help! Somebody please!" she screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the suffocating quiet of the night. Windows were dark, shops were closed, and the streets were empty. She risked another glance over her shoulder. He was closer now, close enough that she could make out the details of his dark coat and the unsettling smoothness of his featureless face. He didn't run. He simply walked, each step deliberate and unhurried, yet he was gaining on her. Allison's legs burned as she turned the corner onto her street. Her apartment building loomed ahead, a beacon of safety, or so she hoped. She fumbled for her keys as she reached the front door, her hands shaking so badly she dropped them. Come on," she muttered, crouching to scoop them up. Her vision blurred with tears as she shoved the key into the lock and twisted. The door clicked open, and she slammed it shut behind her, bolting it tight. She pressed her back against the door, panting, her heart racing. For a moment, there was silence. Maybe she had lost him. Maybe he hadn't followed her inside. A faint tapping sound echoed from the other side of the door. Tap, tap, tap. Allison, a voice whispered. It was low, distorted, like a radio signal warped by interference. Her blood turned to ice. He hadn't spoken before. How did he know her name? "Who are you?" she screamed, pressing her hands against her ears. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, until it became a deafening pounding. The door shook on its hinges, and the lights in the hallway flickered. "Allison," the voice repeated, closer now, as if it was inside her head. "Let me in." She bolted up the stairs to her apartment, slamming the door shut behind her and locking it. Her breaths came in short, shallow gasps as she backed into the living room. The pounding continued, now at her apartment door. She grabbed the nearest thing she could use as a weapon, a heavy metal lamp, and held it tightly. "I'll call the police," she shouted, knowing it was useless. Her phone still showed no service. The pounding stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It pressed down on her, suffocating and absolute. Then she heard it, a whisper, faint but unmistakable, coming from behind her. "Allison." Her heart plummeted as she turned slowly. The man was standing in her living room, impossibly tall and out of place, his faceless head tilted in that same unnerving way. She screamed, swinging the lamp with all her strength, but it passed through him as if he weren't there. He didn't move. He didn't flinch. He just stood there, his blank face staring, or not staring at her. "Allison," he whispered again, his voice resonating in her mind like an echo in an empty room. "What do you want from me?" she cried, collapsing to her knees. He took a step closer. The air around her grew heavy, and the walls of her apartment seemed to bend and warp, the edges of her reality blurring. "You," he said, the word sending a wave of cold dread through her. Allison's world felt as though it was crumbling around her. The walls of her apartment, once familiar and comforting, seemed to stretch and shift unnaturally, as if the room itself were alive and breathing. She pressed her palms against the floor, trying to ground herself, but even that felt wrong. The hardwood beneath her fingertips was cold, almost wet, like the floor of a damp cave. The faceless man took another step closer, his presence unbearable. He loomed over her now, his blank face inches from hers. She wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but her body refused to obey. It was as if his proximity drained her of all strength, leaving her frozen and powerless. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "What do you want?" The air seemed to vibrate around him, the faintest hint of a low hum filling the room. Then he spoke, his voice layered and distorted, as though it came from several people speaking in unison. "To make you mine," he said. "To make you nothing." The word sent a wave of nausea through her, and she clutched her stomach, feeling as though something inside her was being pulled apart. She forced her gaze upward, her tears blurring his featureless face into a pale smear. "Why me? What did I do?" He didn't answer. Instead, he reached out a long, pale hand. His fingers, unnaturally elongated and jointless, hovered just above her face. She tried to recoil, but her body remained frozen. The moment his hand made contact with her skin, a searing cold spread through her, like ice shattering inside her veins. Images flashed through her mind, memories of her childhood, her first day of school, her mother's laugh, her college graduation. They played out in vivid detail, only to dissolve into darkness, each one vanishing as quickly as it came. She could feel him pulling them from her, erasing her, one moment at a time. "No!" she screamed, summoning all her strength to push him away. Her hands passed through him as if he were made of smoke, but the contact broke whatever spell had held her still. She scrambled backward, her head spinning. The memories he'd taken felt like gaping holes in her mind, voids she couldn't fill. The man tilted his head again, almost as if amused, and stepped toward her. "You cannot escape," he said, his voice echoing in her head. "You belong to me now." Allison staggered to her feet and bolted for the door. She didn't know where she was going. She just knew she had to get away from him. The apartment hallway stretched impossibly long, the light at the far end flickering erratically. She ran as fast as her legs would carry her, but no matter how far she went, the end of the hallway never came closer. Behind her, she could hear his footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and unrelenting. "There is nowhere to run," his voice whispered, though it sounded as if it were coming from inside her head rather than from behind her. She glanced over her shoulder and instantly regretted it. He was closer than he should have been, his smooth, blank face illuminated by the dim, flickering lights. He wasn't running. He didn't need to. He simply walked, and the world seemed to bend to his will, closing the distance between them. "Stop!" she screamed, tears streaming down her face. "Please, just leave me alone." "You were never alone," he replied, his voice low and chilling. "I've always been with you." The words sent a shiver down her spine. She didn't understand what he meant, but the way he said it made her feel as though he wasn't lying. She stumbled, her foot catching on the uneven floor, and fell hard onto her hands and knees. Pain shot through her wrists, but she forced herself up, driven by sheer desperation. Ahead of her, the hallway finally came to an end, opening into a staircase that spiraled downward. It didn't make sense. There was no staircase in her apartment building. But logic didn't matter anymore. She took the stairs two at a time, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might burst. The air grew colder as she descended, each step echoing endlessly in the dark, narrow stairwell. She could hear him following her, his footsteps steady and deliberate. The further she went, the more the staircase seemed to stretch, the walls pressing closer together until they felt like they were closing in on her. At last, she reached the bottom. She burst through a heavy wooden door into a vast, empty room that looked nothing like anything she had ever seen. The walls were made of rough, black stone, slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. The only light came from an eerie, pale glow that seemed to emanate from the cracks in the stone floor. Allison turned in a frantic circle, searching for a way out, but there were no doors, no windows, nothing but the oppressive stone walls and the faint glow beneath her feet. Her chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath, her eyes darting around for any sign of an escape. "You cannot hide," his voice said, and this time it came from everywhere at once. The walls seemed to vibrate with the sound, the very air around her resonating with his words. She spun around, and there he was, standing in the center of the room. He hadn't come through the door. He was simply there, as if he had always been. His faceless head tilted slightly as he raised one hand, pointing directly at her. "This is your end," he said. "You will become nothing, just as I am." "No!" Allison screamed, backing away until her back hit the cold stone wall. "You're lying. You're not real." The ground beneath her feet began to shift, the cracks in the stone widening as a pale, sickly light poured through. She could feel it pulling at her, an invisible force that seemed to draw her toward the widening fissures. "I am more real than you," he said, his voice calm and absolute. "You were never meant to exist. But now I will fix that." Allison pressed her back harder against the cold stone wall, her nails scraping against its rough surface as if she could claw her way through it. The force pulling at her from the cracks beneath her feet grew stronger, like invisible hands gripping her ankles and dragging her toward the gaping void. She struggled to hold her ground, but her feet slid inch by inch, the glowing fissures expanding to swallow more of the room. "Please stop," she begged, her voice raw and desperate. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this to me?" The faceless man took a slow step forward, his movements unnervingly graceful, as though he wasn't constrained by the same laws of motion as her. "You were never meant to be," he said, his voice resonating in a way that made the walls tremble. "Your existence is an error, a fracture in the fabric of what is real. And I am here to correct it, No, she whispered, shaking her head violently. You're wrong. I'm real. I have a life. I have memories. Do you? He interrupted, his head tilting slightly to one side. Are they truly yours? Or are they pieces stolen from what should have been? His words struck her like a physical blow, and for a moment she faltered. The memories he had taken from her childhood, her mother's laugh, her life, they felt so vivid, so real. But now, as she clung to the fragments that remained, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered doubts she hadn't considered before. What are you talking about? She stammered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the cracks beneath her feet growing wider, the light brighter. The faceless man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised a hand and gestured toward the glowing fissures in the floor. From within them, shapes began to emerge, shadows writhing and twisting, their forms indistinct but undeniably human. They rose like smoke, their outlines flickering as though they were caught between existence and oblivion. Do you see them? He asked, his voice carrying a chilling calm. These are the fragments, the echoes of what was meant to be. You are but a shadow of someone else's life, a hollow reflection that has stolen the place of another. And now, it is time to set things right. The shadows began to move toward her, their shapes shifting and distorting with each step. They didn't walk so much as glide, their movements unnatural and alien. Allison's breath caught in her throat as she pressed herself tighter against the wall, her heart pounding so loudly it drowned out every other sound. No, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. This isn't real. This can't be real. The faceless man stepped closer, the edges of his form flickering like a static-filled image on a broken television screen. You can deny it all you want, he said, his tone almost sympathetic, but it will not change the truth. You do not belong here. The shadows were nearly upon her now, their dark forms reaching out with elongated, wispy arms. Allison felt their touch before they made contact, a cold, searing presence that seemed to reach inside her and pull at the very core of her being. She screamed, her voice echoing off the stone walls, but there was no one to hear her. Stop it, she cried, her voice breaking. I don't want this. I didn't ask for any of this. The faceless man paused, tilting his head as though considering her words. For a brief moment, the room seemed to still, the shadows hesitating in their approach. But then he spoke again, his voice softer but no less chilling. None of us ask for what we are, he said, but that does not change what must be. With a flick of his hand, the shadows surged forward, their cold, intangible forms engulfing her. Allison felt a crushing weight as they surrounded her, their presence filling every corner of her mind. Memories, her memories, flashed before her eyes, faster and faster, until they were nothing but a blur of colors and sounds. She could feel them slipping away, pulled from her grasp like sand through her fingers. No, she screamed, thrashing against the overwhelming force. I won't let you take this from me. In a final, desperate act, she reached deep within herself, searching for something, anything, that could fight back against the void threatening to consume her. And then she felt it, a spark, small but burning with fierce intensity. It was the core of her, the part of her that refused to be erased. With a guttural scream, she pushed back against the shadows, her will clashing against the force that sought to unmake her. The fissures in the ground pulsed with blinding light, the room shaking violently as the shadows recoiled. The faceless man took a step back, his form flickering more erratically now, as though he were struggling to maintain his shape. You cannot fight this, he said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. You cannot change what you are. But Allison didn't listen. She focused all her strength on the spark within her, feeding it with every ounce of defiance she had left. The light from the fissures began to dim, the shadows retreating as her presence pushed them back. You're wrong, she said, her voice trembling but resolute. I am real, and you can't take that from me. The faceless man's form began to dissolve, his edges blurring as though he were being pulled apart, by an unseen force. He reached out toward her, his fingers stretching impossibly long, but they fell short. His head tilted one last time before his body collapsed into a swirl of black smoke, which was quickly drawn into the glowing fissures in the ground. As the last of the light faded and the room fell silent, Allison collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. The oppressive cold lifted, and for the first time, she felt the air return to her lungs. Allison knelt on the cold stone floor, her body trembling as she tried to steady her breathing. The silence around her was deafening, pressing down like a weight, and the faint smell of damp earth filled her nostrils. She looked around, her vision blurry from the tears that clung to her lashes. The fissures in the floor had sealed themselves shut, leaving no trace of the blinding light or the shadows that had emerged from them. The room was still, impossibly still, as though it existed outside the flow of time. Her heart raced as she pushed herself to her feet, every muscle in her body aching. She felt hollow, as though parts of her were missing, but the spark she had clung to, the core of her identity, remained. It flickered faintly within her, a fragile ember in the darkness, but it was enough to keep her grounded. "I'm still here," she whispered, her voice hoarse and raw. "I'm still me." Her words echoed faintly in the chamber, and for a moment she allowed herself to hope that it was over. But then a sound reached her ears, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like footsteps echoing from somewhere far above. Her blood ran cold as the sound grew louder, closer, each step deliberate and measured. "No," she muttered, backing away from the center of the room. "No, no, no." She turned toward the heavy wooden door she had come through, but it was gone. The wall where it had been was now smooth, unbroken stone. Panic surged through her as she spun in circles, searching for any exit, but there was none. She was trapped. The footsteps grew louder still, and then the air shifted, carrying with it the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Allison froze, her breath catching in her throat as she felt a presence behind her. She didn't want to turn around. Every instinct screamed at her to stay still, to keep her eyes forward, but she couldn't stop herself. Slowly, trembling, she turned. He was there. The faceless man stood in the center of the room, his pale, featureless face turned toward her. His body was more distorted now, his edges flickering like a flame struggling to stay lit. But despite his unstable form, his presence was as overwhelming as ever, filling the room with an oppressive weight. "You cannot escape me," he said, his voice echoing with a hollow finality. "You cannot escape what you are." Allison backed away until her shoulders hit the wall, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "I beat you," she said, though her voice trembled with fear. "You were gone. I felt you disappear. I am not so easily undone," he replied, taking a slow step forward. The ground beneath his feet seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a falling stone. "You may resist, but it will change nothing. You are mine, and you always will be." "No!" Allison screamed, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "I won't let you take me. I won't let you." Before she could finish, the room seemed to collapse around her. The walls folded inward, the floor beneath her feet dissolving into darkness. She fell, weightless and disoriented, the air rushing past her as she plunged into the void. Her screams were swallowed by the abyss, leaving her in silence once more. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the stone chamber. She was standing in the middle of a familiar street, the street outside her apartment building. The night was quiet, the streetlights casting long shadows on the empty sidewalks. For a moment, she thought she might have dreamed it all, that the horror she had endured was nothing more than a nightmare. But then she saw him. The faceless man stood beneath a flickering streetlight, his pale, featureless face turned toward her. He didn't move, didn't speak, but his presence was undeniable. Allison's breath hitched as she took a step back, her hands trembling at her sides. "You can't be here," she whispered, shaking her head. "This isn't real." The man tilted his head, his body flickering like a broken projection. "This is as real as you," he said, his voice carrying on the wind. "You can run, you can fight, but you cannot escape what you are." Allison turned and ran, her feet pounding against the pavement as she fled down the empty street. The world around her seemed to blur and shift, the buildings warping and stretching into unfamiliar shapes. No matter how far she ran, the street stretched endlessly ahead of her, offering no escape. And behind her, she could hear him. His footsteps were slow, deliberate, but they never faltered. No matter how fast she ran, he was always there, always just behind her. She glanced over her shoulder and saw him, his figure growing larger, closer, with every passing second. "Leave me alone," she screamed, her voice breaking with desperation. "Why won't you leave me alone?" But he didn't answer. He didn't need to. His silence was more chilling than any words he could have spoken. The ground beneath her feet began to crack and splinter, glowing fissures spreading outward like spiderwebs. She stumbled, falling hard onto her hands and knees. The light from the cracks was blinding now, swallowing the street and everything around it. Allison squeezed her eyes shut, her body trembling as the void threatened to consume her once more. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The world was silent. Allison opened her eyes and found herself lying on the floor of her apartment. The familiar surroundings were unchanged, as though she had never left. But the silence was oppressive, and the air felt heavy, as if the space itself was holding its breath. She sat up slowly, her heart still racing, and looked around. The apartment was empty. There was no sign of the faceless man, no sign of the glowing fissures or the shadows that had haunted her. But she didn't feel safe. She didn't feel alone. Allison sat on the floor of her apartment, her back pressed against the sofa, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. The room was quiet, eerily so, as if the entire world outside had ceased to exist. She glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands frozen at 12:17, the second hand twitching uselessly in place. The hum of the refrigerator was gone, the faint sounds of distant traffic replaced by an unsettling silence. Her hands trembled as she reached for her phone, which lay face down on the coffee table. She fumbled with it, her fingers clumsy, and turned it on. The screen lit up, but instead of the usual home screen, there was only static, a swirling gray void that seemed to pulse faintly, as though it were alive. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She pressed the power button, trying to turn the phone off, but it wouldn't respond. The static on the screen began to shift, shapes emerging within it, shapes that resembled a face, or rather, the absence of one. The faceless man. The phone slipped from her hands and clattered onto the floor. She scrambled back, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps as the screen continued to pulse and flicker. The static grew louder, filling the room with a distorted crackling sound that seemed to seep into her very bones. "Leave me alone," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just leave me alone." The static abruptly stopped, plunging the room into an oppressive silence once more. Allison stared at the phone, half expecting it to spring to life again, but it lay still, the screen dark. Slowly, cautiously, she crawled toward it, her hand reaching out as if it might bite her. Before her fingers could touch the device, a soft knock echoed through the apartment. Allison froze, her heart skipping a beat. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a third knock that rattled the front door. She turned her head toward the sound, her body stiff with fear. The door seemed impossibly far away, looming at the edge of the dimly lit room like a dark portal. The knock came again, 3 sharp raps that reverberated through the silence. "Allison." The voice that followed was low and distorted, like a record played at the wrong speed. It sounded vaguely human, but there was something wrong with it, something alien and cold. "Let me in." Her throat tightened, and she shook her head even though she knew the voice couldn't see her. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Go away." The doorknob rattled, the metallic clinking sound sharp and jarring in the stillness. She pressed herself harder against the floor, her mind racing. She didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound, as if staying silent would somehow make her invisible. "Allison," the voice came again, louder this time, as though it were speaking directly into her ear. "You can't hide from me." The words sent a shiver down her spine, and she clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a sob. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the door, her vision blurring. The shadows in the room seemed to shift and writhe, creeping closer to her like living things. The knocking stopped. For a brief moment, there was silence, and Allison allowed herself to hope that whoever, or whatever, had been at the door was gone. But then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. She watched in horror as it twisted all the way to the side, the mechanism clicking softly, and the door creaked open just a crack. Darkness spilled in from the hallway beyond, a void so complete that it seemed to absorb the faint light of the apartment. Allison couldn't see anything beyond the crack, but she could feel it, a presence, watching her from the other side. "Allison," the voice whispered her name again, softer now, almost coaxing. "Come closer." She shook her head violently, her body trembling. "No," she choked out, her voice barely a whisper. "I won't." The door opened wider, the darkness spilling in like liquid smoke. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct and flickering, as though it weren't fully there. It wasn't the faceless man, not exactly. It was something else, something worse. Its outline was jagged and wrong, its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. It stepped into the room, its presence filling the space like a physical weight. Allison tried to crawl backward, but there was nowhere to go. The figure loomed over her, its head tilting to one side in an unnerving mimicry of curiosity. "You can't escape," it said, its voice a distorted echo. "You never could." Allison clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She could feel the spark inside her flickering again, that tiny ember of defiance that refused to be snuffed out. "You're wrong," she said, her voice shaking but firm. "I'm not yours." The figure's head tilted further, the movement unnatural, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings. "Then prove it," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "Show me." The room seemed to warp around her, the walls stretching and twisting as the darkness closed in. The air grew heavy, pressing against her chest, but Allison forced herself to stand. Her legs felt like jelly, and every muscle in her body screamed in protest, but she refused to give in. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, though her voice wavered. "You don't own me." The figure laughed, a sound like glass shattering, and lunged toward her. Allison stumbled backward as the figure lunged, its jagged form slicing through the air like a blade. She barely avoided its grasp, the icy chill of its presence brushing against her skin. The room warped around her, the walls dissolving into shadow and reassembling in ways that defied logic. She wasn't in her apartment anymore. She was somewhere else, somewhere between worlds, a space where nothing obeyed the rules of reality. The figure loomed before her, its flickering shape towering over her like a storm cloud. Its movements were erratic, its limbs jerking and contorting as it advanced. Allison's heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in the oppressive silence. She couldn't run, couldn't escape. There was nowhere to go, but she wasn't going to surrender. "You can't take me," she screamed, her voice echoing into the void. "I won't let you." The figure paused, its head tilting at an unnatural angle. "Brave words," it hissed, its voice a chorus of distorted whispers. "But you are nothing. A flicker. A shadow. You belong to me." "No!" Allison shouted, the ember within her flaring to life. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms until they drew blood. The pain grounded her, gave her focus. "I don't belong to you. I belong to me." The figure lunged again, its jagged arms outstretched, but this time Allison stood her ground. She raised her hands instinctively, and a surge of energy erupted from within her. It wasn't fire or light, nothing so tangible, but it was powerful, a force that rippled through the space around her. The figure recoiled, its form flickering violently, as if it were being torn apart. "You," it hissed, its voice faltering. "What are you?" "I'm not yours," Allison said, her voice steady despite the fear that clawed at her insides. "I never was." The shadows around her began to retreat, the oppressive darkness lifting like a veil. The warped walls of the room straightened, solidifying into the familiar contours of her apartment. The figure stumbled backward, its form collapsing inward, shrinking with every step it took. "You think you've won," it snarled, its voice a distorted echo. "But this isn't over. You cannot escape what you are." "I'll decide what I am," Allison said, her voice resolute. "And I'm not afraid of you anymore." The figure let out a guttural scream, its form disintegrating into a flurry of shadows that swirled around her before vanishing into the ether. The room fell silent once more, the air still and heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Allison sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. The spark within her was still there, glowing faintly, but it felt stronger now, more stable. She took a deep, shuddering breath and looked around. She was back in her apartment, the real one this time. The clock on the wall ticked softly, its hands moving as they should. The faint hum of the refrigerator filled the silence, grounding her in reality. For a moment, she allowed herself to believe it was over. But then she noticed the mirror. It hung on the wall across from her, its surface reflecting the dim light of the room. At first glance, it seemed normal, but as she stared, she realized something was wrong. Her reflection wasn't moving. Allison froze, her breath catching in her throat. She raised a hand slowly, and her reflection remained still, its empty eyes staring back at her. It wasn't her. It was him, the faceless man. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, this can't be." The reflection tilted its head, mimicking the jagged movements of the figure she had just banished. Its featureless face seemed to ripple, the faint outline of her own features emerging before fading again. It raised a hand, pressing it against the inside of the glass, as if trying to break through. "You thought you could escape," the reflection said, its voice low and hollow. "But you are mine. You have always been mine." Allison stumbled to her feet, backing away from the mirror. "This isn't real," she muttered, her voice trembling. "You're not real." The reflection laughed, a sound that sent chills down her spine. "Oh, but I am. I am as real as you are, and I will always be with you." "No," she said, her voice firm despite the fear that gripped her. "You don't control me. You never did." She grabbed a blanket from the sofa and threw it over the mirror, covering the faceless reflection. The room fell silent, the oppressive presence lifting slightly. But she knew it wasn't gone. Not entirely. The ember within her flickered again, stronger this time, and she clung to it like a lifeline. She didn't know what the future held or how long she could keep the darkness at bay, but she knew one thing for certain. She wasn't going to give up. Not now. Not ever. Name of the next story: The Cursed Melody. Emma Harper had always loved music. It wasn't just a career for her. It was a way to connect with something larger than herself. As a music teacher at the local high school, she spent her days inspiring young minds to embrace the beauty of sound. But Emma's passion wasn't confined to her students. She often spent her evenings at home, her fingers dancing across the piano keys in her small, cozy apartment. Music was her escape, her comfort, her constant. One Friday evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the soft glow of her piano lamp filled the room, Emma sat down with a cup of tea and her favorite notebook. The week had been long, and she looked forward to unwinding with a few hours of uninterrupted playing. The soft hum of the kettle and the distant sound of cars on the street below created a soothing backdrop. Emma reached into her piano bench to retrieve some sheet music when her fingers brushed against something unusual. She frowned, pulling out a worn envelope that she didn't remember placing there. The parchment was yellowed and brittle, the edges frayed with age. Scrawled across the front in elegant, flowing script were the words, "To the keeper of the melody." "What on earth?" Emma murmured, turning the envelope over. There was no return address, no date, nothing to indicate where it had come from or who had left it. Her curiosity piqued. She carefully opened the envelope, revealing a single sheet of music inside. The paper was unlike anything she had ever seen. The staff lines were hand-drawn, and the notes seemed to shimmer faintly as though alive. The title at the top read, "Requiem of the Fallen." Emma's brow furrowed. She had never heard of the piece before, and a quick skim of the notes revealed a complex and haunting melody, full of dissonant chords and eerie harmonies. "Is this some kind of joke?" she wondered aloud. She set the sheet music on the stand and positioned her hands on the keys. The first few notes were soft and somber, their sound filling the room like a whisper. But as she continued to play, the melody grew darker, more intense. A chill ran down her spine, and she hesitated, glancing around the room. It felt colder suddenly, as if a draft had slipped through an unseen crack. "Pull yourself together, Emma," she muttered, shaking her head. But when she resumed playing, the feeling of unease only deepened. The music seemed to pulse, each note resonating in her chest like a heartbeat. Shadows in the corners of the room stretched and writhed, and the soft yellow light of the piano lamp flickered. Emma stopped abruptly, her hands trembling. The room was deathly silent. Even the distant hum of traffic outside had vanished. She stood and walked to the window, peering out into the street. It was empty. Not a single car, not a single pedestrian. Just stillness. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, making her jump. She let out a nervous laugh and grabbed it, grateful for the distraction. The screen displayed a text from her best friend, Claire. "Hey, just checking in. You doing okay?" Emma quickly typed back, "Yeah, I'm fine. Just playing some music." "Strange night, though." Almost immediately, Claire replied, "What do you mean? Is something wrong?" Emma hesitated. She didn't want to sound paranoid, but the strange atmosphere was getting to her. Finally, she wrote, "Found an old piece of sheet music. It's unsettling. Probably just my imagination, though." Claire's response took a little longer this time. When it came through, it was short but unnerving. "Don't play it." Emma frowned. "Why not?" No reply. "Claire?" Emma called aloud, even though she knew it was ridiculous. Her phone remained silent, the little typing indicator absent. She tried calling, but the line went straight to voicemail. A heavy weight settled in her chest, and she turned back to the piano. The sheet music was gone. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She was certain she had left it on the stand, but now the space was empty. She checked the floor, the bench, even the envelope, but there was no sign of the mysterious composition. A faint, chilling breeze brushed against her neck, and she spun around. The room was as she had left it, yet it felt wrong, as if someone had been there and rearranged everything just slightly out of place. Her phone buzzed again, and she nearly dropped it in her haste to pick it up. But the message wasn't from Claire. It was from an unknown number. "The melody is incomplete. Finish it." Emma stared at the screen, her blood turning to ice. Her hands shook as she typed back, "Who is this? What do you want?" The response came almost instantly. "Play it." She threw the phone onto the couch and backed away, her heart hammering in her chest. "This isn't happening," she whispered. "This can't be real." But then the piano began to play. The first notes were soft, tentative, as though the keys were being pressed by an invisible hand. Emma froze, unable to move, as the haunting melody filled the room. The shadows returned, crawling up the walls like living things. And then she saw them. Figures, pale, translucent, and flickering like candlelight, emerged from the darkness. They hovered just at the edges of her vision, their hollow eyes fixed on her. Their mouths moved silently, as if whispering words she couldn't hear. "No," Emma said, her voice shaking. "This isn't real. This isn't happening." One of the figures stepped closer, its face inches from hers. Its mouth opened, and a raspy voice whispered, "Finish the melody." "I don't know how," Emma cried. "I don't even know what this is." The figure tilted its head, its hollow eyes unblinking. "You are the keeper. You must complete what was begun." Before she could respond, the room erupted in a cacophony of sound. The piano keys slammed down in chaotic, dissonant chords, and the shadows twisted violently. The figures circled her, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. "Finish it! Finish it! Finish it!" Emma clapped her hands over her ears, but it was no use. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It was inside her head, a relentless, pounding command. She stumbled back to the piano, her legs weak beneath her. "Okay," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I'll play. I'll finish it." She sat down and placed her hands on the keys. The figures stilled, their hollow eyes watching her intently. The sheet music reappeared before her, the notes shimmering faintly. Her hands moved almost of their own accord, guided by an unseen force. The melody unfolded, growing more complex and otherworldly with each passing moment. The figures began to change. Their translucent forms solidified, their hollow eyes filling with light. But their expressions remained haunting, a mix of sorrow and rage. One by one, they began to sing, their voices melding with the music in a chilling harmony. Emma felt their pain, their longing, their anger. It poured into her, overwhelming her senses. She played on, tears blurring her vision. The melody reached its climax, a series of piercing, dissonant chords that reverberated through the room. The figures screamed, their voices rising in a deafening crescendo. And then silence. Emma slumped over the keys, her body trembling. The room was empty. The figures were gone. The sheet music lay before her, its notes fading until the page was blank. Her phone buzzed once more. "Thank you." Emma stared at the phone screen, her mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. The text was from the same unknown number as before. She didn't want to respond, didn't want to interact with whatever entity had pulled her into this nightmare. Her fingers hovered over the screen, trembling, before she finally tossed the phone onto the couch. "I'm done," she muttered, her voice shaking. "This is over." But as the words left her mouth, the piano let out a single, sharp note. Emma's head snapped toward it, her heart pounding. The room, which had seemed calm moments ago, suddenly felt suffocating again. Shadows crept back into the corners, and the air grew colder. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself. "No," she said, louder this time, as though speaking to the room itself. "I'm not playing anymore. I don't care what you want." The piano answered her defiance with another note, this one louder, more jarring. It was as if the instrument was mocking her, daring her to defy it further. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she backed away slowly. Her foot caught the edge of the coffee table, and she nearly tripped. The room felt alive, like it was breathing, shifting, waiting. Emma grabbed her phone, scrolling frantically through her contacts until she found Claire's number. She hit call and pressed the phone to her ear, praying her friend would answer this time. The line rang once, twice, then clicked. "Emma." Claire's voice was groggy, like she'd just woken up. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Emma nearly broke down at the sound of her friend's voice. "Claire," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Something's happening. There's this music, this sheet music, and I think it's cursed or something. I played it, and now—" "Wait," Claire interrupted, her tone sharp. "You played it?" "Emma, I told you not to play it. I didn't know what else to do." Emma cried. It felt like I had to. But now it won't stop. The piano, the shadows, these things, they won't leave me alone." Claire was silent for a moment, and Emma could hear her breathing on the other end of the line. Finally, Claire said, "Where did you find it?" "The music, in my piano bench," Emma said. "I don't know how it got there. It was in this old envelope addressed to the keeper of the melody." Claire, what's happening to me? Another pause. Then Claire's voice, low and serious. Emma, listen to me. You need to get out of your apartment. Right now. Leave everything behind, especially that sheet music. Just go. Emma's stomach dropped. Why? What do you know about this? I'll explain later, Claire said. Just trust me. You're not safe there. Before Emma could respond, the line went dead. She stared at her phone in disbelief. The screen showing the call had ended. Her fingers fumbled as she tried to call Claire back, but the call wouldn't go through. The phone's signal indicator blinked red, no service. A loud crash echoed from the piano, and Emma screamed, dropping the phone. She turned to see the sheet music, which she'd been certain had gone blank, now back on the stand. But it wasn't the same. The notes were different, darker, the melody more chaotic. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, the ink shifting and twisting as though alive. I'm not doing this, Emma said, backing toward the door. Her hands shook as she reached for her coat and keys, her mind racing with Claire's warning. She didn't care where she went, she just needed to get out. But as she grabbed the doorknob, an icy force stopped her in her tracks. Her hand refused to turn the handle, as if something unseen was holding it in place. The room grew colder, and a deep, guttural voice echoed behind her. You cannot leave. Emma spun around, her back pressed against the door. The room was no longer just her apartment. It had transformed into something unrecognizable. The walls seemed to stretch and warp, the shadows moving like liquid. The figures were back, their hollow eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They surrounded the piano, their mouths open in a silent, collective scream. What do you want from me? Emma shouted, tears streaming down her face. Why are you doing this? One of the figures stepped forward, its form more solid than the others. Its face was still pale and featureless, but it seemed to radiate an aura of authority. When it spoke, its voice was a low, guttural growl. You must complete the melody, it said. Only then will we be free. Emma shook her head violently. I already played it. I finished it. What more do you want? The melody was not complete, the figure said. It cannot be finished by mortal hands alone. The words sent a chill down Emma's spine. She felt as though the air had been sucked from the room, leaving her gasping for breath. I don't understand, she said weakly. What do you mean? The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the piano. You are the keeper. It is your burden. Your fate. Emma's knees buckled, and she slid to the floor. She couldn't take her eyes off the piano, its keys gleaming like teeth in the dim light. The sheet music seemed to call to her, the notes shifting and rearranging themselves in an endless loop. She felt the pull again, the irresistible urge to sit down and play. But this time she fought it. No, she whispered. I won't do it. I won't. The figure's hollow eyes seemed to bore into her soul. You cannot resist. The melody is part of you now. To deny it is to deny your existence. Emma's heart raced as the shadows closed in around her. The figures moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. She clutched her head, trying to block out the sound, but it was everywhere, inside her, consuming her. And then, as if guided by some unseen force, she found herself back at the piano. Her hands trembled as they hovered over the keys. The figures surrounded her, their glowing eyes watching intently. The sheet music lay before her, the notes shimmering like stars. Emma took a deep breath, her fingers pressing down on the first chord. The sound echoed through the room, resonating deep within her chest. The figures began to sing again, their voices blending with the melody in a haunting harmony. As the music unfolded, Emma felt a strange sense of clarity. The melody was no longer just a series of notes. It was a story, a memory, a plea. The figures weren't just spirits. They were fragments of something much older, much darker. And as the final notes hung in the air, Emma realized the truth. The final notes lingered in the air like a whisper, soft yet impossibly heavy. Emma sat frozen at the piano, her hands still hovering over the keys. The shadows around her grew still, their restless shifting replaced by an oppressive silence. She wanted to believe it was over, that finishing the melody had broken whatever curse bound her to this nightmare. But deep down, she knew better. The air in the room still crackled with tension, and the oppressive weight in her chest hadn't lifted. Something was unfinished. "Is that it?" Emma whispered, her voice trembling. "I played it. You said it would set you free." The lead figure stepped forward, its hollow face tilting toward her. "The melody is not complete," it said, its voice echoing like a distant thunderclap. Emma's stomach dropped. "What do you mean?" "I played every note, exactly as it's written. What more do you want from me?" The figure's glowing eyes flickered, and its head tilted in an almost pitying gesture. "The melody is incomplete because you do not yet understand it. To finish it, you must become one with it. Only then will it be whole." The cryptic words made Emma's head spin. She tried to stand, to get away from the piano, but her legs refused to move. It was as if the chair beneath her had become part of her body, holding her in place. Panic surged through her veins as the figures began to chant in low, guttural tones. The sound vibrated in her bones, a deep resonance that seemed to unravel her thoughts. "What does that even mean?" Emma shouted, her voice cracking. "How am I supposed to become one with a melody? I don't understand." The figure raised a pale, featureless hand and pointed toward the sheet music. The notes had changed again, twisting and reforming into something entirely new. They no longer followed the neat lines and spaces of the staff. Instead, they spiraled outward, chaotic and unbound. The symbols looked ancient, otherworldly, and just staring at them made Emma's vision blur. "You must surrender," the figure said. "Play not with your hands, but with your soul." Emma's heart pounded as the meaning of its words sank in. "You're asking me to give up who I am," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "To become one of you." The figure didn't answer, but its silence was enough. The shadows pressed closer, their whispers filling her ears with fragments of words she couldn't understand. The melody seemed to hum in the air, vibrating with an unrelenting pull that grew stronger with every passing second. "I don't want this," Emma said, her voice trembling. "I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to play music, to teach, to live a normal life." The figure's voice was cold, devoid of sympathy. "The keeper does not choose. The keeper is chosen." Tears streamed down Emma's face as she fought against the invisible force holding her in place. She gripped the edges of the piano bench, her nails digging into the wood. "Please," she begged. "There has to be another way." The chanting grew louder, the shadows swirling around her like a storm. The other figures raised their hands, their hollow faces glowing brighter. The room seemed to dissolve into darkness, the walls and furniture melting away until there was nothing left but Emma, the piano, and the endless void. "Finish the melody," the lead figure commanded, its voice reverberating through the emptiness. "Or be consumed by it." Emma's hands trembled as they hovered over the keys once more. The pull was unbearable now, an ache deep in her chest that felt like it would tear her apart. She wanted to resist, to fight, but the truth was she didn't have a choice. The melody had taken hold of her, and it wouldn't let go until it was finished. Her fingers pressed down on the keys, and the music that poured forth was unlike anything she'd ever played before. It was raw and primal, a sound that seemed to come not from the piano, but from the depths of her own soul. The figures began to sing again, their voices rising in a haunting harmony that sent chills down her spine. As the melody unfolded, Emma felt herself slipping away. Memories flashed before her eyes, her childhood, her parents, the first time she'd ever touched a piano. She saw herself teaching her students, laughing with Claire, walking through the park on sunny afternoons. Each memory faded into darkness, replaced by the swirling chaos of the music. "No," Emma whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to forget. I don't want to lose myself." But the melody was relentless. It pulled her deeper and deeper, stripping away everything she was until all that remained was the music. Her hands moved faster, the notes flowing from her in an unstoppable tide. The figures chanting reached a fever pitch, their voices blending with the melody in a symphony of anguish and despair. And then, with one final shattering chord, it was over. The silence that followed was deafening. Emma sat frozen at the piano, her hands still resting on the keys. The figures were gone, the shadows dissolved. The room had returned to its normal state, as though nothing had happened. But Emma knew better. She could feel it, the emptiness, the void where her soul had once been. Slowly, she stood and turned toward the door. Her reflection in the mirror caught her eye, and she froze. The face staring back at her was not her own. It was pale and featureless, with glowing eyes that burned like embers. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The silence was absolute. Name of the next story: The Forgotten Asylum. The air around the abandoned asylum was thick, heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. The crumbling walls seemed to hold their secrets close, whispering only to those daring enough to listen. It was an old structure, decaying under the years of neglect, and the urban explorers who had gathered outside it could feel the pull of its sinister history. The building had been abandoned for decades, yet rumors swirled in the dark corners of the city, rumors of madness, of strange occurrences that drove those who entered to lose themselves forever. Despite the warnings, despite the chilling stories, a small group of friends stood just outside the rusted iron gates, ready to push forward. They were thrill-seekers, adventurers who sought the kind of terror most people only dared to whisper about. But none of them knew what awaited inside the asylum. "We shouldn't be here," Emily said, her voice a low tremor. She had always been the cautious one of the group, the one who questioned every plan, every idea, and tonight was no different. "Oh, come on, Em," Mark replied, flashing a grin as he hefted his backpack higher on his shoulder. "It's just an old building. Nothing supernatural. Just us, a few cameras, and a ton of adrenaline." Jack, who was always more reserved than Mark, stepped forward, his eyes scanning the decaying asylum through the cracked gates. "I don't know, Mark. I heard the stories, too. People say this place messes with your mind. You start hearing things, seeing things. I don't think we're prepared for whatever's inside." "Perfect." Mark's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "That's exactly why we need to go in. This is what we do: explore, document, get out. And maybe, just maybe, we get a glimpse of whatever made this place so famous." Emily crossed her arms tightly over her chest, feeling the cold night air seep into her skin. She wasn't so sure, but the pressure to follow through was mounting. She didn't want to be the one to hold them back. She exhaled a shaky breath. "Fine, but we stick together, and if anything gets weird, we leave. No arguing." The others nodded, though none of them seemed particularly convinced they would need to leave. The excitement, the challenge, was too strong, and each of them was drawn to the asylum like moths to a flame. They passed through the gates and approached the large wooden doors that once kept the asylum's patients confined, now hanging open with the groan of metal on stone. Inside, the stench of mildew and decay filled the air, and the silence pressed in on them like a physical weight. Mark was the first to step inside. He immediately pulled out his camera, aiming it at the dark, narrow hallway that stretched ahead of them. "This is it. The moment we've all been waiting for. Let's see what's inside, shall we?" Jack and Emily followed, but as they stepped over the threshold, a sudden unease gripped them. The air inside felt different, stale and oppressive. It wasn't just the scent of rot or the fading walls. There was something else, something invisible that made their skin crawl. "Let's stick to the plan," Emily said, though she wasn't sure if she believed it herself. "We stay on the first floor. We don't go too deep. We just need some footage, and we'll leave." Mark waved her concern off. "Relax, Em. We're not kids anymore. Besides, I've heard some of the rooms on the upper floors are interesting." I think we'll head there next. They say some of the worst things happened up there. The group hesitated. It was one thing to explore the first floor, to record the peeling walls and dusty remnants of forgotten lives. It was another to venture upward into the unknown. I think we should wait, Jack said, his voice low. There's something about this place. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. But Mark had already moved ahead. You guys worry too much. You're making this place scarier than it is. Come on, we came here for the thrill, right? Against their better judgment, they followed. The stairs creaked under their feet as they ascended, their flashlight beams cutting through the darkness ahead. The second floor was even more dilapidated than the first, with shattered windows letting the moonlight spill across the floor, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken furniture strewn about like forgotten pieces of a past life. This is it, Mark said, grinning wide, though there was something unhinged in his expression. The real deal. This is where the patients were kept. In the worst conditions, they say. This is where the true horrors were. Jack shivered as he looked around. Yeah, well, the stories also say that no one ever leaves here sane. They ventured deeper, their footsteps echoing eerily through the silence. As they moved further into the building, something began to shift. At first, it was subtle, a flicker of movement from the corner of their eyes, a fleeting sound in the distance. The tension in the air grew thicker, heavier, like something unseen was watching them, following their every move. I swear I just saw someone, Emily said, stopping in her tracks. I saw something in that room. Mark, ever the skeptic, chuckled. It's probably just a shadow or some animals. Come on, we're here to explore, not hallucinate. But Jack's face had gone pale, and he was looking down at the floor, his hand gripping the railing tightly. Guys, we need to leave. This place is getting to me. I can't explain it, but something's wrong. Emily didn't know what it was, but she felt it too. The air was thick, and the shadows seemed to pulse in time with the beat of her heart. She felt dizzy, her mind clouded, as if the very walls of the asylum were pressing in on her. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from upstairs. The sound reverberated through the asylum, making the walls tremble. Emily jumped, her heart pounding in her chest. What the hell was that? She whispered. Mark, still unfazed, motioned for them to follow. It's probably just the building settling. It's ancient. Let's get to the top. I'm telling you, we'll get some amazing shots up there. But something inside Emily was screaming at her to stop, to turn around, to leave. But they kept going, up the narrow stairs that spiraled higher and higher into the darkness. The higher they went, the more the feeling of disorientation increased. It wasn't just the decay of the building, it was something much deeper, something unsettling. Time seemed to stretch unnaturally as they climbed, the seconds slipping away like sand in an hourglass. And then they reached the top floor. The room before them was pitch black, save for the weak light from their flashlights, but there was something else, an oppressive, suffocating presence that made every breath feel heavy and labored. The air felt as though it were closing in on them, and the walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the beat of their hearts. See? Told you, Mark said, his voice trembling just slightly. This is it. But Emily couldn't bring herself to agree. As she looked around, the shadows seemed to shift in ways that made no sense. She could have sworn she saw figures standing just outside the edges of her vision, flickering and fading like ghosts. Her heart raced, her chest tightening. And then she heard it, a low, guttural sound coming from the darkness. It was a whisper at first, too faint to understand, but it grew louder, more urgent. The voices, distant and indistinct, filled the room. They seemed to come from everywhere, as though the walls themselves were alive, breathing in unison with the whispers. What is that? Jack whispered, his voice barely audible. I don't know, Emily replied, her voice shaking. But I think it's time to go. They turned to leave, but as they reached the stairs, the door slammed shut behind them with an ear-piercing bang. The sound reverberated through the asylum, shaking the very foundations of the building. Trapped, The room began to twist and warp, the walls narrowing, the ceiling lowering. Time seemed to bend, and in the flickering light, their faces, disoriented, panicked, looked as if they were no longer their own. "Get out! Get out!" Emily screamed, but her voice was drowned by the increasing cacophony of whispers, now maddening in their intensity. The asylum wasn't just trapping them, it was twisting them, pulling them into its dark, forgotten history. And as the walls closed in around them, they realized too late, this place didn't just destroy their minds. It was erasing them entirely. The walls closed in, but it wasn't the walls themselves that felt the most suffocating. It was the very air, thick with something that wasn't just dust and decay. Something alive. The shadows stretched unnaturally, curling around them, pressing against their skin like the suffocating grip of unseen hands. The whispers grew louder, their language a jumble of incoherent sounds, half-formed words, and maddening syllables that seemed to claw at the edges of their sanity. Emily's breath came in sharp gasps. She pressed her hands against her ears, desperate to block out the voices, but they only grew louder, more insistent, as though the asylum itself was speaking directly to her mind. "Please, no more," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. She glanced at Jack, who stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. His face was pale, his mouth open as if trying to scream, but finding no sound. Mark, too, was trembling, his usually confident demeanor shattered by the sheer weight of the suffocating dread that now surrounded them. "We need to get out of here," Jack muttered, his words barely audible over the cacophony of whispers. I can't breathe. I can't think." Emily turned toward the stairs, but they were no longer where she remembered them. The staircase that had led them up just moments ago now twisted and contorted into an unrecognizable mass. The steps now curved and uneven. The floor beneath them seemed to shift, as though the asylum itself was alive, rearranging its very structure. A deep rumble echoed from somewhere far below, reverberating through the walls, as if the entire building was groaning under some immense weight. "We're trapped," Mark said, his voice strained. "The doors, the windows, everything is locked. We can't leave." Emily's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "We have to leave. There has to be a way out." The air around them thickened, pressing in from all sides, until it felt like they were standing beneath an ocean, drowning in the pressure. The temperature dropped sharply, and Emily could see her breath puffing out in front of her, though there was no visible sign of a draft. The walls around them seemed to pulse, throbbing with a sickening rhythm. Jack suddenly staggered back, his hand gripping his forehead as though trying to hold on to some semblance of his thoughts. It's in my head," he whispered, eyes wide with panic. "I can't remember. I don't know who I am." Emily's chest tightened. Jack, listen to me. You're okay. We're gonna get out of here." But his eyes were unfocused, his movements jerky, as though his body wasn't entirely in sync with his mind. He took a step forward, then faltered, his legs shaking as if they couldn't hold him up. "I don't know if I can trust this place. He stopped mid-sentence, his voice cutting off in a strangled gasp. Mark, too, seemed to be struggling, his eyes darting nervously around the room, as if trying to make sense of something that wasn't there. I think I remember this place," he murmured. I've been here before. But that's impossible, right? I was never here. We never." His words trailed off as his face twisted in confusion, then fear. The realization hit him like a slap. "We're not ourselves anymore, are we? This place, it's changing us. Changing who we are." Emily felt her heart drop into her stomach as she looked at the two of them. Jack was trembling, his skin pale, his lips quivering as though he were struggling to hold onto some thread of identity. Mark, too, was losing his grip, his usually bold demeanor now shattered by the very place they had come to explore. The asylum wasn't just confining them physically, it was unspooling their minds, erasing them from existence, one forgotten moment at a time. The room around them seemed to shift and warp, the corners elongating into an impossible distance. The whispers were now louder than ever, their meaning jumbled and distorted. But beneath it all, a new voice emerged. A low, resonant voice that echoed through the room, vibrating in Emily's bones. Leave. Leave or be forgotten. It wasn't the voice of a person. It was the voice of the asylum itself, its ancient, decaying heart speaking directly to them. Emily's breath caught in her throat as she turned toward Mark and Jack, her eyes wide with terror. We need to get out. Now. But as she moved toward them, the walls shifted again, the door to the stairs now completely gone. There was nothing but an endless corridor stretching out before them, a hallway of shadows that seemed to twist into infinite loops. The building was alive, and it was feeding on them, pulling them deeper into its depths. Jack's voice cracked as he turned to face Emily. I can't remember my name. I can't remember what we're doing here. This place, it's making us forget. Mark shook his head frantically, his eyes darting around. It's all wrong. The walls, the floors, the time, none of it makes sense anymore. We were supposed to be here for just a few hours. But it's been longer, hasn't it? How long have we been here? How much time has passed? Emily opened her mouth to answer, but the words stuck in her throat. The answer was slipping away from her, just out of reach. She tried to focus on the door, but it was no longer where it had been, and the hallways ahead of them seemed to stretch on, each turn leading them deeper into an unknowable maze. Time is an illusion here, the voice from the walls spoke again. Time is what I take from you. It is all I want. Emily tried to steady herself, her mind struggling to grasp onto any fragment of logic. We can't stay here. We have to leave. But there was no escape. The walls were closing in, the very building itself warping and shifting, changing before their eyes. The darkness was alive, pulling at them, erasing everything that was familiar. The asylum had become a living nightmare, feeding on their confusion, their fear, and their slowly disintegrating sense of self. Jack was muttering to himself now, his eyes blank and unfocused. I don't know what's real anymore. Mark's eyes darted around, his hands trembling as he reached for Emily. We're losing ourselves. We're losing everything. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the room seemed to shift again. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air became still. The whispers stopped, the voices fading into nothingness. For a brief moment, everything was silent. The walls were no longer shifting, the floor no longer trembling beneath their feet. But it didn't last. The silence stretched on too long. It became unbearable. Mark turned to Emily, his face pale and twisted with confusion. What's happening? Where did we go? Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something important? His voice faltered as his gaze seemed to shift over her shoulder, his eyes widening in terror. Emily turned to see what he was looking at, but there was nothing behind her, nothing except a darkness that seemed to stretch into an eternal void. And yet, she could feel it. Something was there, watching them, waiting for them to forget, just like everyone before them. And slowly, she realized the truth. The asylum wasn't just driving them insane. It was erasing them. It wasn't just a place. They were becoming part of it, one fragmented memory at a time. The air grew thick again, stifling, as if the very atmosphere was a living thing, pressing down on them, suffocating their thoughts. The walls that had seemed to settle now began to twist once more, undulating like they were breathing in rhythm with their pulses. Emily felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as a sharp, cold draft moved through the room, despite the stillness of the air. A strange, faint sound began to rise in the distance, like the low, unsettling hum of something too far away to fully understand, yet too close to ignore. Emily, Mark's voice trembled, his words barely audible over the rising noise. He looked at her, eyes wide with fear, but there was something else behind his gaze, something that made her stomach twist. "Mark, what's wrong?" She reached out, grabbing his arm, but his skin felt cold and strange, as though it didn't belong to him anymore. I don't know. he muttered, shaking his head. It's all changing again. It's like we're not even here anymore. Do you feel it? Emily nodded slowly, her pulse quickening. She could feel it too. The way the walls seemed to pulse with an unseen heartbeat. The way time itself seemed to fray around the edges. It was like they were sinking into the asylum, becoming part of its decaying flesh. I can't remember the way out, Jack whispered. His voice was distant, as though he wasn't fully present anymore. He was staring straight ahead, but his eyes were unfocused, glazed over. Everything's slipping away. Emily's throat tightened. She turned toward him, but her feet felt heavier with each step, as if the very floor was dragging her deeper. She reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against his arm. Jack, we need to stay together. We can't let this place. But her words faltered as the air around them seemed to shift, twisting into something darker. A deep groan echoed from somewhere within the building, reverberating through the walls like the sound of something massive, something ancient awakening from a long slumber. Listen, Emily whispered urgently as the oppressive silence stretched on. We need to stay calm. We need to remember who we are. We can't let this place take us. Mark's voice broke through the mounting terror. It's too late. You don't understand. It's already started. We're already forgotten. He turned sharply, as though he had just noticed something for the first time. Emily's heart skipped a beat as she followed his gaze. In the dim light, she saw what he was staring at. The hallway in front of them was no longer the same. The walls had shifted again. This time, they were lined with faded, yellowing photographs, portraits of people she didn't recognize, their faces half obscured by age, their eyes blank and hollow, as if they were staring directly at her, following her every movement. They were here, Mark said, his voice cracking with a growing sense of horror. They were all here, just like us. Emily's heart raced as she backed away from the photographs, a cold dread spreading through her limbs. The people in the pictures, they weren't just staring. They were waiting for someone else to replace them, to join them in the endless cycle of madness that had consumed this forsaken place. Emily, Jack whispered again, his voice barely audible. Do you see them? Emily turned to him, her eyes widening as she saw him standing frozen in place, his expression one of sheer terror. His skin was pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who are they? They were patients, Emily breathed, her mind reeling. Patients of this asylum. They're not just pictures, Mark. They're trapped here, but they're not gone. Mark's voice broke with a sob. They never left. The walls began to tremble again, shaking like the asylum itself was breathing. The photographs seemed to come to life, their eyes flickering with a faint glow, their hollow gazes narrowing as they stared at Emily and her friends. The sounds of whispers, now louder, more insistent, clawed at her consciousness. The voices seemed to be speaking their names, calling out to them. Jack staggered back, his legs unsteady, his hands grasping at his head as if trying to hold on to whatever thread of reality was left. No, please. Emily reached for him, but her hand passed straight through him, her fingers brushing nothing but air. She stumbled back, gasping in shock. Jack's form flickered in front of her, like a ghostly reflection in shattered glass. He was there, but not really. He wasn't here anymore. He was losing himself, vanishing into the very fabric of the asylum. No! Emily cried out, her voice breaking. She reached for Mark, her desperation mounting. We have to get out of here. We have to stop this. But Mark wasn't looking at her anymore. He was staring at something behind her, his eyes filled with terror. Slowly, as though moving in slow motion, he pointed a shaking finger toward the far end of the hall. Emily turned, her breath caught in her throat. At the end of the hallway, standing in the shadows, was a figure. Tall, shadowed, its features impossible to make out. The figure stepped forward, emerging from the darkness, and with each step, the air around them grew colder, heavier. A low, distorted sound echoed from it, like a deep, guttural whisper from 1,000 voices all speaking at once. No, no, please, Mark whimpered, backing away. The figure took another step, and then another, moving closer, its presence growing more and more oppressive with every inch it closed. Its face was hidden, covered by a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly, like the night itself had swallowed it whole. It was coming for them. Emily's heart pounded in her chest, her legs frozen, her body refusing to move as the figure drew closer. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as though they were warning her, urging her to flee, but her feet refused to move. The figure stopped in front of them, and a chilling silence fell over the hallway. Emily could feel her breath catch in her throat as the figure reached up, its hands moving slowly, deliberately, to lift the shadow from its face. And when it did, Emily's blood ran cold. There was no face. There was only emptiness. A void, a blackened hole where a face should have been. No eyes, no mouth, no features of any kind. Just a dark, hollow space. It was as if the asylum itself had stolen its identity, its very soul. The figure reached out toward them, its hand cold and unnatural, as though the very touch of it would erase them entirely. And in that moment, Emily realized the truth. They weren't just trapped in this place, they were becoming part of it. The asylum wasn't a building. It was a prison for lost souls, and it was taking them in, piece by piece, erasing their existence until they too were just memories that would fade with time. But as Emily stared at the figure, she also realized that it wasn't the end. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to escape. She wasn't ready to vanish into the darkness, not yet. But time was running out. The figure's hand reached closer, its shadow growing longer, as if stretching across the hallway to consume everything in its path. Emily's heart hammered against her chest, and for a moment, she could only stand frozen in place, her breath shallow, her limbs weak. The emptiness in the figure's face felt like a weight pressing down on her, a void that threatened to suck her in, swallow her whole. Emily, move! Mark's voice broke through the haze of fear, desperate and ragged. He grabbed her arm, tugging her roughly as though trying to pull her from the abyss that was now swallowing the air around them. But as he did, a cold hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with an unnatural force and pulling him toward the figure. His body jerked with the sudden motion, his feet dragging across the floor as the thing in the shadows pulled him closer. No! Emily screamed, reaching out, but her voice was drowned by the deafening silence that had settled over them. The whispers had stopped. The world seemed to be holding its breath. Mark struggled, his legs kicking against the ground, but the shadowed figure's grip tightened. The darkness swirled around them like an impenetrable fog, swallowing everything in its path. Emily reached forward, but just as her fingers brushed against Mark's hand, he vanished into the void, his form fading from sight as though he had never been there at all. "Mark!" she screamed, but it was too late. The hallway was empty once more, save for her, the oppressive silence, and the encroaching darkness. Her hands trembled as she pulled them back, trying to steady her breathing. This was it. She was alone. Alone in a place that seemed to consume everything in its path, rewriting the very fabric of her reality with every passing second. But she couldn't just give up, not now. A sudden thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she spun around, looking at the walls of the asylum, the old, peeling photographs still lining the corridor. Their faces, now more sinister, seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. The eyes of the figures in the photos were no longer vacant. They were wide with terror, mouths twisted in silent screams. They were trying to tell her something. The whispers returned, louder now, mingling with the muffled screams of the faces in the portraits. It was as though the entire building was alive, watching her, pulling her into its dark heart. She turned down another corridor, her breath quick and erratic. She had to get out, had to find a way to finish whatever had started. The asylum was changing her, shifting her thoughts, her reality, her very sense of self. Mark had been taken, and soon it would take her too, if she didn't do something. Her feet moved of their own accord, carrying her further into the labyrinthine halls. each corner more unfamiliar than the last. The walls seemed to close in on her, narrowing with every step she took, the air thick and heavy, pressing down on her chest. She was trapped. The asylum was warping everything, erasing all sense of time, space, and identity. Then ahead of her, in the dim light, she saw something, an open door, faintly lit from within. A cold draft of air flowed out from the gap, stirring the papers on the floor. Without thinking, she rushed toward it, her hands gripping the door frame. She flung it open, only to stumble into a small, dimly lit room. The floor was cluttered with old furniture, some toppled over, others covered in a layer of dust so thick it looked like the room hadn't been touched in years. In the center of the room, on an old wooden table, lay something that caught her eye. A sheet of music. Her heart stopped. It was the same as the one she had seen earlier. The cursed melody. It was here, calling her, beckoning her to play it. The whispers grew louder, almost unbearable, as though the spirits of the asylum were urging her to finish the melody, to release them, to stop the madness that had already begun to take root in her mind. But Emily hesitated. She could feel the weight of her decision. If she played it, would she be able to stop this? Or would she fall victim to it, just like Mark? Was there any way to escape the grip of the asylum? Or was she already doomed to become a part of its twisted legacy? She glanced back over her shoulder, half expecting to see the faceless figure emerging from the darkness, but the room remained still. For a moment, it felt like everything had paused. The world outside the room, the hallway, the tormenting whispers, all of it faded into silence. It was just her and the cursed sheet of music. Taking a deep breath, Emily slowly approached the table, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the sheet. The paper felt strangely cold, as if it had been waiting for her to complete the unfinished tune. With a final, reluctant breath, she sat down at the old piano, the keys creaking beneath her fingertips as she pressed them gently. The notes began to play, soft at first, like the faint memory of a forgotten song. The sound echoed through the room, blending with the whispers that seemed to swirl around her, urging her forward. The melody, it wasn't just music, it was a call, a summons. It was pulling her into the heart of the asylum, pulling her towards something she couldn't yet comprehend. As the last note of the first phrase echoed into the stillness, a sudden chill swept through the room. Emily's fingers froze on the keys, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and shift, like dark tendrils reaching toward her. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, urging her to finish the song. A voice, soft and distant, barely a whisper, brushed against her ear. "Finish it. Finish the song, or we'll never leave." The words felt like they were inside her mind, twisting her thoughts, turning her reality upside down. The room around her seemed to bend and warp, its edges blurring, the faces in the portraits watching her with wide, pleading eyes. Emily closed her eyes, her hands shaking as she brought them back to the keys, continuing the melody. With each note, the shadows grew more intense, more oppressive, as though the very act of playing was drawing the spirits closer, feeding the darkness. And then, with one final, trembling note, the song was complete. For a moment, the world stood still. The whispers stopped. The shadows seemed to freeze in place. Emily held her breath, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But nothing did. The room was silent, and for the first time since entering the asylum, Emily could almost feel a sense of peace, a sense that she had done something, something that might have been the answer. Then, as the silence stretched on, she realized something. The asylum wasn't done with her. The song might have been finished, but it hadn't released the spirits. It had reawakened them, and now they were coming for her. The silence in the room was deafening. Emily's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she thought she had imagined it. The relief, the sense of peace. But as the seconds dragged on, her unease deepened. The shadows around her began to move again, but this time, they weren't just shifting. They were growing, twisting in unnatural ways, coiling and stretching toward her as though they were reaching for something or someone. Her heart pounded in her chest. The walls seemed to close in, warping around her, breathing with a heavy, suffocating rhythm. The darkness, once just a backdrop to her terror, now felt alive, hungry, watching her with 1,000 unseen eyes. The faces in the photographs, the patients, the forgotten souls, no longer seemed to stare in silence. Their eyes, now wide with horror, blinked as though they were alive. They were aware of her, and they were angry. Emily's fingers trembled over the piano keys. She had finished the song, but that didn't mean the nightmare was over. The asylum wasn't releasing its hold on her. It was drawing her in deeper. She could feel it in every creak of the floorboards, every whisper that floated just beyond the edges of her hearing. Suddenly, the door behind her slammed shut with a deafening bang, making her jump in shock. The room plunged into complete darkness, the flickering candlelight now extinguished. She could hear the faint sound of breathing, slow, steady, and coming from everywhere. The walls, the floors, the very air around her, it was alive with that low, unsettling rhythm. "Emily," a voice whispered, far too close. It sounded like Mark, but it was warped, twisted, as if coming from deep within a well. Her blood ran cold as she whipped around, but the room was empty. There was no sign of him, no sign of anyone. But the voice came again, louder this time, almost frantic. "Finish it. Emily, you have to finish it." The words were coming from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. They were the same words she had heard before, when she first played the melody. But now they felt more urgent, more desperate. She couldn't see anything in the dark, but she could feel the presence of something moving, something wrong. It was all around her, circling her like a predator, waiting for her to make the wrong move. Her fingers hovered over the keys once more, her mind racing. What did the spirits want? What had she really done when she finished the song? It hadn't stopped anything. It hadn't freed anyone. Instead, it had drawn her deeper into this nightmare. The asylum wasn't letting her go. It was pulling her in, weaving her into its twisted web. She could feel it now. This was no longer just a building. This was a living, breathing entity, something ancient, something hungry. The asylum was alive, and it was feeding off her fear, off her confusion, off her desperate attempts to understand what was happening. A cold wind rushed through the room, making the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. The whispers turned to low, guttural growls, and then something else, a faint sound, barely perceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Footsteps! Someone or something was approaching, slowly, deliberately. The heavy, echoing sound reverberated through the room, as though the very floorboards were groaning under the weight of whatever it was. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear it getting closer, closer, its presence growing heavier and more oppressive. Emily. This time it wasn't Mark. It was something else. A voice distorted and cruel, mocking. The words were laced with malice, and they scraped against her very soul. "You shouldn't have played the song, Emily. You shouldn't have finished it. Now you belong to us." The voice was so close now that Emily could feel the breath against the back of her neck. A shiver ran down her spine as she spun around, her eyes wide, but there was nothing there. No one. But the footsteps kept coming. Thud, thud, thud. Closer and closer. Her mind raced. There had to be a way out. There had to be some way to break free. She couldn't just stay here, trapped in this nightmare. But the door, she had to get to the door. She had to escape. With a sudden burst of energy, she rushed toward the door, her feet stumbling over the debris scattered across the floor. But as her fingers gripped the handle, the door wouldn't budge. It felt as if the very air around it had solidified, sealing it shut. "No!" she cried, yanking on the handle with all her strength. "Let me out! Let me out!" But the door didn't move, and the footsteps, now deafening, their sound reverberating through the room, stopped. The silence was suffocating, thick, heavy. And then the voice spoke again, this time from directly behind her. "There is no way out, Emily. You're already here." She spun around, heart hammering in her chest, but the figure was already there. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a form, a thing that was both human and not, its shape shifting, its features flickering like a bad dream, too fluid to define. It was everywhere at once, its presence expanding, swallowing the room in darkness. Its eyes were black voids, and its mouth a gaping hole, empty and cold, stretched impossibly wide, as if to consume her very soul. She stumbled backward, her legs shaking, her mind numb with terror. This was it. This was the end. She had finished the song, and now the asylum would take her, just as it had taken everyone else. But as the figure moved toward her, something inside Emily snapped. She couldn't, she wouldn't, let this be the end. She wasn't ready to disappear, to be forgotten, to be swallowed by the darkness. In that moment of panic, something primal surged within her. She reached for the piano again, her fingers trembling as they pressed against the cold keys. She didn't know what she was doing, only that she had to keep playing. She had to finish it, whatever it was. She had to finish the song, or the spirits, the shadows, the asylum. It would all consume her. And so her fingers moved, halting at first, but then with a desperate, frantic energy. The notes spilled out, a broken, jagged melody that echoed through the room, like the shattered remnants of something long lost. But this time, the music wasn't soft or haunting. This time it was an explosion, chaotic, jagged, and full of fear. Each note felt like a cry for help, a scream to the very walls of the asylum. The shadows in the room seemed to writhe in response, swirling in a frenzy, coiling tighter around her. The footsteps, thud, 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 grew louder, faster, as though the thing was running toward her, closing in on her at breakneck speed. But she couldn't stop. She wouldn't stop. The melody surged through her, fueled by desperation. And then suddenly the figure froze. It was as if the very air had snapped, the walls holding their breath. The footsteps ceased, the shadows stopped writhing. For a brief, fleeting moment, everything was still, perfectly still. And then the room collapsed in on itself. The figure lunged toward her, its form distorting as it came closer. But Emily's scream drowned out everything else as she finally played the last note. The final note hung in the air like a death rattle, vibrating in the very marrow of her bones. Emily felt her heart pound faster, faster, as though her body itself was in rhythm with the song, the very melody that had trapped her here, in this suffocating place. The darkness around her seemed to pause, like it was listening, waiting. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then slowly the room began to shift. The shadows that had crowded the corners now retracted, pulling back from her as though they were retreating from some unseen force. The heavy air around her lightened, the oppressive weight that had pressed on her chest lifting slightly. Emily blinked, her eyes adjusting to the faint glow that seemed to pulse from the walls. The figure, the thing, was gone. There was no longer any sense of its presence, no ominous footsteps, no growing darkness. For the first time in what felt like hours, Emily could hear her own breath, shallow, ragged. She stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her, and looked around. The room seemed different now. The oppressive walls were no longer closing in. The windows that had been completely blacked out now showed a sliver of pale moonlight creeping through the cracked glass. The air smelled faintly of dust, but it wasn't the sour, choking scent she had smelled before. This was the smell of something forgotten but not fully decayed, old but not yet ruined. Her mind was reeling. Had it worked? Was she free? Then, a faint creak echoed through the silence. A noise so soft, it could have been the wind, or something else. Emily's eyes darted to the doorway. The door. It had been sealed shut before, but now it hung slightly ajar. The darkness beyond was no longer as oppressive. It seemed lighter, like something had lifted from it. Something was different. Tentatively, Emily approached the door. The floor beneath her felt strange, like the boards were no longer solid but pliable, like they might bend beneath her weight. She reached for the doorknob, her hand trembling. Click! The door opened slowly, without resistance. The hallway outside was as silent as the room she had just left, but there was something about it, something off. The floor was covered with layers of dust, the walls adorned with faded, peeling wallpaper. The air was thick, not with the staleness of long neglect, but with something more insidious, as though the very building had been waiting for her to return. As Emily stepped through the threshold, her senses heightened. There was a faint, dissonant hum in the air, almost as if the building itself was alive, a low, ominous vibration that seemed to come from the walls, from the very foundation. The hallway stretched out before her, lined with doors that led to unknown rooms, all of them standing ajar like forgotten tombs. The flickering overhead light barely illuminated the path ahead, casting long, sharp shadows that danced along the walls as though they had a life of their own. Emily couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. It wasn't just the eerie hum or the shadows that moved when she wasn't looking. It was the feeling of being watched. As she walked, her steps echoing through the empty hall, she kept turning her head, scanning the dark corners of the asylum for any sign of movement. But there was nothing but the silence, the oppressive silence that had once been so heavy, now so suffocatingly still. She turned a corner, her breath quickening as she approached the end of the hall. There was another door there, this one slightly more ornate than the others, darker wood, its surface carved with intricate, almost organic patterns. A low, jagged hum reverberated through the air, coming from behind the door, growing louder with each step. She didn't know why she approached it, only that something, some primal instinct, was pushing her forward. She placed her hand on the cold handle, its surface smooth and polished beneath her fingertips. With a deep breath, she twisted it, the door creaking open with an eerie slowness. What she saw beyond it made her blood run cold. The room was nothing like the others. It was far too familiar. It looked wrong. It was a mirror image of the music room. The same piano, the same faded wallpaper, the same broken furniture. But there was something off about it. It was as if time had forgotten to move here, as though the room itself had been frozen in place, suspended in a moment long past. And at the center of the room, sitting at the piano, was a figure. The same one. The same figure that had followed her, the one she had seen in the room before. Its features were shifting, but there was no doubt. It was the same thing, its body contorting, stretching, flickering like it didn't belong. Its eyes were hollow, but they were fixed on her, aware of her presence. The air around it hummed, vibrating with a low, dissonant tune. The sound was coming from the piano, from its long, gnarled fingers as they hovered just above the keys, never touching them, but making the sound all the same. Emily's body froze. It was playing. The melody was playing again. "You didn't finish it, Emily," the thing whispered in a voice that was both her voice and something else entirely. "You thought you could escape, but you can never escape it. You can never leave the music behind." Emily stepped backward, her mind racing. She thought she had finished the song. She had played the last note. She had done everything she had been told. But now, here it was again, the melody. The same notes, the same rhythm, calling her, dragging her in. But there was something else now. The room, the hallway, felt different. The shadows, once retreating, were now moving again. They were closing in, creeping toward her from all directions. They were crawling, snaking around her legs, her arms, pulling her back toward the door. The door was closing. No, she couldn't let it end like this. Not again. Her hand shot out toward the piano, her fingers seizing the nearest key. She slammed her hand down on it, desperately, and the sound shattered the silence. The echoes of the haunting melody reverberated through the room like the cries of lost souls. And then the room breathed. The walls shook. The floor buckled. The air became thick and electric. Emily felt herself being pulled back, pulled toward the darkness once again. But this time, She wasn't going to let it take her. She wouldn't let it. She had to finish the song, to stop it once and for all. Her fingers pressed down again. But the thing, the creature, was already there. And this time it was not letting go. The thing's presence was undeniable now. It pressed against her chest, pushing the air from her lungs, suffocating her. Emily gasped for breath, her hands shaking as they hovered over the piano keys. The melody, it was still playing, still resonating in the walls, in her bones, in her mind. Its hollow eyes watched her, unblinking, unmoving, as if it were waiting for her to make the next move. To finish it, the shadows surged forward again, whispering in a language she couldn't understand. The air grew colder, and the temperature seemed to drop with every passing second, each one stretching like an eternity. She tried to pull away, but it was as if the room itself was holding her in place, trapping her. She reached out for the keys, her fingers barely touching the surface, when she heard the whisper once more, now louder, clearer. "Finish it, Emily. You know what you have to do. Complete the song." Her heart thundered in her chest. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. But the sound of the piano, the haunting melody that had wrapped itself around her mind, held her in place. She couldn't stop. The music wouldn't let her. Desperately, she forced her hands down onto the keys, her fingers trembling as she played, each note like a pounding in her skull. The music grew louder, sharper, twisting in ways it shouldn't have. It was as though the very walls of the asylum were alive, breathing with the song, groaning with the weight of it. A cold laugh echoed through the room. The thing, the figure, was no longer sitting still. It was moving, its body distorting, contorting in unnatural ways, like a marionette whose strings had been pulled too tight. It jerked forward, and Emily stumbled back, her hands still pressing the keys as if they were guiding her, compelling her to play. "You can't run from it," the thing hissed. Its voice was so quiet, but it penetrated her mind, ringing in her ears. "You can't finish the song unless you become the song. Unless you become one with it." The shadows tightened around her, and Emily could feel their icy grip on her skin, their cold fingers trailing over her arms, her legs, pulling her closer to the piano, to the dark melody. The walls seemed to pulse, closing in on her, suffocating her with every note. It was as if the entire building was alive, feeding off the music, drawing power from it. Her head spun, dizziness creeping in as the melody spiraled. It was everywhere now, inescapable. It filled her head, her heart, her entire being. Emily could feel herself slipping, could feel her own identity beginning to erode as the music flowed through her veins, through her thoughts. Who was she? She didn't know anymore. She wasn't sure if she was Emily, or the thing, or something in between. Her body didn't feel like her own. She was becoming the music, becoming the asylum, becoming the darkness that threatened to swallow everything. Her breath came in short gasps, her hands moving on their own, pressing the keys harder, faster. The song was no longer a melody. It was a scream, a cry for help from the lost souls who had come before her, the ones who had never escaped, the ones who had been consumed by the song, by the asylum. "Finish it, finish it." The voice grew louder in her mind, pressing against her skull, forcing her to play faster, harder, until her hands were a blur over the keys. Each note echoed like a thunderclap in the room, shaking the floor beneath her. The walls were alive now, groaning under the weight of the song, pulsing with an unholy rhythm. Was it her playing anymore? Her hands seemed to move without her control, the music playing itself as if it were an extension of her soul, of her very being. The shadows began to form shapes, dark and twisted, reaching out toward her, their long fingers dragging through the air like gnarled, skeletal hands. The figure was no longer an isolated being. It was becoming one with the room, with the music, with her. And then there was a shift, a sudden change in the air, a sharp, dissonant note that cut through the rhythm of the song. Emily stopped. The figure too stopped. Everything stopped. The room fell silent. The shadows paused in midair. The very air seemed to freeze, as if time itself had been suspended. Emily's hands hovered above the keys, the final note still unfinished, hanging like a ghost in the air. And then the thing's voice, that voice, whispered in her ear, so close she could feel its cold breath. "You're still not finished." Her heart skipped a beat. She was close. She could feel it now, that final note just within her reach. But it wasn't just about playing the song. No, it wasn't just about finishing the melody. It was about surrendering. The thing didn't want her to finish it. It wanted her to become the song, to let the music consume her, to let it devour her soul and take her place in its endless, unbroken rhythm. "You can't stop it now," the thing said, its voice now a mixture of Emily's own and something ancient, something monstrous. "The song is you, and you are the song. Forever." Emily gasped, trying to pull her hands away from the piano, but it was too late. The music had taken hold of her. The shadows closed in, their icy touch crawling across her skin as they dragged her back toward the center of the room. She fought against them, her breath ragged, her mind screaming. She tried to break free, but the shadows were everywhere now, everywhere. They smothered her, tangled around her body, pulling her into the piano. The figure, it was a part of her now, a part of the music, and there was no escape. With one final, desperate push, Emily slammed her hand down on the last key, the note ringing out with a loud, deafening crash. And everything stopped. The walls stopped breathing. The shadows stopped moving. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then slowly, the lights flickered back on. The piano, the room, the shadows, they were all gone. The air was still quiet. Emily opened her eyes. She was standing in the hallway, the door to the music room still open before her. There was no more eerie hum, no more oppressive atmosphere, but something was wrong. She could feel it. Her fingers twitched, her hands were cold, and as she looked around, everything felt distorted. The walls, the floor, the light, they were all out of place somehow, out of sync. She turned, eyes wide with realization. The asylum was no longer just an asylum. It was now part of her. It had changed her. And the song, it was still playing faintly in the back of her mind. "Finish it! Finish it!" The voice still lingered in her mind, a soft, insistent whisper that gnawed at the edges of her sanity. Finish it! Every part of her wanted to scream, to run, to escape. But she couldn't. She couldn't escape the truth that clung to her like a second skin. She had become a part of the song, a note in a melody that had no end. Emily took a hesitant step back, her breath shallow, her chest tight. The hallway before her felt too long, too empty, too wrong. She had left the music room, but the asylum wasn't finished with her. Not yet. It was as if the entire building had become an extension of the melody, vibrating with it, pulsing in tune with her heart. The walls whispered in unison, like the song itself was alive, breathing through the very structure of the place. Her footsteps echoed through the empty halls, each one resounding louder than the last, filling her head with the song. A part of her wanted to close her ears, to block it out, but the more she tried, the louder it became. The asylum had imprinted its rhythm onto her mind, and there was no way to undo it. "I need to get out." The thought circled in her head like a desperate mantra. She didn't know how much longer she could stand this feeling of being trapped, of being consumed. But there was nowhere to go. The walls were closing in again, and the whispers were growing louder. The shadows were returning, swirling at the corners of her vision, pulling her back toward the music room. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. The air, which had been still, grew thick with a sense of dread. Emily's skin prickled with the cold, her breath turning into visible puffs as she staggered forward, the feeling of being watched intensifying. She spun around, but the hallway was empty. Yet, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, her senses screaming that something was wrong, terribly wrong. Then the lights flickered. For a second, Emily was plunged into darkness, and she froze, heart hammering in her chest. The stillness was suffocating. the kind that made the very air feel heavy, like it was pressing in on her from all sides. She held her breath, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. And then, in the darkness, she heard it, a faint, low hum. It was the song, the melody, the one she had played. It was still echoing, reverberating through the walls of the asylum, and this time it was different. It was distorted, warped, as if the very essence of the place was trying to consume the sound, twisted into something else. She stepped forward, her feet hesitant, her heart pounding in her ears. The sound was drawing her back, calling her like a siren's song, pulling her toward the source of the hum. Don't go back, she thought. Don't give in. But her body moved on its own, guided by something beyond her control. Her fingers twitched, aching to play again, to finish the melody. The air seemed to hum with the need for completion, as if the asylum itself was waiting for her to give in. The hallway twisted before her, the walls shifting, warping. The ceiling seemed to stretch, bending into impossible shapes. Emily's vision swam. Everything felt off. The world around her felt like a warped reflection, like looking at a cracked mirror. What's happening to me? Her mind screamed for clarity, but the answer was just out of reach. She reached the music room door, and her hand, her trembling hand, pressed against the cold, familiar surface. The door swung open on its own. Inside, the piano was waiting for her, as though it had never moved. The shadows in the corners of the room were watching, shifting in place like sentient beings. The air felt denser here, more suffocating. And there, sitting at the piano, was the figure. But it was different now. It had no form, no face, no body. It was like an emptiness, a void made flesh. It was the song itself, a living embodiment of the melody she had played. It didn't need to speak. Its presence was enough. The music was louder now, filling the room, the walls, her very soul. Emily felt her fingers twitch again. She didn't want to play. She couldn't. She was done. She had finished the song. But the thing, the entity, was drawing her in, its presence pulling at the very core of her being, urging her to complete what had been started. And she realized, with a growing horror, that she wasn't the one playing anymore. The song was playing her. Her fingers moved of their own accord, pressing the keys with a rhythm that was not her own. Each note she played was like a shock to her system, electric and painful, as if the song were carving itself into her very soul. Her body jerked with each note, her limbs no longer obeying her mind too far gone to resist. The shadows in the room were growing, expanding, twisting into unnatural shapes. They were reaching for her, their cold fingers curling around her limbs, anchoring her to the piano. The music grew louder, more insistent. It was devouring her. She was becoming the melody, becoming the song that had started it all. Her mind was slipping away. The walls were closing in. The darkness was suffocating, and the air itself was turning to black smoke, choking her lungs. And then the final note came. It struck like a thunderclap, a sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. The piano shattered beneath her fingers, and Emily was thrown backward, her body colliding with the cold, unforgiving floor. The room was still, deadly still. The music stopped. For a moment, Emily couldn't breathe. Her body ached, her head pounded, her thoughts were fragmented, disjointed. She lay there, gasping, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. And then slowly she lifted her head. The room was empty. The piano was gone. The shadows had vanished. The walls no longer seemed to move. It was as though nothing had ever happened, except for the feeling of the song still inside her. It was still there, lingering in the back of her mind. That whisper, that melody. She could hear it in her head, soft but persistent, like a constant hum that wouldn't go away. Emily stumbled to her feet, disoriented. Her body felt weak, as though it had been drained of all energy. She reached for the door, but her hand hovered just above the handle. Something wasn't right, and as she turned, she saw it. The walls were covered in faces. Hundreds of faces, all of them staring at her. Faces she knew. Faces she had seen in the rooms before. The souls of those who had entered this place and had never left. They were staring at her, their eyes wide with terror, their mouths open in silent screams. And then she heard it, a soft, familiar hum. The melody was playing again, and Emily realized with a sinking heart that she was not free. The song had never stopped. Name of the next story, The Widow's Lantern. The wind howled relentlessly through the jagged cliffs, and the sea roared like a beast trapped beneath the surface. Edward Ashford, the lighthouse keeper, stood at the window of his isolated lighthouse, watching the storm rage on. It had been a week since the storms had started, fierce and unrelenting, battering the coastline day and night. Yet there was something else that had been nagging at him, something strange, something he couldn't quite shake. Every night, around midnight, the storm seemed to intensify, and each night he would see it, the faint glow of a lantern down on the shore, flickering through the mist like a distant, dying star. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, perhaps some ship struggling to stay afloat, but no ship ever came. No boat was ever seen, and as the nights grew darker, the glow grew more vivid, like a soul trapped in the depths calling to him. He had been keeping watch for years, but this was different. The light was always in the same spot, casting an eerie shadow against the rocks below. It didn't make sense, and every time he tried to focus on it, the wind would scream louder, the waves crashing harder, and the glow would disappear, leaving nothing but the crashing tide and the howling wind. Then, as the storm raged on, the light would appear again, as if mocking him for his curiosity. That night, Edward's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed his heavy coat, his lantern, and descended the narrow spiral staircase of the lighthouse. The door creaked loudly as he opened it, the wind nearly tearing it from his hands. He pulled his coat tighter around him, squinting against the cold spray of seawater, and set off toward the shore. The journey down to the rocky beach wasn't easy. The cliffs were steep and jagged, the wind so strong it felt as if it could tear the very earth apart. His feet slipped on the wet stones, but he pressed on, drawn by the glow. Every step felt like an eternity, the light flickering just out of reach. And then he saw it. The lantern, hanging in the distance on the edge of the rocks, was glowing brighter than before, as though it was waiting for him. He quickened his pace, his heart pounding. There, against the crashing waves and the howling wind, stood a figure. A woman. She was draped in a dark, flowing gown that seemed to blend with the darkness around her. Her face was hidden beneath a veil, but there was something unmistakable about her presence. Edward's throat tightened as he approached, but the woman didn't move. She simply stood there, the lantern swinging in her hand, casting a soft, golden light against the backdrop of the storm. "Excuse me," Edward called, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind. "Are you in need of help?" The woman didn't respond. Instead, she slowly turned her head, her veil fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes, though partially obscured, seemed to glow with an unnatural light. "Are you lost?" Edward asked again, taking a step closer. She raised the lantern, pointing it directly at him, and in that moment, the wind seemed to stop. The waves ceased their crashing. The world went quiet, as if the very air had held its breath. Then she spoke, her voice low and almost a whisper, as though the storm itself had carried her words to him. "You mustn't come any closer," she said, her voice trembling. "The sea, it has taken so many." Edward's breath caught in his chest. He didn't understand what she meant. Who was this woman? Why was she here? And why did her voice sound so familiar? I don't understand," Edward stammered. "What are you talking about? Why are you out here alone?" The woman's eyes met his, and for a brief moment, Edward thought he saw a flicker of sorrow in them. She shook her head slowly, as if weighed down by grief. "You don't know what the sea has taken," she said. "But I do." Edward's confusion deepened. "What do you mean? What has the sea taken?" The woman's eyes drifted toward the horizon, where the storm still raged. "My husband," she whispered, barely audible over the wind. "He was a sailor. And he never returned." A chill ran down Edward's spine. He could feel the weight of her sorrow in the air, thick and heavy. He couldn't explain it, but there was something about her, something ancient and tragic, that gripped him. "I waited for him," she continued, her voice growing faint. "Night after night, I waited. But he never came back. And the sea claimed him. It took him, and it took my soul with him." Edward took a cautious step back. You're dead?" The woman nodded slowly. "I have been for a long time, but I cannot leave. The lantern, it keeps me here, and it calls to those who are lost at sea." The wind began to pick up again, howling louder now, as if angry at the woman's words. The lantern flickered violently, casting eerie shadows over the rocks. Edward's heart pounded as he struggled to process what she had just said. Could it be true? Could this woman, this ghostly figure, be the widow she claimed to be? And if she was, why had she called him here? "Why me?" he asked, his voice shaking. The woman turned back to him, her face now fully visible beneath the veil. Her eyes were empty, hollow, yet they glowed with an unnatural light. "Because you are the keeper," she said softly, "and the sea is calling for you." Edward felt his knees weaken, as though the very earth beneath him was about to swallow him whole. The storm raged around him, the waves crashing against the shore like 1,000 voices calling out from the depths. "No," Edward whispered, shaking his head. I'm not a sailor. I'm just a keeper. I can't." But before he could finish, the woman stepped closer to him, her movements slow and deliberate. The lantern swung between them, casting long, twisting shadows on the rocks. "You're not just a keeper," she said, her voice now a haunting melody, a whisper carried by the wind. "You're part of it now. The lantern will not let you go." Edward froze, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The air grew thick with tension, and the lantern's glow seemed to pulse in time with his heart. "I didn't ask for this," he whispered, barely able to breathe. "I didn't want this." The woman raised her lantern higher, its light blinding now, as if it were no longer just a lantern but something far more sinister. She was no longer just a widow. She was something more ancient, more powerful, something that had claimed souls for centuries. "The sea does not care for your wants," she said softly. "It only takes." And then, with a flicker of the lantern, she vanished into the mist, leaving Edward standing alone on the storm-swept shore. The waves crashed violently, and the wind howled, but the light of the lantern was gone. Edward stood frozen in place, his heart racing as the wind whipped around him, carrying with it the salty taste of the sea and the distant echoes of the woman's haunting words. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, and for a moment he wondered if he had imagined the entire encounter. Could it have been a trick of the storm, a hallucination brought on by his exhaustion? But no, the cold that had crept into his bones was real. The chilling weight of her presence still hung in the air. He could still feel the sharp sting of her gaze, her words burning into him like a brand. "The lantern will not let you go." The thought sent a shiver through him. He glanced toward the spot where she had stood, his eyes scanning the rocky shore for any sign of her. But there was nothing. The lantern was gone, leaving only the relentless crash of the waves against the cliffs. For a long time, Edward didn't move. He couldn't. His body felt rooted to the ground, as though the very earth had claimed him. Slowly, though, the world around him began to shift back into focus. The storm continued its fury, and the wind seemed to howl even louder now, as if mocking him. The lantern, her words echoed in his mind, repeating over and over again, "The sea is calling for you." Edward felt an overwhelming compulsion to look back toward the lighthouse. But he couldn't tear himself away from the shore, as though some invisible force were holding him in place. Something deep within him, a primal instinct, urged him to flee, to turn and run back to the safety of his lighthouse. But another part of him, a darker part, felt an unexplainable pull toward the water, toward the unknown. He finally took a tentative step back, his legs trembling beneath him. The journey back up the cliff felt longer now, as though the storm was dragging him down with each step. He stumbled, his hands grasping at the wet rocks to steady himself. Every sound, every creak of the earth, seemed to echo in his mind, pushing him toward madness. By the time he reached the top, the lighthouse seemed even more distant, more foreboding. The door slammed shut behind him with a force that rattled his bones, but it did little to quiet the storm in his mind. His thoughts were a jumble of confusion and fear, the woman's voice still echoing in his ears. He had to know. Despite every warning his mind screamed at him, Edward couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to understand. What had happened to that woman? Why had she sought him out? His gaze fell on the lantern on the table inside the lighthouse, his own lantern. But this time, something was different about it. The light flickered in an erratic, almost unnatural pattern, and the flame seemed to waver, like it was alive. Edward reached out instinctively, his fingers brushing against the cool metal, and a sharp jolt of energy surged through him. It was as if the lantern had burned him, the coldness seeping into his very soul. The room seemed to grow darker, the storm outside now a mere whisper compared to the growing darkness inside him. The air grew thick with something ancient, something suffocating. Then a voice, soft, gentle, whispered from the corner of the room. "You cannot escape." Edward spun around, his heart hammering in his chest, but the room was empty. For a long moment he stood motionless, his eyes darting around, searching for the source of the voice. His breathing grew shallow, and he could feel his pulse throbbing in his temples. The air around him was oppressive, thick with an unseen presence. The lantern calls. Edward's eyes were drawn to the window. His breath caught in his throat. There it was, the light again, the same faint glow from before, flickering in the distance on the rocky shore. No, not again. He couldn't. He had to resist. But the pull of the lantern was too strong. It had drawn him once before, and now it was calling again, dragging him back toward the shore, toward the woman. Toward whatever it was. His feet moved of their own accord, his body acting without his mind. The door of the lighthouse swung open with a creak, the wind outside howling him like an angry beast. It was too late. Edward was already halfway down the cliffs before he realized what he was doing. The storm had not calmed in the slightest. If anything, it had grown worse. The wind screamed in his ears, and the waves roared louder as he neared the rocks below. As he reached the base of the cliff, he spotted her again. The woman. She stood just as before, her lantern glowing brightly, casting its strange, eerie light over the jagged rocks. But now something was different. Her form was more solid, more real. The veil no longer fluttered in the wind, and her face was fully revealed. Edward's breath caught in his chest. She was beautiful, yet there was something horribly wrong about her. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. Her lips, pale and cracked, twisted into a smile that sent a shiver through him. "You came," she said softly, her voice like the sigh of the sea itself. "I knew you would." Edward tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his words trapped. His legs felt weak beneath him, as if the very earth was trying to pull him into the ground. "I told you," she whispered, taking a slow step closer, her bare feet moving gracefully over the rocks. "You are mine now." He wanted to scream, to turn and run, but his body refused to obey. The lantern's light seemed to have a power over him, a magnetic force that drew him in. He could hear the sea calling in the distance, the waves crashing like the desperate cries of the lost. "Please," he begged, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The woman's lips curled into a smile, and her eyes gleamed with a malevolent joy. "I want you to join him," she said softly, lifting the lantern toward him. "I want you to become part of the sea." Suddenly, the world around him began to shift. The ground beneath him trembled, and the waves seemed to swell, rising higher and higher as if the ocean itself were reaching for him. The lantern burned brighter, its light blinding now, blurring everything around him. "Edward," she whispered, her voice a soft lullaby against the roaring storm. "Come to me." Edward's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to move, to run, but his body was paralyzed, his limbs stiff and unyielding. The storm raged louder, the wind shrieking in his ears, drowning out everything else. The lantern's glow consumed him, pulling him into the depths. The ground beneath Edward's feet seemed to disappear, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment, he felt weightless. The very air around him thickened, wrapping around him like cold, clammy hands. His mind screamed at him to break free, to escape whatever dark force had ensnared him, but his body betrayed him, stiff and unresponsive. The woman's figure before him seemed to grow taller, more imposing, her glowing eyes now twin orbs of ice. The lantern swung gently in her hands, casting a soft, mesmerizing light that pulsed like the beat of a heart. He could hear the whispers now, faint, indistinct voices carried on the wind, murmurs of sailors long gone, their souls lost to the sea. "You are so close," the woman said, her voice tender, almost coaxing, as though she were speaking to a child. So close to understanding. Edward's pulse quickened. His mind raced, his breath shallow as he tried to force his legs to move. His gaze flickered between the woman and the distant shore, the lighthouse now a mere silhouette against the storm. He had to fight. He had to break free. What do you want with me?" he gasped, his voice barely audible above the wind's shriek. His words sounded foreign to him, like a plea from someone else. The woman tilted her head, her smile widening. "I want you to know what it's like," she whispered. "To be taken, to drown in the cold embrace of the sea." A sharp pang shot through Edward's chest, his breath hitching as the very weight of her words seemed to press down on him. He felt the pulse of the lantern in his hands now, its warmth tingling against his skin. But it wasn't a comforting heat. It was the heat of something ancient and hungry, something that thrived in darkness and death. His body trembled, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he managed to move. He staggered backward, his mind filled with a single frantic thought: escape. The woman's eyes followed him, never leaving him, her expression calm and patient, as though she were waiting for him to realize something. "You can't run from it," she said softly. "The sea calls, and it will take you, just as it took him." Edward's heart skipped a beat. "Him," he whispered, his voice cracking. "You mean your husband?" She nodded, and the sadness that radiated from her was almost unbearable. "He was a sailor, just like you," she said, her tone almost wistful. "He heard the call, too. The sea promised him safety, freedom. But in the end, it only claimed him. Just like it will claim you." Edward stumbled, his head spinning. "But I'm not a sailor," he shouted, the words spilling out before he could stop them. "I don't belong to the sea. I'm just a keeper. I have nothing to do with this." The woman's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, and in that fleeting moment, Edward saw something behind her eyes, something darker than he had ever imagined. The sea. The sea wasn't just a place of water. It was a force, a curse, something that had been there long before men like him had ever set foot on its shores. "You are wrong," she said quietly, her voice cutting through the storm. "You're already part of it. You always have been." Edward's chest tightened as the realization hit him like a slap. His entire life, spent in this lighthouse, had been a part of a much older story. A story written in salt water and blood, in whispers carried on the wind. He wasn't a keeper of the lighthouse. He was a part of the sea's endless cycle, destined to be claimed, to be swallowed by its dark, unyielding depths. "No," he gasped, shaking his head violently. "No, that can't be true." Her laugh was low, almost sympathetic. "It is true, Edward. It has always been true. The sea has claimed many before you, and it will claim many after you. And tonight, it will claim you." With a sudden movement, she lifted the lantern higher, its light blinding, filling Edward's vision with a dazzling brightness. The air thickened again, and the wind surged, knocking him off balance. The waves crashed against the shore, rising higher now, as though the ocean itself was coming to life, stretching its arms toward him, eager to pull him under. "Come to me, Edward," the woman coaxed, her voice now a soft, mournful lullaby. "Come to the sea. It is your destiny." The world seemed to spin around him, and for a moment he felt himself falling into the cold, black void of the ocean. He could hear the voices of the lost sailors now, clearer than ever, their whispers merging with the sound of the waves, growing louder, more insistent. Their voices were not kind. They were angry, pleading, as though they blamed him for their fates. They had been drawn here by the same force, the same lantern, the same call that had lured them to their doom. The ground beneath him seemed to shake as the tide surged closer, the water rising, creeping over the jagged rocks, as if it were alive. Edward stumbled back, his hands outstretched, desperate to keep his balance. But it was useless. The tide was relentless, pulling at his ankles, tugging him toward the edge of the shore. "No," he screamed, his voice raw, but the woman simply watched, her face an unreadable mask. She had no mercy left for him. There was no escape. He turned, his legs giving way beneath him as the ocean's icy grip tightened around him. The waves rose higher, crashing violently against the rocks, threatening to drag him down into the depths. And then, as though summoned by some ancient force, a hand reached out from the water, emerging like a dark shadow beneath the moonlight. It was the hand of the sea, long and bony, covered in slick, seaweed-like tendrils, its fingers reaching for him. The lantern flickered once more, its light dimming as if it, too, knew what was coming. Edward's heart pounded in his chest as the cold hand wrapped around his wrist, pulling him deeper into the ocean's grasp. "No," he screamed again, his voice breaking, but the sea was unforgiving. As the waves swallowed him whole, the last thing he saw was the woman's face, her eyes glowing with an ancient, hollow light, watching as he was claimed by the very force that had taken her, her husband, and so many others. The lantern, now dim and flickering, continued to glow on the shore, a faint beacon in the storm. The sea had claimed another soul, and in the distance, the whispers of the lost souls grew louder, their voices joining with the wind, forever bound to the sea. Name of the next story: The Clock That Counts Down. The moment Nathan unlocked his phone, a strange notification popped up. It wasn't from any app he recognized. No text message, no email, just a plain digital clock. Its numbers were bold, bright, and undeniably out of place against the usual apps and icons on his screen. The time didn't match his usual clock either. 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 29 seconds. He blinked at it for a moment. The numbers seemed to pulse as though alive. He touched the screen, trying to swipe it away, but nothing happened. It remained frozen in place, counting down, the numbers slowly ticking down with an almost mechanical precision. Confused, he put his phone down for a moment, shaking his head. It had to be some glitch, some weird bug in the phone's software. Nathan had only bought the phone a few months ago, and it was one of those top-of-the-line models, the ones that people bragged about having. He had never seen anything like this before. "Must be some weird spam," he muttered to himself, reaching for his phone again to delete the notification. But when he reached for it, the clock was still there. 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 25 seconds. He felt a sudden unease ripple through him. "That's odd," he thought. "I could have sworn it was 3:47 and 29 seconds a.m. second ago." The seconds ticked by faster than they should have. It was as if the phone was manipulating time itself. He picked up the phone again, his fingers hovering over the screen, but the thought of tapping it made him hesitate. Instead, he stared at it, almost hypnotized, as the numbers continued their countdown. The glow of the phone illuminated his dim apartment. Outside, the world was quiet. It was late, far past midnight. Nathan had just come back from a long day at work, and had hoped to unwind with some mindless scrolling through social media. But this was something different. 3 hours 46 minutes and 58 seconds. Something about the clock unsettled him. The digits, cold and emotionless, were counting down to something unknown, something he couldn't control. It felt like an impending doom, a time bomb, ticking away, closing in. "I've got to be imagining this," Nathan muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes. He swiped at the notification again, but the screen flickered instead of disappearing. The numbers jumped. 3 hours 46 minutes and 47 seconds. This time, a chill ran down his spine. It was too precise, too perfect. He put his phone down, wanting to stop thinking about it, to just forget. But his mind wouldn't let him. The clock, whatever it was still there in his thoughts. He glanced around his apartment, trying to distract himself, but something felt wrong. The air was heavier than usual, thick with a silence that felt too complete. Nathan didn't normally think much of these things, but tonight was different. He stood up, stretching his legs. Maybe a change of scenery would help, he thought. He walked to the kitchen, his feet shuffling across the floor, and poured himself a glass of water. The time on the phone clocked in the corner of his vision, even from here. He didn't have to look directly at it to know the countdown was still there, looming. 3 hours 46 minutes and 29 seconds. When he returned to the living room, the strange feeling of unease had only grown. He sat back down on the couch, his fingers instinctively reaching for the phone again. It was then that something unexpected happened. The clock blinked, as though it had gained a new life. It flickered, the numbers twisting and distorting, like they were being reshaped by some force he couldn't see. 3 hours 45 minutes and 57 seconds. Nathan's heart skipped. The numbers didn't just tick away this time. They warped, twisted in an unnatural way. He gasped, backing away slightly, but the phone wasn't finished yet. The clock, as though it were mocking him, reset itself in one swift motion. The numbers shifted in a jarring, chaotic burst. 3 hours 45 minutes and 38 seconds. The sound of the digital display clicking was unsettling, like the gears of an old clock grinding away. Nathan was sure now, this wasn't normal. It wasn't a glitch. The phone was doing something to him. The countdown wasn't random. It wasn't some harmless display. It was purposefully counting down to something. Something far worse than any technology failure. Without thinking, he tried to turn the phone off. He held the power button, pressing it firmly, but nothing happened. The screen stayed alive, the clock still ticking, its cold, unblinking gaze fixed on him. 3 hours 45 minutes and 13 seconds. It was too much. Nathan stood up again, panicking. What the hell was going on? He needed answers. He needed someone to explain this. His mind raced, considering his options, but the reality of the situation was clear. He had to figure this out. Nathan stumbled to his computer and opened his browser. He searched for digital clock countdown, apps that manipulate time, anything that might make sense of this madness. But everything he found was either a hoax or some kind of bizarre paranormal theory. He clicked on one link, a poorly designed forum that seemed to have users discussing similar experiences. He scrolled through the posts, his eyes scanning every word, but there was nothing concrete, nothing that made sense. Just vague references to digital glitches and strange occurrences, but nothing that matched exactly what he was dealing with. And then his eye caught a post. A single user had written, "It won't stop until the timer hits 0. You'll see." Nathan froze, staring at the words. The post had been made just 2 days ago. The user had written it in a tone of finality, as though they knew what would happen, as though they had lived through the same nightmare. "Until the timer hits 0? Nathan whispered, a cold lump forming in his throat. He checked the phone again, and the numbers had moved. 3 hours 44 minutes and 58 seconds. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but it didn't matter. He was no longer sure of what was real. Was it the phone? Was it something else? Then, as if to answer his question, the lights flickered. The overhead bulb blinked once, twice, before settling into a dim, eerie glow. Nathan jumped to his feet, looking around. He knew it wasn't just a power surge. This was different. The air felt colder now, thick with tension, almost as though something was pressing down on him. He reached for his phone again, eyes locked on the countdown. 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 29 seconds. And then, there was a knock at the door. It was light at first, like a tap, hesitant and faint. Nathan's breath caught in his throat, his heart thudding wildly in his chest. The knock came again, louder this time, accompanied by a voice, low, calm, and unmistakably not his own. "Let me in." Nathan's skin crawled, and for a moment, he considered not answering. It could be anyone, a neighbor, a delivery person, maybe even a prank. But deep down, he knew. This wasn't a coincidence. Nothing about this was ordinary. He stood frozen, staring at the door, unable to move. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 57 seconds. The voice came again, more insistent. "Let me in. Let me in now." A shudder ran down Nathan's spine. He didn't know what was worse, the voice at the door or the ticking clock that continued to count down with relentless certainty. He had to decide, but every part of him screamed to stay away. He glanced one last time at the phone, its numbers flickering in the dim light. The seconds were slipping away, each one drawing closer to some terrible conclusion. But Nathan couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was on the other side of that door was tied to the countdown. The knocking continued, each sound louder, more urgent. It was as though the force on the other side of the door could sense Nathan's hesitation, feeding off it. His heart pounded in his chest as the seconds ticked by. Every beat of his pulse echoed in his ears, competing with the growing intensity of the knock. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 32 seconds. Nathan's gaze flickered to the phone again, his fingers trembling as they hovered above it. The countdown was relentless. There was no stopping it, no escaping it. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to open the door, to confront whatever waited outside. But something held him back. The dread that crept through his veins was too real, too suffocating. The knock came again, louder still, and this time, it felt like the door itself was vibrating in response. "Let me in," the voice said once more, now almost a growl. It was deeper, more menacing, like something, or someone was losing patience. Nathan's pulse quickened. His feet felt glued to the floor. He opened his mouth to speak, to call out, but the words died on his tongue. His throat felt tight, the air in the room growing impossibly thick. Sweat dotted his forehead as he tried to steady his breathing. 3 hours, 43 minutes, and 8 seconds. The phone was like a ticking clock now, each second passing with dreadful certainty. It was as if the countdown was all that mattered, as if the door, whatever was on the other side, was secondary. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. Nathan didn't know whether to feel relieved or more terrified. The silence that followed felt suffocating, like a deep breath held in waiting. Then came the whisper, a soft, eerie voice. "It's too late." The words slithered into the room, wrapping around Nathan's body like cold fingers. He could feel the weight of them, the heaviness they carried. His body went numb. He couldn't move, couldn't think. The voice was inside his mind now, a presence that filled every inch of his apartment. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 46 seconds. Nathan slowly turned his head, glancing toward the source of the voice. But there was nothing, no figure standing at the door, no shadow moving in the hallway. Only the heavy silence that pressed against him, making the air feel impossibly thick. The voice spoke again, closer this time. It wasn't coming from the door anymore. It was behind him. "Too late for you." Nathan whipped around, his heart slamming in his chest, but there was nothing. No figure, no shape. Just the faint glow of the phone's countdown still shining in the darkness, casting an unnatural light across the room. The phone screen flickered, then went black. Nathan froze. The silence now felt unbearable. His breath caught in his throat, His fingers shook violently as he tried to wake the phone, pressing the power button again and again. Nothing. The phone was dead, completely blank. His heart raced in panic. What was happening? The door, the knocking, the strange voice. It was all connected to the countdown. But now that the phone was off, he couldn't track the time. He couldn't know how much longer he had. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 25 seconds. The phone flashed back to life without warning. The countdown resumed, its numbers now glaring, pulsing with unnatural urgency. 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 11 seconds. Nathan's hands trembled as he stared at the screen. But something had changed. The glow of the clock seemed to intensify, seeping into his vision, making everything around him feel surreal. The walls of his apartment appeared to warp, stretching in ways they shouldn't. And then, the whispers came again, louder this time, filling every corner of the room. They weren't just one voice anymore. They were many, dozens of voices layered over each other, murmuring words he couldn't quite make out. But one thing was certain. Whatever had been at the door before wasn't the only thing hunting him now. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 53 seconds. The shadows around the room seemed to darken, closing in on him. It felt as though the room itself was alive, a breathing, pulsing thing that was shrinking with every passing second. The whispers grew more insistent, as though the voices were coming closer, closing in on him. Nathan turned his head, looking desperately around, but the room seemed to be shifting in impossible ways. The light from the phone, once a cool white, now had an unnatural greenish hue, and with every flicker, it cast monstrous, twisting shadows across the walls. The air felt heavy, suffocating, and then, through the dim glow of his phone, he saw something, a shape, moving in the corner of the room. His breath caught. It was like a silhouette, standing in the darkness, watching him. Slowly, Nathan stood up, his legs shaking. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 31 seconds. The shape stepped forward, just a little, its outline more distinct now. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs elongated and distorted. As it moved closer, Nathan's pulse hammered in his chest. And then he heard it, the voice again, clear as day, now right behind him. "You've been waiting, haven't you?" The voice wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, sharp, and cutting through the oppressive silence. Nathan spun around, but there was nothing there. Nothing. And yet the air felt wrong. The phone began to buzz in his hand, a sharp vibration that startled him. It was like the phone had become a living thing. He glanced down at it. 3 hours, 41 minutes, and 3 seconds. The numbers on the countdown continued to drop, steady and unyielding, like an inescapable clock of doom. His eyes flickered to the window. The city outside, once calm and serene, now appeared distorted. The lights of the buildings seemed to flicker in irregular patterns, as though reality itself was beginning to tear. The whispers grew louder. "Too late! Too late!" He dropped the phone, his body trembling with dread. The shape was closer now. He could see it moving in the corner of his eye, just beyond his peripheral vision. It was no longer just a silhouette, but a form. Dark, indistinct, but growing stronger with every passing second. Nathan's mind raced, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He knew with terrible certainty that the countdown was more than just time running out. It was a countdown to something far worse. The shape in the room wasn't just a figment of his imagination. It was real, and it was here to collect what the phone had promised. The countdown ticked down. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 42 seconds. Nathan ran. Nathan's feet pounded against the floor as he sprinted toward the door. The room behind him seemed to pulse with darkness, the walls closing in like a trap. The whispers echoed louder now, surrounding him, taunting him, as if the very air had become saturated with them. His breath was ragged, his mind clouded with fear, but he couldn't stop. The countdown, those damned numbers, were still ticking, and with every second, the pressure mounted. He reached the door, his hand shaking as he fumbled for the handle. The cold metal of the knob felt like ice, a stark contrast to the feverish warmth of his panic. He twisted it, but the door wouldn't budge. No, 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 no. Nathan yanked harder, his fingers slipping from the knob as his desperation grew. The whispers were so loud now, they felt like they were coming from inside his skull. He could hear the words clearly, a cacophony of voices chanting, too late, too late. The door remained locked. Nathan turned in a frenzied circle, his mind racing for a solution. The shape was closer now, its form more defined in the flickering, unnatural light. It wasn't just some vague silhouette anymore, it had substance. He could see the long, thin arms reaching toward him, its body bending and twisting in ways that didn't belong in the real world. His phone buzzed again, the vibrations jolting him as he turned back to it. The countdown was still ticking down, but something was different. The numbers had started to glitch, flickering wildly, distorting in a way that made his stomach churn. 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 10 seconds. It wasn't just the countdown anymore. It was warping, stretching, as if reality itself was being manipulated. A sharp laugh echoed through the room, a sound that wasn't entirely human, as the shape took another step forward. Nathan backed away from it, his legs nearly giving way beneath him as he stumbled. "Who are you?" he gasped, his voice a mix of fear and disbelief. "What do you want from me?" The shape didn't answer. It didn't need to. Its mere presence was a suffocating force, pressing in on him from all sides. The air grew colder, heavier, and Nathan could feel his skin tightening as the temperature plummeted. The phone in his hand buzzed again, louder now, a frantic, almost frantic pulse. Nathan glanced down. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 55 seconds. His eyes widened, and for a moment, he couldn't move. The screen was shifting erratically, the numbers almost warping into symbols, then back to numbers. It was as though the phone itself had become a conduit for whatever this thing was. "Stop!" Nathan shouted, his voice hoarse, but the phone ignored him. The countdown continued, its relentless ticking echoing in his mind. The whispers intensified, turning into a cacophony of voices, each one more insistent than the last. "You should have left," one voice hissed, its tone dripping with malice. "You should have left when you had the chance." Nathan felt the weight of the words sink in like a stone. Leave? When? He had never been given a chance. The clock on his phone hadn't even been there moments ago. It had just appeared out of nowhere, and now everything was falling apart. The shape in the room twisted again, stretching and contorting unnaturally, its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowing a sickly green. The moment Nathan made eye contact with it, the world around him seemed to blur. The room itself seemed to bend, as if reality were being rewritten. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 27 seconds. The countdown was coming to an end. He looked at the phone again. The numbers were warping faster now, distorting into shapes that weren't meant to be seen. They melted, twisted, and churned as if they were alive. And then the phone's screen went black again. Nathan stared at it, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. No glow, no numbers, no countdown. Just blackness. The weight of the silence that followed was almost worse than the whispers. For a long moment, everything was still. There was no knocking, no whispers, no figure. But Nathan knew. He knew it wasn't over. He felt the oppressive force in the room like a physical weight. The air was thick with something unseen, something malevolent. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from behind him. Nathan spun around. The door that had been locked moments ago, had splintered. The wood was cracked down the middle, as though something had slammed against it with tremendous force. He didn't have time to process it. The shape lunged forward, its arms reaching out, long and spindly, as if they were made of smoke and shadow. The air became heavy with the sound of rushing wind, the cold pressing in from all sides. He staggered backward, barely able to keep his footing as he backed away from it. "Get away from me!" Nathan screamed, but the words seemed to dissolve in the air. The shape was faster than he could react, its elongated fingers closing in on him. 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 3 seconds. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest, the sound deafening in his ears. He was losing control, losing time. Everything was slipping away, just like the countdown. The phone buzzed again, louder, more urgent. The shape was almost upon him. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 45 seconds. Nathan could feel the cold fingers grazing the back of his neck, sending a jolt of icy terror through him. He turned desperately, his mind scrambling for a way out. But it was everywhere. The thing was everywhere. And then, with one final, impossible sound, the phone flickered back to life. The countdown was almost done. The shape's fingers curled around Nathan's throat, tightening with unnatural strength. He gasped, struggling for breath as darkness began to creep into his vision. He fought against it, trying to pry the fingers away, but they wouldn't budge. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 22 seconds. And then, with a sudden, terrifying clarity, Nathan realized he wasn't fighting a figure from some dark corner of the world. No, the real horror was the countdown itself. The phone, the timer, the time running out, it was all tied to him. It was a clock that was counting down to his very end. And with that final, horrible thought, the countdown hit 0. As the numbers on the phone's screen reached midnight, everything stopped. The oppressive cold that had wrapped itself around Nathan's body vanished in an instant. The darkness, the whispers, the shape, they were gone. Just like that, all of it ceased. The phone went completely still in his hand, the screen flashing once before fading to a normal black screen. Nathan blinked, gasping for air, his body trembling violently as if waking from a nightmare. His fingers were still wrapped around the phone, but there was no countdown. No ticking. No time left. For a moment, he thought he was free, but the silence that followed was deafening. Too quiet. It pressed in on him, filling the room like a thick fog. Nathan's heart pounded in his chest, and every breath he took seemed to echo unnaturally in the hollow space around him. He dared not move, too afraid that any sudden motion might break the fragile stillness. His neck burned where the cold fingers had gripped him. His skin crawled as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. It had felt so real. The terror, the countdown, the shape. It couldn't have just been his mind playing tricks on him. He could still feel the lingering touch of the cold hand on his neck. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A faint clicking noise. The unmistakable sound of keys tapping on a keyboard. Nathan froze. His head snapped to the side, toward the desk where his laptop sat. The clicking grew louder, more insistent. Someone, or something, was typing. His pulse quickened. There was no way anyone could be here. He had locked the door. He hadn't heard anyone else enter. The clicking stopped abruptly. Then came a soft, unmistakable sound. The soft ping of an incoming message. Nathan's fingers twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to look away from the screen. Something about the message, about what might be on the other side, felt wrong. It was like there was something waiting for him, something worse than before. But his curiosity won out, as it always did. With shaking hands, he reached for the laptop, slowly, cautiously, as though afraid the very act of opening it might unleash something worse than the nightmare he'd just survived. He opened the laptop. The screen flickered to life. And then, a single line of text appeared in the chat window. "You're next." Nathan's breath caught in his throat. The words were simple, but they carried a weight that settled like lead in his stomach. The cursor blinked mockingly at him, waiting for a response, as though it was daring him to reply. His mind raced, panic flooding every inch of his being. Who had sent this message? How did they know? He didn't have time to think about it. He had to get out. Had to leave. Had to. The door behind him creaked open. Nathan's blood ran cold. The door. It was opening on its own. Slowly, slowly, as if some invisible force were pushing it open. He hadn't heard anyone approach. He hadn't seen anyone come in. But there it was, the door, swinging open wide, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. The air grew heavy again, thick with a presence that Nathan could feel in his bones. That same suffocating dread crept back into the room, as though the shadows were moving, closing in on him. The whispers began again, faint at first, then growing louder, more distinct. There were so many voices now. It wasn't just one voice. It was dozens, hundreds, all speaking at once, filling the room, filling his head. Too late. Too late. You're next. The words overlapped, spinning around him like a vortex. His eyes darted to the open door. He knew what was waiting beyond it. He could feel it, pressing against the threshold, just out of sight. Whatever had been behind the countdown, behind the clock, was here again, and this time it wasn't going to let him go. Nathan stood, his body trembling, as he backed toward the wall. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The fear was too much. It was too overwhelming. The whispers grew louder, now a chorus of indistinct voices, all saying the same thing, over and over again. You're next. You're next. The air around him crackled, as though the very room were being electrified. His body tensed, every muscle fighting to move, to do something, anything, but he was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Then the phone buzzed again, a sharp, frantic vibration that shook him to the core. He looked down, half expecting the countdown to return, but this time the screen was blank. No countdown, no numbers, just a single line of text. We're watching. Nathan's pulse surged. He wanted to throw the phone across the room, wanted to break free from whatever was controlling him, but the words on the screen locked him in place. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he read them over and over again, unable to tear his eyes away. We're watching. Then, the door creaked open wider. The darkness beyond it seemed to grow, stretching out into the room, swallowing the edges of his vision. There was something moving in the dark, something far too large to be human, something that made the air grow even colder. He could hear it now, a sound, a low, guttural noise, almost like breathing. But it wasn't the sound of air. It was the sound of something else, something ancient, something hungry. A shadow stepped forward, its shape still unclear, but the outline was unmistakable. It was the same dark silhouette he had seen earlier, the same figure that had loomed behind him, twisted and distorted, but now it was real. It was standing in the doorway, stretching impossibly tall, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a hollow void, no eyes, no mouth, just emptiness. Nathan's heart stopped. The whispering voices flooded his mind, louder than ever, echoing through his skull. We're here. We're here for you. The figure took a step forward, its movement slow and deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. Nathan felt his legs finally give way, his body crumpling to the floor in a heap, unable to hold him any longer. And as the darkness closed in around him, the countdown returned. Midnight. And with that final second, the world went black. And that's the end of tonight's stories. Keep listening to the sound of rain and fall into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sweet dreams.